The story begins with the title, Everyone Looks Like a Pig, and he awakened as a pig butcher. Everything starts inside a modern hospital, specifically in the psychiatric department. A doctor is interviewing her patient, asking if she heard him correctly, that he claims every living thing he sees looks like a pig. The doctor stares seriously at the medical record in her hand. The young man sitting across from her nods, confirming it's true. The doctor looks at him with disbelief. She moves closer, a curious look on her face, and asks if he's joking. Then she asks if that means he also sees her as a pig. The patient nervously nods again, afraid of what he's seeing, because in his eyes, even this beautiful woman in front of him has the face of a pig. The doctor frowns in confusion. She says it's the first time she's encountered such a case. With a curious tone, she tells the young man that he's quite handsome. She stood in front of the young man and slowly unbuttoned his clothes. She then says they'll run a physical examination to check if his body functions are normal. The young man's eyes widen in surprise at her sudden approach. The doctor continues the consultation and asks, "What do you see now?" The patient stares at her silently. What he sees is terrifying. The reflection of a pig-faced woman staring back at him. But in the doctor's mind, she don't believe it. She is beautiful in this. Even in a lunatic's, she couldn't possibly be a pig. But in the eyes of the young man he sees that his cocomelon is 2 pig heads. Finally, he answers, 2 pigs. The doctor steps back in shock, trembling. She tells him that he's seriously ill. Trying to calm herself, she sits back at her desk and begins explaining his condition. She shows him a model of a human spine placed on the table. Pointing at it, she explains that his spine is severely deformed, which could be compressing his brain and optic nerves, causing his distorted vision of people as pigs. The young man listens quietly, shocked, and asks what can be done to fix it. The doctor sighs and replies that surgery is the only option. However, the success rate is low, and failure could result in paralysis from the neck down. The young man falls silent, visibly disturbed. Then, with a dark expression in his eyes, he looks at the doctor and asks coldly, "Are you finished?" The doctor looks confused, and suddenly, the young man's eyes glow a deep crimson red. He asks, "Can you return my spine to me?" The doctor freezes, trembling. She glances at the spinal model in her hands, realizing with horror that he believes it's his own. She whispers, "Such a pity, he's such a handsome young man." The scene shifts to a bus station. Inside a bus, the young man sits quietly, yawning while holding a document labeled, "Psychiatric Disorder." Other passengers glance at him with unease. His name is Chuan. With a cold gaze, he stares at the paper in his hands. In his mind, he recalls that to him, everyone looks like a pig. Even now, every passenger on the bus has the face of one. He believes this may be related to the fact that his parents were both butchers. He murmurs to himself that today marks the day of his awakening ceremony. He had hoped to cure his problem before this day, but it seems that's impossible now. The scene transitions to Xincheng Academy's awakening ceremony, where students have gathered. At the center of the stage floats a large, glowing crystal. As Yi Chuan arrives, he wonders if his condition will affect his awakening, which would be a serious problem. Suddenly, a girl calls out to him, smiling shyly. "Big brother, you're finally here. If you were late, I'd have beaten you up." She's a beautiful girl, but to Yi Chuan, her hands and face resemble those of a pig. He grimaces at the sight but says nothing. The girl, named Shu Lingxuan, playfully taps his back and asks if he's listening. Yi Chuan only gives her an awkward glance. Nearby students start teasing her. One of them asks why she's holding on to Yi Chuan again, saying they act like a couple and will probably get married after awakening. Annoyed, Shu Lingxuan shouts at them to shut up. Then whispers not to mind her, causing Yi Chuan to shiver at the sight of pig-faced. Then, the principal's voice booms through the hall, ordering everyone to line up according to their ID numbers. The awakening ceremony is about to begin. He reminds them that their awakening will depend on three attributes: strength, agility, and intelligence. The higher their awakened rank, the greater their future potential. A high-rank combat profession would bring fame and honor not only to themselves but also to Xincheng Academy. The ceremony begins. Students place their hands on the crystal one by one. The first student touches the stone. Lightning sparks across it. The crystal glows, showing a mid-rank lifestyle profession: chair craftsman. The student's face twists in disbelief and tears up. The principal only shakes his head. The next student awakens a high-rank lifestyle profession: bricklayer. He falls to his knees in despair. The third student shouts in frustration. His result is a low-rank engineer. Finally, the fourth student approaches the stone, trembling. When he touches it, the crystal bursts into golden light. A message appears: combat profession, rare rank, shadow swordsman. The principal and everyone in the hall are stunned. Cheers erupt as they stare at him in awe. The examiner asks his name. The student proudly answers, Lu Jinglong. The principal pats his shoulder and praises him, saying he'll visit his home later to discuss his future plans with his parents. Lu Jinglong thanks him and walks off the stage proudly, greeted by his cheering classmates. Then the principal calls the next name, Yi Chuan. As Yi Chuan steps onto the stage, Shu Lingxuan cheers for him from the crowd. The principal watches closely, thinking that although this student seems slow, his attribute scores are astonishingly high, 10 points in all three stats, triple the average human level. Yi Chuan calmly places both hands on the crystal. The principal silently wonders if a miracle might happen. Suddenly, a surge of powerful energy bursts from the crystal, surrounded by golden and violet lightning. Everyone gasps in shock. Even the principal, who stares wide-eyed as he exclaims, "A purple golden light." As the smoke around the stone slowly faded, our protagonist was shocked at what he saw. Even the principal was astonished because the stone revealed a god-rank profession. However, what appeared on the stone said that his life profession was god-rank pig butcher. Our protagonist couldn't believe it and asked if it was really a god rank. The principal's face darkened in disappointment when he read that it was only a pig butcher. The students around could hardly contain their laughter. One of them asked why such a ridiculous profession existed, while another wondered if it was a blessing or a curse. The principal lowered his head in frustration, thinking if this was some kind of joke. He, Zhao Mingpin, had been a principal for many years, and finally, he had encountered a god-ranked profession, only for it to be a worthless butcher. Professions like blacksmiths, physician, or alchemists could at least bring glory. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. He thought this child would be a prodigy, but he turned out to be a complete waste. Holding his forehead, the principal struggled to even call out his name, stuttering in disbelief. Suddenly, our protagonist froze as a window system appeared before him. Reading it carefully, he saw a strange message that said, "Nemesis of the Pig Clan." A faint smile crossed his face when he realized that any extra damage dealt by pig-type enemies would be 50%. His eyes gleamed with excitement, feeling as if his mental illness had somehow become an advantage. Since everything in the world looked like pigs to him, this ability seemed perfect. As he walked down the stage, the students in front of him continued to laugh mockingly. Lu Jinglong sneered, saying he thought Xincheng Academy would produce a true dragon, but who would have guessed? It was only a pig butcher. The boy beside him laughed and said there was only one true dragon in Xincheng Academy, and that was him, Lu Jinglong's. With a grin and a mocking laugh, he said he was just joking. Our protagonist walked with his head slightly bowed, and when he reached Lingxuan, she told him that it was okay. She patted his head and praised him for awakening as a god-ranked meat butcher, saying maybe he was following in his father's footsteps. The male students nearby burned with jealousy and anger at what they saw. One cursed under his breath, while another nearly cried, biting his sleeve in frustration, saying how lucky Yi Chuan was. Blushing, Lingxuan shyly said that his father would definitely be proud of him. Looking at her, Our protagonist thought about how they'd been neighbors since childhood. Their families both had life professions and were always close. The principal then called for the next student, Shu Lingxuan. Before stepping up, she teasingly stuck out her tongue at Yi Chuan, saying it was her turn. She wondered whether she'd inherit her mother's tailoring profession or her father's winemaking one, but she didn't care what profession she'd get. She said she would always stay by Yi Chuan's side no matter what. Yi Chuan could only stare at her silently. Slowly, Lingxuan placed her hand on the stone. The giant crystal emitted a brilliant blue light, and everyone could feel the powerful pressure radiating from it. Lingxuan's eyes widened in shock as she looked at the display. Even the principal couldn't believe it. The stone revealed that her combat profession was of legendary rank, Snow Soul Sword Immortal. The principal was astonished. She did not expect Lingxian to awaken a legendary combat profession, especially when her parents only had simple jobs. Lingxian stood in the center of the stage, elegant and composed, with blue energy swirling around her body. The principal approached and smiled. "Don't worry," she said. "If you need help in the future, Xingcheng Academy will do everything to support you." Lingxian bowed slightly, her voice edged with confidence. "Thank you very much," she replied before stepping down from the stage. As she walked, she heard two students whispering at the side. "Isn't her boyfriend just a pig butcher?" One whispered. "And now she's a legendary combat class. Do you think he'll still follow her?" The other laughed. "Probably not. She's surpassed that guy's level. If the man has any shame, he'll leave on his own." When Lingxian approached the protagonist, she gave a light, restrained clap and a small smile. "I know we had our misunderstandings before," she said coldly, "but from now on, that's over. We live in different worlds now." The protagonist froze, seemingly unable to believe it. Behind Lingxian, Lu Jinglong and his group grinned, clearly enjoying the moment. The protagonist forced a smile. "I understand," he said softly. Lingxian nodded. "I know it's hard for you, but stop pretending. You're just an ordinary butcher, and there's nothing wrong with that, but please don't chase me anymore. If you don't object, let's end it here. Don't bother me again." The protagonist smiled faintly and turned away. Finally, he thought, "I'm free from this woman." Lingxian was surprised when she heard the protagonist ask, "Anything else you want to say? If not, I'll be going." Jinglong's grin widened as he stepped forward. "Want me to teach this guy a lesson? So he can see how far apart you two really are." Lingxian remained silent, her cold gaze fixed on the protagonist, and that was enough for Jinglong to understand she agreed. He immediately shouted, loud and mocking, "Hey, pig butcher, come here. Let's see how brave you really are." But Yi Chuan kept walking, ignoring him. Furious, Jinglong ran forward and grabbed Yi Chuan's arm, yelling that he was talking to him and asking if he was deaf. Yi Chuan turned his sharp, glowing eyes toward him and asked coldly what his problem was. His gaze was like that of a demon, causing Jinglong to freeze in fear and step back instinctively. He imagined himself as a pig tied to a chopping block, awaiting slaughter. The watching students couldn't help but laugh loudly. One of Jinglong's friends came forward, asking what was wrong, but Jinglong only cursed in anger. Humiliated, he launched a sneak attack while Yi Chuan's back was turned. Before his punch could land, Yi Chuan swiftly met it with his own fist, his eye glowing brightly. Jinglong screamed as pain shot through his arm. His hand was crushed and swollen. Lingxian and his friend were stunned, unable to comprehend what had just happened. "This is impossible," Jinglong shouted. "He's just a pig butcher." Standing firm, Yi Chuan replied coldly, "I am a butcher, so it's only natural that I'm strong."
Lu Jinglong's friends were shocked when they saw the state of his hand, frantically asking what had happened. Overwhelmed by pain and fury, Lu Jinglong screamed at Yi Chuan, threatening to kill him. With a roar, a shimmering blue energy blade materialized in his hand. Seeing this, two onlookers whispered that the fight was over. One felt certain that since Jinglong was finally serious, Yi Chuan was a dead man. The other wondered why a mere pig butcher had the nerve to challenge someone from the combat class, remarking that he should have just apologized while he had the chance. With his sword pointed at Yi Chuan, Lu Jinglong boasted that his blade could slice through steel. He shouted his intent to cripple the protagonist. But before he could lunge, the air suddenly turned frigid, and snowflakes began to fall. His energy sword froze over, and ice quickly spread across his entire body. Paralyzed and terrified, he struggled to look back and angrily demanded to know why Shu Lingxuan was still helping Yi Chuan. Shu Lingxuan stood there, enveloped in a cold, powerful aura. In a frosty voice, she ordered them to stop the fight, explaining that she was tired of seeing them fight over her. She walked forward and told Yi Chuan that he needed to accept that they no longer belonged in the same world. She declared that this would be the last time she would help him, a final farewell to their past. Instead of being upset, Yi Chuan simply stood there with an indifferent expression, casually scratching his ear. As Shu Lingxuan turned her back, she gave him one last warning to leave Qincheng, because she wouldn't be there to save him when Lu Jinglong eventually sought revenge. Yi Chuan wasn't bothered at all, he simply yawned and calmly remarked that if there was nothing else, he was leaving. He walked away, leaving the onlookers confused by his lack of concern for the situation. Later that evening, the scene shifted to Yi Chuan walking alone through the city at sunset. He was forced to stop when a woman with a large dog blocked his path. As the dog barked loudly, Yi Chuan's vision suddenly distorted. To him, the woman now looked like a giant pig, and her dog appeared to be a monstrous wild boar. The dog latched onto his pants, but Yi Chuan remained calm. He asked the woman if she could pull her pig back, correcting himself to say, dog, since it was blocking the road. This infuriated the woman. From Yi Chuan's perspective, the pig woman stormed over and screamed at him, asking if he owned the road and accusing him of having no manners or compassion. Instead of getting angry, Yi Chuan felt a sense of peace. He took a deep breath, thinking this was the perfect moment to test his new power. Without hesitation, he kicked the dog with full force, his foot glowing with a faint blue energy. The woman turned pale as the animal died instantly from the single strike. She stood there in a daze, tears streaming down her face as she watched the spirit of her pet drift away, crying out to the animal as if it were her own child and begging it not to leave her. A notification suddenly appeared before Yi Chuan, informing him that his extra damage had increased by 1%. He was amazed, his theory was correct, the system was working. The woman, however, was far from calm. Consumed by rage, she charged at him, screaming that he was a murderer for killing her son, and a bully for picking on an old woman. She vowed to kill him. As her sharp nails lunged toward his face, Yi Chuan remained perfectly still. He simply pulled out a medical diagnosis form and pointed to the word, psycho. With a cold gaze, he asked if she had anything else to say, if not, he was leaving. The woman froze in shock, realizing that he was truly unstable. She thought that if he could kill a dog so easily, he wouldn't hesitate to kill her, too. Forcing a nervous smile, she backed off, telling him to forget it and to take care. Later that evening, Yi Chuan arrived home to his parents. His father, a muscular man, was beaming with joy, asking if his son had truly decided to become a pig butcher, while his mother stood by with a warm smile. Yi Chuan watched them quietly. His father joked that he smelled bad but admitted he was proud to see his son following in his footsteps. He told Yi Chuan that being an honest butcher was a good life, far better than a life filled with violence, and promised to take him to the slaughterhouse the next day to learn the trade. That night, Yi Chuan slept soundly in his pig-patterned pajamas. Outside, a shadow with glowing blue eyes approached his parents' bedroom window. Without opening his eyes, Yi Chuan's father, Yi Qiwan, spoke to the figure. He stated that the shadow now knew for certain that his son was just an ordinary butcher and warned them never to disturb their lives again. The shadow, whose face was wrapped in bandages, was skeptical that the son of the legendary Ghost Cry was merely a butcher. He questioned if Yi Chuan was truly Yi Qiwan's flesh and blood. In the darkness, Yi Qiwan sat up, one of his eyes glowing a fierce red. He warned the intruder to leave them alone, stating he wouldn't be polite next time. The shadow told him not to be angry, claiming they had seen enough proof. Since the son was just a butcher, the organization would no longer interfere. With that, the shadow vanished into the night. The following morning, Yi Qiwan took his son to the family slaughterhouse. It was a massive facility filled with rows of hanging carcasses. Wearing a black apron, Yi Chuan followed his father with a serious expression. His father explained that a great butcher needs a great blade. He led Yi Chuan to a special case containing 3 large cleavers and told him to choose one. Yi Chuan reached for the middle blade. As he gripped it, a blue notification appeared, he had selected a pig-slaying knife, and his god-slaying edge was now active. He would now automatically gain 0.1 free attribute points for every pig slaughtered with this weapon. With the weapon in his hand, Yi Qiwan began the first lesson. He told his son that the first step was learning how to handle the knife properly. Before them hung a large pig, but in Yi Chuan's vision, it appeared as a massive, low-growling wild boar. His father instructed him to aim for the weakest point for a clean kill and told him to take his first strike. Yi Chuan struck the hanging pig with a powerful swing. Blood sprayed across the floor as the animal's life was extinguished instantly. Immediately, a blue notification flickered in his vision. He had successfully killed a pig using the specialized knife. He received a 1% increase in extra damage, his level rose by 1%, and he gained 0.1 attribute points. His father watched, looking slightly taken aback and even breaking into a cold sweat. He praised the boy's strength but pointed out a flaw. Yi Chuan hadn't quite hit the ideal spot for a clean, professional kill. He explained that to do it properly, he needed to aim for the main artery in the neck. Yi Chuan listened in silence, glancing back at his father with a look of realization. His father walked over and placed a hand on his head, acknowledging that slaughtering pigs might seem tedious for someone so young, but reminding him that this was their way of life. Suddenly, Yi Chuan pointed toward the long rows of remaining livestock and asked if he could kill them all. His father burst into laughter, declaring that Yi Chuan was truly his son. He told him that if he was that eager, he could handle all the pigs, even the ones meant for Uncle Li and Uncle Chen. With his eyes glowing a faint red, Yi Chuan began his work, precisely slicing the throats of the animals. With every kill, the notifications piled up. A 1% level increase, 1% more extra damage, and another 0.1 attribute points. Soon, he reached the second rank. He killed another, and the system notified him he had reached the third rank. He continued relentlessly. By sunset, Yi Chuan sat calmly in front of a sea of hanging carcasses, staring at the screen floating before him. He had slaughtered 45 normal pigs. His extra damage against swine had surged by 100%, and all of his base statuses had increased from 10 to 15. He was now officially a level 5 novice. In the distance, his father stood with another man who watched the boy with a mix of awe and concern. The man remarked that his son seemed addicted to the work, noting that he had done nothing but slaughter for an entire week. Yi Qiwan let out a proud laugh. He boasted that, after all, his son was a god-tier meat cutter. As Yi Chuan inspected his blade, he realized he had fully mastered the knife. He decided it was finally time to leave the slaughterhouse and see what the rest of the world had to offer. The scene shifted to the next day. Yi Chuan stepped out of his house carrying a backpack. He reflected on the state of the world, how monster races were growing in power and demons were spreading everywhere. Humanity had long since abandoned individual nations, forming a human federation divided into 9 special zones. His home, Xinjiang, sat right on the borders of the 5th special zone. As he reached the massive gate at the edge of the city, a large shovel suddenly blocked his path. The person holding it stopped him, pointing out that Yi Chuan's registered profession was merely a life skill class. As Yi Chuan prepared to exit the city gates, the guard gave him a stern warning to stay within a 1-kilometer radius. He cautioned that wandering any further would put him in grave danger and asked if Yi Chuan understood the risks. Yi Chuan simply looked at the guard with a serious, silent expression and walked past the boundary of Xinjiang, heading straight into the dense forest. As he moved deeper into the woods, he sensed movement behind him. Suddenly, a cackling goblin wielding a knife jumped out from the shadows. To anyone else, it was a monster, but through Yi Chuan's eyes, the creature transformed into a pig goblin. He realized that because of its color and nature, the system still categorized it as swine. He decided this was the perfect moment to test his blood shadow butcher skill. As he activated it, his eyes began to glow a fierce red. The goblin, sensing the overwhelming predatory aura, shrieked in terror. Before it could even react, Yi Chuan swung his pig-slaying knife, slicing its throat in one clean motion. A notification appeared. He had killed a pig goblin, granting him a 5% level increase and a 1% boost to his extra damage. He noted that killing stronger pigs clearly yielded much higher rewards. As he reviewed his stats, dozens of glowing green eyes emerged from the darkness behind him. He glanced back, recalling his teacher's lesson, where there is one goblin, a pack is sure to follow. A slight smile crossed his face. He called out to the hidden monsters, telling the pig goblins to come out and play, eager for the massive experience boost. The pack swarmed him all at once. Yi Chuan stood his ground, moving with calculated precision as he cut them down one by one with his cleaver. Soon, only one trembling goblin remained. With his eyes still glowing crimson, Yi Chuan taunted the creature, inviting it to come closer. Terrified, the goblin turned and bolted. Yi Chuan followed the creature as it fled toward a hidden cave. Realizing this was likely their den, he stepped inside with a predatory grin, his eyes shining in the dark. A few moments later, the cave echoed with the screams of the monsters. It didn't take long for the floor to be littered with goblin corpses. His notifications confirmed that his level had reached rank 6 and all his statuses had increased. As he surveyed the carnage, a faint noise from the back of the cave caught his attention. He turned quickly on the floor, trembling and bound, her clothes torn and a gag in her mouth. She was weeping silently. Surrounding her were 2 goblin infants, desperately clawing at her for milk. When the woman realized a human had entered, her tears fell even harder. Though she couldn't speak, the desperation in her eyes pleaded for him to save her. The woman's body shook with a new kind of terror. Her fear was no longer directed at the monsters, but at the man standing before her. In his hand, he gripped a heavy, brutal blade, a meat cleaver designed to split through the thickest bone. As he raised it high, the woman's mind screamed for him to stop, her heart hammering against her ribs as if it might explode. She squeezed her eyes shut, braced for the end, only to hear the sharp whistle of the blade cutting through the air followed by a sickening thud. When she opened her eyes, she realized she hadn't been the target. Beside her lay the 2 goblin infants, cut to pieces in a single, violent stroke. The sheer force of the blow had caused the gag to fall from her mouth and the ropes binding her to snap. She stared in disbelief as the Yi Chuan sat down in front of her. His voice was cold as he told her she could stop screaming now, as every goblin in the cave was dead. She looked around and saw the lifeless body of a large goblin nearby. Overcome with relief, she threw her arms around him, trembling as she thanked him, certain that she would have been destroyed if he hadn't arrived. Yi Chuan's face remained entirely void of emotion. He flatly informed her that he hadn't come there to save her. Ignoring his bluntness, the woman began firing off questions, asking if he had truly killed all the goblins by himself, what his combat class was, and what his name was. As they made their way out of the cave, he finally answered, telling her his name was Yi Chuan. Once they reached the entrance, he pointed toward the horizon, instructing her to follow that path until she reached the city. The scene shifted to the depths of the dark forest. As Yi Chuan walked, he remained unaware that a pair of eyes was watching him from a distance. The woman was secretly following him, moving stealthily through the shadows of the trees. Suddenly, Yi Chuan appeared directly in front of her, startling her so badly she nearly jumped out of her skin. He demanded to know why she was following him, pointing his cleaver at her and asking if she was a spy for the goblins. Backing away, she struggled to find her voice. She explained that she simply couldn't make it back to the city alone. When he asked for her name and her reason for being in the woods, she introduced herself as Shannanan. She explained that it was her mother's birthday and she had wanted to find a blood moon flower as a gift, never expecting to be captured by goblins. She made him an offer. If he helped her find the flower, she would help him find the best blacksmith in Xinjiang to forge him a new weapon. She gestured to his current cleaver, noting that it looked dull and worn. Yi Chuan responded coldly, asking if she had any idea how expensive the best blacksmith in the city actually was. He told her to go back and stop following him, threatening to cut her down if she persisted. Shannanan stood there with her hands on her hips, a mix of anger and confusion crossing her face. She couldn't understand how a man could treat someone as beautiful as her with such total indifference. She began to wonder if there was something genuinely wrong with his head. As he started to walk away, she called out to him, asking if he really had no idea who she was. Shannanan revealed that her father was Sha Beihai. This gave the protagonist pause. Sha Beihai was one of the 4 most powerful aristocrats in Xinjiang, a 9th-rank master-class warrior who was nearly at the grandmaster level. Yi Chuan realized that if she was telling the truth, her father's wealth could easily fund the creation of 10 top-tier knives. His weapon problems would be a thing of the past. To prove her identity, she pulled out a badge, the Sha clan protective token. She explained that even a climbing pond realm expert would struggle to harm her, but the goblins had been cunning. Since they couldn't get close enough to hurt her through the token's protection, they had simply opted to imprison her instead. Yi Chuan stepped closer, leaning in until their faces were inches apart. The sudden proximity caught the woman off guard, her face flushed deep red, and she began to perspire as she struggled to maintain her composure under his intense gaze. After a long moment of scrutiny, he pulled back, satisfied that she was indeed telling the truth. He agreed to help her find the blood moon flower. Relieved and excited, she happily shook his hand. She produced a map she had purchased and pointed out the flower's location. However, she warned him to be cautious, as the area was guarded by a blood moon python. She described it as a creature with the strength of a ninth-rank apprentice, making it extremely dangerous. Yi Chuan asked for clarification, confirming that there was indeed a python there. When she nodded, expressing her doubt about whether they could handle it, he simply smiled. He remarked that he had never actually seen a python before. Sha Nanan felt as though he wasn't truly listening to her warnings, yet after seeing him slaughter a cave full of goblins in a single strike, she began to wonder if he truly possessed a god-tier combat class. With a smile, Yi Chuan urged her to lead the way. She stared at him for a moment, torn between a strange sense of trust and a lingering doubt about his recklessness. The scene shifted to a grassy field where the two were hiding from a nearby creature. Sha Nanan whispered a warning not to provoke the silver-horned rhino, noting that it was as strong as an 8th-rank apprentice. She suggested they quietly slip past it. To her horror, Yi Chuan stood up. When she frantically asked what he was doing, he calmly replied that if the beast was bold enough to eat grass today, it would likely move on to eating humans tomorrow. He declared that he couldn't allow it to live. The woman turned pale, stunned by his bizarre logic. Before she could stop him, he was already sprinting toward the rhino, bracing himself for the strike. As he reached the beast, he delivered 3 lightning-fast, powerful slashes. The rhino collapsed instantly, blood pooling around its lifeless body. Sha Nanan stood frozen, a chill running down her spine as she witnessed him take down such a formidable creature in a single breath. In that moment, she realized that this man was unlike anyone she had ever met. His strength was on an entirely different level.
After successfully killing the silverhorn rhinoceros, a system window immediately appeared in front of the protagonist's vision, confirming that he had leveled up to rank 7 apprentice. His pig clan nemesis bonus damage also increased to 122%. As he looked at his simple butcher knife, now showing signs of wear and damage, he wondered how much longer it could last against enemies this strong. Meanwhile, the girl, still unable to believe what she had witnessed, suddenly approached him and firmly asked what his profession was. Calmly, he replied that he was a life-type profession, a pig butcher. The girl's eyes widened in disbelief, insisting that it was impossible for someone with a life-type profession to kill a silverhorn rhinoceros in a single strike. The protagonist ignored her and walked toward the rhino's corpse. He started slicing off the valuable silver horn of the beast, thinking to himself that it was a nice harvest. He casually explained that maybe the rhino was old, which made it easier to kill. Though still confused, the girl seemed to accept his explanation and mentioned that they were getting close to the place where the blood moon flower could be found. She thought to herself that this boy didn't seem to be lying. The two continued their journey together. The scene shifted to another part of the forest, where the principal of Qingcheng Academy was walking with his students, Shu Lingxuan, Lu Jinglong, and 2 others. The principal praised them for their performance during field training and smiled at Shu Lingxuan and the smug Lu Jinglong, saying they were the students he had the highest hopes for. Suddenly, the principal stopped. He sensed something unusual nearby and sternly said that someone was moving close to them. He shouted toward the forest, ordering whoever was there to come out. From the shadows of the trees, 2 figures emerged, Yi Chuan and Sha Nanan. The two stepped into a clearing and faced the group from Qingcheng Academy. The protagonist was surprised, wondering why they were there. Their reunion was far from pleasant. Lu Jinglong reacted first. Pointing at Yi Chuan with a sneer, he angrily demanded to know what he was doing there. Casually scratching his head, Yi Chuan smiled and said he was just passing through. Lu Jinglong's anger deepened. Passing through. Don't joke with me, he shouted. A female student with large, cocoa melons, chimed in sarcastically, saying she didn't believe he was just passing by, accusing him of still being unable to forget Shu Lingxuan and following her here. Yi Chuan's eyes widened slightly as he turned to Shu Lingxuan, who still looked at him with cold disdain, her face, in his eyes, resembling a terrifying pig. She called out his name with a chilling tone, reminding him that she had already told him they were from different worlds now, and demanded he stop following her. From Yi Chuan's body, a dark red aura began to seep out as he clenched his fists, struggling to control his anger. Seeing this as an opportunity, Lu Jinglong smirked and yelled that this was perfect. He had long been waiting for the chance to get revenge. He released his energy. A purple aura enveloped his body, and a shimmering sword resembling a katana appeared in his hand. His companion exclaimed that it must be a yellow rank, low-grade spirit weapon. The principal watched silently, impressed by Lu Jinglong's rapid progress. In just a few days, he had reached rank 4 apprentice and obtained such a strong weapon. He thought Lu Jinglong could probably fight even a rank 6 apprentice. As the tension rose, Shu Lingxuan stepped forward and coldly reminded Yi Chuan that she had already warned him to leave Qingcheng. This time, she said, she wouldn't help him anymore. Beside Yi Chuan, Sha Nanan blushed, looking worried, and asked if he had some grudge against those people. But instead of answering, Yi Chuan calmly asked her how much a yellow rank, low-grade spirit weapon was worth. Sha Nanan, startled by the question, hesitated before saying it might be worth hundreds of thousands, then asked if he even understood how serious the situation was. Meanwhile, Lu Jinglong, consumed by rage, recalled the humiliation he suffered at the awakening ceremony when Yi Chuan stole his spotlight. Determined to take revenge, he shouted and leapt into the air, swinging his glowing sword down toward Yi Chuan with all his strength. The principal and the others widened their eyes. Yi Chuan didn't even try to dodge. Instead, he raised his worn butcher knife to block the attack. The moment their weapons clashed, Lu Jinglong's confidence surged. The blade of Yi Chuan's knife shattered completely. Smirking triumphantly, Lu Jinglong mocked him, saying he'd make sure Yi Chuan never butchers another pig again. The principal frowned deeply, thinking that an ordinary knife was like paper against a spirit weapon, wondering why Yi Chuan would provoke Lu Jinglong like that. But suddenly, the situation shifted. Yi Chuan looked at his broken knife, then carelessly threw it to the ground. Coldly, he said, "I don't need a knife to end you." Lu Jinglong's anger exploded. He shouted, called out to him, asking if he had already reached the level of a 7th rank apprentice. Yi Chuan didn't respond. Instead, he picked up the spirit weapon that Lu Jinglong had dropped. Examining the sword, he remarked to himself that it was well made. Lu Jinglong's companions were shocked, asking the principal if it was really possible that Yi Chuan had already reached rank 7, especially since even Shu Lingxuan, a natural talent, was only rank 6. The principal, serious-faced, nodded. He explained the difference between combat professions and life-type professions. Combat types grow through continuous fighting and hardship, so their early progress is slow. But once they establish their foundation, their growth skyrockets. Life professions, however, progress faster early on, like alchemists or weaponsmiths, since they only need to hone their craft. He used Yi Chuan as an example. As a pig butcher, he only needed to keep butchering pigs to increase his level. A brief flashback showed him easily slaughtering pigs, proof of his straightforward path to power. After hearing this, Shu Lingxuan realized that Yi Chuan's victory wasn't due to superior skill, but because of his higher base stats from his higher rank. She quietly thought that it didn't seem fair. The principal added that balance still existed. For Yi Chuan, the number of pigs required to level up would double each time. Eventually, it would take an enormous number to reach higher ranks, while combat professions would grow faster and surpass him later. Lu Jinglong's friend asked if that meant Yi Chuan was stronger now, but combat classes would overtake him in time. The principal nodded in agreement, though concern flickered in his eyes. Hearing all this, Yi Chuan simply smiled and waved. He told the principal that if there was nothing else, he'd be leaving, then casually turned to go. As he walked away, Shu Lingxuan spoke with pity, asking why he was still doing all this, if all his pig butchering was just to prove something to her. Then she proudly declared that she had been accepted into Skydome Academy, emphasizing that they truly lived in different worlds now. Yi Chuan looked at her silently, expressionless. Unable to hold back any longer, Sha Nanan stepped between them, shouting angrily if they could stop this nonsense. She explained that Yi Chuan was only helping her find the blood moon flower, and this meeting was just bad luck. She scolded them for their assumptions, her hands on her hips. The big cocoa melon student mocked her for defending a man who had been dumped, while Lu Jinglong's friend sneered that Yi Chuan was a master at flirting, saying he'd already found a new woman. Xiaonan had enough. She slapped them all across the face, one by one. Even the principal got hit by accident, left stunned with a red handprint on his cheek. Standing beside Yi Chuan, Xiaonan glared fiercely and shook her hand. Shu Lingxuan, clutching her own flushed cheek, trembled with rage. She shouted, asking how Xiaonan dared to hit her. Her anger flared. An icy blue aura burst from her body as she drew her sword, the Soul Snow Sword, and demanded if Xiaonan had a death wish. But Xiaonan stood firm. She raised a family protection amulet, a clear symbol of her powerful lineage, and dared anyone to touch her. The principal broke into a cold sweat, recognizing the Shaw family crest. He quickly stopped Shu Lingxuan, realizing that Xiaonan was none other than the young miss of the Shaw family. His attitude shifted instantly from stern to respectful. He apologized and asked what brought her there. But Xiaonan coldly replied that she could go wherever she pleased, and even scolded the principal for his students' poor behavior. Ashamed, the principal bowed and promised to discipline them once they returned. Yet Xiaonan wasn't done. She pointed at Shu Lingxuan and demanded that she apologize to Yi Chuan. Shu Lingxuan froze, realizing who Xiaonan was, the daughter of Xia Beihai, and wondered why someone of such high status would associate with Yi Chuan. Fearing to offend the Xia family, the principal sternly ordered Shu Lingxuan to apologize immediately. Reluctantly, she bowed her head and muttered a half-hearted apology. But inside, fury burned. She swore that the Xia family would regret this humiliation. Yi Chuan, bored of the drama, waved his hand and told Xiaonan they should leave. He joked that if they stayed longer, he'd miss the last bus. As they turned away, Lu Jinglong, kneeling on the ground, shouted weakly after them, demanding that Yi Chuan return his spirit weapon. But Yi Chuan walked off casually with the sword slung over his shoulder, teasing him to come take it back if he could. Xiaonan even stuck out her tongue mockingly. Lu Jinglong could only clutch his chest, shaking with rage, screaming that Yi Chuan would regret this. Leaving the academy group behind, Yi Chuan and Xiaonan continued their mission. They crossed rocky terrain until Xiaonan pulled a map from between her cocoa melons. Looking at a glowing red cave ahead, she confirmed it was the place. She warned Yi Chuan to be careful. As they prepared, Yi Chuan received a system notification. He had officially chosen the spirit weapon as his exclusive butcher knife, activating its effect, God-slaying edge. Thanks to its higher quality, he would now receive 0.2 free attribute points per pig killed, double the previous rate. As he admired the weapon, he thought about how important it was to choose a good knife. Then, Xiaonan pulled two small colorful pearls from her chest area, startling Yi Chuan. He asked if she had a treasure chest hidden in there and what those were. Blushing furiously, she explained that they were Yin Thunder Fire beads, powerful explosives that could deal massive damage even to strong opponents, her last resort if the Blood Moon Great Python proved too strong. Yi Chuan smirked, calling her impressive, then said he'd go ahead to scout the area. He leapt skillfully down the cliff, using his sword for balance. He landed near a ledge covered in beautiful, glowing red flowers. As he examined one closely, fascinated by its brilliance, Xiaonan shouted in excitement that they were really there, and that this wasn't just any blood moon flower, but a blood crystal twin flower. She cheered that they were incredibly lucky. But her joy quickly vanished as she sensed something in the darkness. A gigantic shadow with blazing red eyes emerged from the cave behind Yi Chuan, staring directly at the flower he was holding. Startled by the monstrous presence, Yi Chuan turned around and saw the Blood Moon Great Python, though in his unique vision, its head resembled that of a pig. The massive beast faced him, its breath heavy and menacing. Yi Chuan, however, remained completely calm. Coldly, he asked, "What are you looking at? Haven't you ever seen a man pick flowers before?" For a moment, the massive serpent monster was confused by the protagonist's courage and shamelessness. And in that same instant, the beast was caught off guard, because the protagonist suddenly turned around and ran away from where he stood. From the opposite cliff, he shouted at Seonanon, telling her not to just stand there gaping, and ordered her to hurry up. Seeing that the giant serpent was preparing to attack, she warned the protagonist to be careful while getting ready to throw the explosive she was holding. With all her strength, she hurled her yin thunder fire bead. It flew through the air and exploded right in the python's face. A deafening blast of fire roared out, sending the protagonist crashing to the ground. Seonanon immediately called out to him, asking if he was all right. From the edge of the cliff, the two of them watched the aftermath of the explosion. They were both stunned. The enormous head of the Blood Moon Great Python was completely destroyed by the power of the bead. The protagonist wondered aloud if the bead was really that powerful. The gigantic body of the serpent then plummeted down the cliff, and they watched as it fell rapidly out of sight. Feeling relieved, the protagonist handed the blood crystal twin flower to Seonanon. Her face blushed with joy as she accepted the shimmering blossom. The next moment, the protagonist asked her what the flower was really for. Seonanon explained that the blood crystal twin flower was a mutated version of the blood moon flower. While the ordinary kind could only slow down aging, this one granted eternal youth. No woman could ever refuse such a treasure, she said. The protagonist listened silently, and then a new purpose rose in his heart. He took up his sword and decided that this flower would surely make his mother happy. He leapt toward the other cliff, and Seonanon, feeling thrilled, thought he was going to pick another one to give to her, thinking he had understood her hint. But to her surprise, she saw Chuan carefully hide the flower in his backpack. Suddenly, the ground shook with a deafening rumble. Unexpectedly, they saw the massive serpent rising once again from the cliff below. Seonanon was stunned, unable to believe that it had survived even after being hit by the thunder fire bead. She muttered that it must have reached the peak of rank 9. Quickly, the protagonist asked if she had another bead. Shocked and anxious, Seonanon replied that her father had only given her one pair. Now, the serpent glared at the protagonist, its red eyes burning with rage. Instead of backing down, the protagonist used his unique ability, Blood Shadow Butcher. He released a terrifying aura, projecting his image into the mind of the serpent. The beast's eyes widened in fear and it froze for a moment. In that instant, the protagonist quickly jumped, grabbed Seonanon's hand, and shouted at her, asking why she was just standing there. They needed to run. With her cheeks flushed, she replied nervously that of course she was waiting for him, because he risked his life just to get another blood crystal flower for her. But the protagonist coldly answered, "It's for my mother." Seonanon's romantic expectations were crushed, and she grimaced in frustration. Then, the massive serpent snapped out of its fear and attacked again, fiercer and hungrier than before. It opened its gigantic jaws and lunged at them. At that moment, Seonanon said in despair that it was over, they were going to be caught. The protagonist cursed in his mind, thinking that this woman really caused him a lot of trouble. Before the serpent could devour them both, he shoved Seonanon away to save her. With a loud crash, he was swallowed whole by the massive serpent. Seonanon screamed, her eyes wide in horror as she called out the protagonist's name. She kept shouting, asking if he could hear her, commanding him to come out of the monster's body. The giant serpent attacked again, and just as it opened its mouth to devour her, a bright red light burst from its side. Chuan's sword pierced through from within. A crimson glow flared from its throat, slicing through its flesh in a violent slash. Seonanon stared in shock as the serpent's massive head fell before her. Amid the gory scene, the protagonist emerged, drenched in the creature's blood. He stood up and calmly asked Seonanon if she had been calling his name earlier. Overwhelmed with relief, she threw her arms around him, nearly crying with joy, thanking him for being safe and saying she didn't want anyone dying because of her. But then she frowned and glared at him, complaining that he stank, and that she almost got spat out by the serpent as waste. A system notification appeared. Special type beast defeated successfully. Yi Chuan's level increased by nearly 80%, reaching rank 8. His bonus damage against beasts rose by 1%, and he gained an additional 0.2 free attribute points. After their victory, the protagonist suggested they head back. When they returned to Qingcheng, they were greeted by worried faces. An elderly man in traditional attire hurried over, overjoyed to see Sha Nanan again, saying he'd almost fallen sick from worry and had already been about to send people to search for her. But Xiananan smiled brightly and presented the shining flower, saying they had found it and that her mother would surely be pleased. The steward scolded her, saying that if she wanted a blood crystal flower, they could have easily ordered their men to look for it. The outside world was dangerous, and something terrible could have happened to her. But Sha Nanan ignored him and insisted that she wanted to personally pick it for her mother, and that there was no problem since she had someone protecting her. The steward turned to look at the young man and asked who he was. Without hesitation, the protagonist replied, "I am Yi Chuan, a pig butcher." The old man froze, puzzled. He thought that since the blood moon great python appeared wherever blood crystal flowers grew, why would Miss Shaw find a fool with a life-type profession to protect her? But when he looked at the boy again, he couldn't deny that this youth might really have slain a blood moon great python. In the end, he praised the protagonist and removed a golden ring from his finger, offering it as a reward, saying it was worth 200,000 for helping their young lady. But the protagonist brushed it aside coldly and said, "I don't need it. I only want a butcher's knife." Our protagonist rejected the manager's offer, repeatedly saying that the only thing he wanted was a butcher's knife. The manager asked in confusion why he wanted a knife for slaughtering pigs, wondering if there was something wrong with the young man's head for refusing such a valuable thing in exchange for a simple tool. Sha Nanan stepped forward to explain. She told the manager, whom she called Master Zhao, that the young hero wanted to find the best blacksmith in Qingcheng to forge a spirit weapon for him, as they had agreed. Upon understanding this, the manager agreed to handle it. He urged Sha Nanan to go home with her guards, as her father was already worried. As she was being led away, Sha Nanan waved at our protagonist, asking if they would see each other again. After she left, the manager faced our protagonist with a serious expression. He said that while their family was grateful, he warned him not to entertain any inappropriate thoughts about the young lady. In our protagonist's mind, he had no romantic interest at all, since he only saw Sha Nanan as another pig-headed person. He assured the manager that there was no problem and that all he wanted was a top-tier spirit weapon. When the manager understood, he immediately turned around and informed our protagonist that the best blacksmith in Qingcheng, Master Tai Xin, had good relations with their family. He told Yi Chuan to visit him the next day after he had arranged everything. Having said that, the manager left. The scene shifted to a forest clearing where the giant snake had been slain. Now its massive monster was being eaten by wild animals. A new mysterious figure appeared, a beautiful demon woman with horns and glowing yellow eyes. She glared at the snake's corpse with deep anger, declaring that humans had killed her pet monster and stolen her treasure. Her forked tongue flicked out as she said she had memorized their scent, and they would not escape her. As one of her eyes glowed, she released a strong red aura from her entire body, spreading around and terrifying the animals that fed on the snake's corpse. The story returned to the city where Yi Chuan was seen walking down a street with a stolen spirit weapon strapped to his back. He arrived at a shop that bought and sold monster materials at high prices. Upon entering, he told the female shopkeeper that he wanted to sell some monster materials and placed the horn of a silverhorn rhinoceros on the counter. The shopkeeper was shocked that someone like him had caught a silverhorn rhinoceros and offered him 10,000 for the horn. Our protagonist was amazed at the price. He quickly explained that his father only earned 100 for each pig slaughtered, meaning this horn was worth the same as slaughtering 100 pigs. As he thought about this, he noticed a shiny object on display. He pointed at it and asked if 10,000 would be enough to buy it. The shopkeeper smiled, praising his good eye. She explained that the item was a golden scale soft armor forged from the scales of a fire serpent. She praised its ability to provide protection and keep the wearer warm. However, she regretfully told him that its value was 150,000. Once again, our protagonist was shocked, exclaiming that his father would have to slaughter 1,500 pigs to earn such an amount, which surprised the shopkeeper even more. She even asked what he meant about pig slaughtering. Thinking quickly, our protagonist asked if he could make a trade instead. He placed the spirit weapon he had taken from Lu Jinglong on the counter, which the shopkeeper immediately recognized as a yellow rank spirit weapon. Excitedly, she agreed to the trade, saying it was more than enough. She immediately had him try on the new armor, saying it seemed as if it were truly made for him. In the shopkeeper's mind, she was intrigued. She thought that if a young man possessed so many valuable items, he was likely of high fighting rank. She decided that if she could win this young man over, she might never have to worry for the rest of her life. Putting her plan into action, she sensually touched his body as she adjusted the armor. She told him that normally, there would be an additional fee of 10,000 for the trade, but since he was handsome, she would let it pass for him. She only needed to find a chance to thank him. In our protagonist's vision, the woman turned into a blushing, seductive pig-headed creature. She approached and asked what his profession was. Without hesitation, our protagonist directly answered that he was a pig butcher. The shopkeeper froze, her eyes wide in shock, stammering in disbelief that he was a pig butcher. The story shifted back to the Yi family home. Our protagonist presented a shining blood crystal twin flower to his mother. She was shocked, immediately recognizing the rare item and asking where he had gotten it. Her shock turned into suspicion. She sternly confronted her son, accusing him of stealing the flower. He denied it, making up a story that he had seen two giant snakes fighting and found the flower on the ground. His mother was displeased. She pinched his cheek, scolding him for being reckless and going to such a dangerous place. She reminded him of the dangers, asking how a simple family of pig butchers could possibly handle the chaos of the forest. She forbade him from ever going there again. Our protagonist weakly agreed, saying he would not act rashly in the future. From the doorway, his father, Yi Chi-yuan, overheard the conversation and laughed proudly. But the moment was suddenly interrupted when someone shouted outside, demanding that Yi Chi-yuan come out. He opened the door, asking who they were. He saw two furious men. The leader, a man with fiery red hair, was Lu Xing. He confronted Yi Chi-yuan, accusing his son of stealing his own son's spirit weapon. Shocked, Yi Chi-yuan immediately called him Brother Lu and said there must be some mistake. In his mind, Lu Xing was once his childhood playmate, but now a well-known 6th-rank climbing pond realm professional in the city. Because of their gap in status, they had grown distant. He continued to plead, explaining that his son was just a simple pig butcher and could not possibly have stolen a spirit weapon. His explanation was cut short when Lu Jinglong stepped out from behind his father, pointing at our protagonist and shouting that he had taken his weapon. Lu Xing mocked his former friend, asking why he could not even raise his own son properly. He said he had confirmed the story with Principal Zhao Ming and only came after verifying the details. He demanded that Yi Chi-yuan ask his son himself if the accusation was true. The worry was clear on Yi Qiwan's face as he turned to our protagonist, who avoided his gaze and looked tense. Sweating, he asked his son what really happened. Our protagonist did not avoid the truth. He looked at Lu Jinglong and explained to Lu Xing that his son had tried to kill him. He said he only took the sword as payback and that Lu Jinglong was lucky he had even let him go. Lu Jinglong shouted in fury, denying it and insisting he had only wanted to spar. Lu Xing ignored his son's cries and offered a solution. He said that out of respect for Yi Chi-yuan, he was willing to forget the matter if the sword was simply returned. But our protagonist directly answered that he had already sold the sword. That revelation struck like lightning. Lu Xing, Lu Jinglong, and even Yi Chi-yuan were stunned, speechless, and frozen in shock. The weight of the truth crashed down on them all, leaving them in utter disbelief. The news that the sword had been sold greatly shocked Lu Xing, Lu Jinglong, and Yi Kai-yuan, leaving them stunned in disbelief. When he recovered, Lu Xing's face darkened with rage and he directly told the protagonist that since the sword was gone, he would have to compensate with the sum of 1 million. Yi Kai Yuan tried to plead, saying the amount was excessive and that a spirit weapon of that kind was only worth around 200,000, but Lu Xing had no interest in the explanation. Instead, he released a terrifying purple aura to intimidate them, clearly showing that he was not negotiating but commanding. The protagonist grew angry at what he heard but was restrained by his father, who quickly agreed that they would repay the debt, explaining that they just needed time to gather such a large amount of money. Lu Xing gave them half a month to produce the sum and sternly warned his former friend that if they failed to pay, he himself would mercilessly teach the boy a lesson. As they left, Lu Jinglong smirked mockingly. Returning home, the protagonist's parents were overwhelmed with worry. His mother, anxious, asked her husband what they should do, suggesting he try to beg his childhood friend for mercy. With little enthusiasm, the father replied that he would try to bring pork as an apology gift, but it was clear he was crushed under the weight of the 1 million debt. Seeing his parents' distress, the protagonist stood up and bravely declared that they should not worry because he would handle it. His father looked at him, not with anger but with concern, and told him he did not blame him for what had happened, only that in the future, if he was in danger, he should confide in his parents instead of bearing it all alone. With those words, the protagonist felt the heavy weight of his father's love and resolved that he needed to have his new spirit weapon forged immediately. He believed that once he grew stronger, Lu Xing would no longer be a threat. But before the conversation could end, his mother stared at him suspiciously. She asked if he was hiding a secret, pointing out how valuable the blood crystal twin flower was and questioning how a simple butcher's son could have such a treasure. Worried for her son's safety, she voiced her doubts. At that moment, the protagonist decided he could hide no longer. With a heavy heart, he confessed that he was not normal. His parents were shocked, but his mother immediately misunderstood. Her eyes widened as she asked if her son's secret was that he was not attracted to women. The protagonist shook his head in exasperation, but his mother pinched his cheek and said she was open-minded, assuring him it was fine if he liked men instead, encouraging him to pursue his happiness, while his father quietly nodded in agreement. His father even added a confusing comment that it was fine as long as he didn't approach him, which only baffled the protagonist further. Annoyed, he clarified that he was not attracted to either men or women. He revealed the real reason. He had a mental condition that caused him to see all living beings as pigs. Suddenly, the scene shifted to his perspective, where his parents appeared as two pig-like beings, stunned in shock. In an instant, his father gripped his shoulder, struck by a chilling realization. Because he was a butcher and saw all beings as pigs, it meant he could kill any creature as if it were just a pig. The protagonist nodded in confirmation. Finally understanding the meaning behind it all, his mother asked her husband if their son's profession was actually combat type. With full trust and newfound pride, his father confirmed it. With the truth revealed, the father's demeanor changed. He called his son to follow him, deciding that it was time to teach him real skills. Under the dark sky illuminated by the moon, he led the protagonist along a long mountain path. He explained that after many years of pig butchering, he had developed his own unique pig-slaying knife technique, and he would pass it down to his son so that he could have something to rely on in times of danger. The protagonist was confused, reminding him that he had already caused them a debt of 1 million, so why would he still be taught? But with a serious face, his father said that while 1 million was indeed a huge amount, the safety of his son was far more important. He began the lesson with a simple principle. The greatest truths are simple, and so is pig slaughtering. Holding the sharp cleaver, he instructed his son to watch carefully, for he would teach only 3 moves. At the mountaintop, the air filled with powerful purple energy, appearing as countless blades in the sky. Surrounded by this force, his father raised the cleaver with both hands. With a mighty shout, he unleashed the awe-inspiring first strike, as if slicing through the very scenery, revealing a breathtaking view of the full moon and the stars in the cosmos. The protagonist could only stare from below, speechless in shock. He could not believe that his father, whom he thought to be a simple butcher, possessed such power. After the strike, his father calmly turned and named the technique Fallen Star. Without pause, he announced the second cut. He leapt into the air, the cleaver flashing with radiant energy, and with a powerful spin, released an immense wave of force that seemed to cleave the moon of the heavens in two. The protagonist cried out in disbelief, asking how his father could do such an impossible thing. Gently landing, his father explained that it was only an illusion. The strike warped space itself, refracting the light to trick the eyes. With a proud smile, he prepared the third and final move. This time, instead of the knife, he concentrated terrifying red energy into his fist. As his fist came down, he shouted the name of the technique, Sun Devourer. A blinding golden light erupted upward, forcing the protagonist to shield his eyes. Shocked, he asked his father if those techniques were truly meant only for pig slaughter, wondering what kind of pigs required such power. But his father sternly told him not to ask too many questions, for the day would come when he would need to use them. Determined, the protagonist promised to study diligently. When his father asked where his pig-slaying knife was, the protagonist explained that it had been broken in the fight against Lu Jinglong. His father handed him his own cleaver, telling him to use it for now. The protagonist took the weapon and was instantly stunned by its incredible weight, struggling just to lift it. As his father departed, the protagonist wondered how he had managed to slaughter pigs his entire life with such a heavy weapon. Left alone at the mountaintop, the protagonist began training. With great effort, he lifted the heavy cleaver and attempted the first move, Fallen Star, but lost his balance and fell. From a distance, his father watched, and in his thoughts, he reflected on the true hidden potential of the three techniques, that when his son one day reached the legendary level of the Emperor Confirmant realm, those three simple knife moves would be enough to kill gods and even immortals. The protagonist trained all night at the mountaintop. He poured all his strength into practicing the heavy cleaver, swinging it repeatedly with loud shouts, forcing his body until he grew tired and drenched in sweat. At sunrise, he finally collapsed onto the grass, completely drained of energy. After a few moments, he forced himself to sit up, still panting and holding the heavy weapon, while his whole body ached. His determination was strengthened by the memory of his father's worried face and Lu Xing's threats, pushing him to continue. With one last desperate shout, he released his remaining strength for one final attempt, calling out the name of the technique, Fallen Star. At that moment, he succeeded. He unleashed a powerful surge of energy that shattered the ground, broke rocks apart, and released a shockwave that shook even the distant mountain, startling a flock of birds. Panting heavily, he looked on, surrounded by a dim blue aura, exhausted but victorious. A small triumphant smile spread across his lips as he watched the result. A deep and wide scar was carved into the mountaintop. A blue system notification appeared, confirming his astonishing progress. Through the night of training, he had reached the level of a 9th-rank apprentice. His main attributes, strength, speed, and spirit, all reached 55. His Bloodshadow Butcher skill rose to level 2, and most importantly, he had learned his father's powerful new technique, the Fallen Star. The story shifted to a hospital room, where the sound of medical machines could be heard. The protagonist lay unconscious on the bed, completely drained after the intense training. In a nearby office, his mother sat with a female doctor, her face full of worry as she asked if her son was all right. The doctor, the same psychiatrist from the beginning, explained that the protagonist was fine and had only fainted due to exhaustion after a night of heavy activity. Upon hearing this, his mother's face darkened with anger. She secretly blamed her husband for pushing their child so hard and vowed to make him pay. The doctor continued her examination, reading her notes. She explained that based on the lactic acid in the protagonist's body, it appeared he had done 1,000 sit-ups, 1,000 push-ups, and 1,000 squats in a single night. She added further that he had also run 100 kilometers. The protagonist's mother could not believe it and asked the doctor if she was joking and how it was possible for a person to do such a thing in one night. The doctor calmly replied that although it was impossible for a normal person, given the protagonist's mental state, she believed it to be true. Her mother's rage burned even more. She stood up and called her husband an animal, furiously declaring that she was going home to beat him until even his own mother would not recognize him. She left the office and slammed the door shut. Left alone, the doctor reflected on the unbelievable stamina of the protagonist, realizing that such an amount of exercise would have killed an ordinary person. A seductive smile crossed her lips, thinking that she needed to give the protagonist personal counseling that night. But when she returned to the hospital room, she was shocked to find the bed empty. She stood at the doorway, confused as to where her patient had gone. Having already escaped the hospital, the protagonist walked alone down the street. He thought about his training, realizing that the powerful fallen star technique consumed so much stamina, and so it should only be used as a last resort. Suddenly, he remembered, today was the day he could go to Master Tai Shin to claim the newly forged knife. He headed into the city, and before long, he arrived at a large building with a traditional design, with a sign that read, Ironheart Forging. He stood at the front, ready to meet the master blacksmith. Inside the forge, a large, muscular man with a messy beard was busy working. In the protagonist's perspective, the master looked like a massive wild boar grunting in acknowledgement of his arrival. Master Taishan confirmed the boy's identity, and the protagonist only nodded. The master explained that the steward of the Shaw family had already spoken to him, and he had worked all night to forge the knife the boy requested. He approached and looked at him with doubt, saying he had heard that the boy was just a simple pig butcher. It was strange, he said, that the Shaw family had spent so much and rushed him just to forge a weapon for a mere butcher. He suspected that the only reason would be if the boy had saved the young lady of the family. As he spoke, he opened a fine wooden box, revealing a beautiful, smooth, dark-bladed knife. The protagonist was about to reach for it, but Master Tai Shin stopped him, telling him not to be so hasty. The master, who in Yi Chuan's eyes appeared as a fierce red-eyed wild boar, explained the extraordinary quality of the weapon. He said it was forged from a piece of thousand-year-old cold iron, making it a high-quality, yellow-ranked weapon. He also gave a warning. A powerful knife chooses its owner. If the boy's strength was lacking, he might not even be able to lift it. The protagonist ignored the warning. He grasped the handle of the new knife, and with cold determination on his face, he raised the powerful weapon with startling ease. Master Tai Shin was shocked and frightened, almost struck as the boy lifted it. As the protagonist observed the blade, he thought to himself that it was lighter than the extremely heavy cleaver his father used. Master Tai Shin, who in his eyes looked like a trembling and sweating wild boar, stared in disbelief at how the boy could lift such a heavy weapon effortlessly. Holding the gleaming new weapon, the protagonist asked what its name was. The master stammered that it had no name yet, and since it now belonged to the boy, he should be the one to name it. Impressed by the wealth of the Shaw family, the protagonist thought for a moment and decided. With a serious face, he named his new weapon the dragon-slaying knife. The grand name was so overwhelming that Master Tai Shin literally choked, spitting out the wine he was drinking. He could only look on with a weary expression, thinking that the name was extremely tacky. Carrying his new weapon, the protagonist turned his mind to his next goal. He decided it was time to return outside the city, hunt monsters, and earn money to pay off his family's debt. He strapped the knife to his belt, knowing that the most important thing was to raise his rank. He believed that once he reached the next level of power, he would have a chance to face Lu Xing. As he walked down the city street, he overheard a conversation between two injured men. One complained that suddenly many different aggressive races and beasts were appearing, attacking people randomly as if they had gone mad. His companion agreed, adding his own terrifying experience of being chased for 10 miles by an armored bull, a beast usually known to be peaceful. Instead of being afraid, the protagonist's eyes flashed with a dangerous purple glow full of excitement. A wicked smile spread across his lips. He thought to himself that this was excellent news. Now, he had plenty to kill. After news spread about the increase of monsters, Yi Chuan returned to the dangerous border forest. Suddenly, he stopped, feeling intense unease. A system note appeared, stating that his high spirit attribute had enhanced his perception, allowing him to sense danger. He slightly turned his head to his back, feeling that someone was hiding behind the trees. Calmly, he shifted his head to the side, just as a blade came from behind, aimed at his back. The attack was fast, but he easily dodged it. From the shadows of the trees, 3 intimidating figures appeared and blocked him. The man who threw the blade, a 9th-rank apprentice, sneered arrogantly and asked if Yi Chuan thought he was just lucky to dodge. Another big man spoke up, saying that Lu Jinglong was right, and that Yi Chuan really dared to leave the city. He thought Yi Chuan was a coward who would just run away, leaving his parents and his debt behind. The third revealed their true purpose. He said they had been waiting for Yi Chuan for days, and that Lu Jinglong had ordered them that if Yi Chuan left the city, they were to break his tendons and drag him back by force. Yi Chuan was unfazed. Calmly, he drew his new weapon, the dragon-slaying knife. As he gripped its handle, a blue system notification appeared. It confirmed that his god-slaying sharp-edge talent was now active with the new blade, and its effect was even greater. He would gain 0.3 free attribute points for every pig he killed using this weapon. Yi Chuan was delighted in his mind, realizing that because of the high quality of the new blade, the bonus was 3 times greater than with his old knives. He faced the 3 with a dark and confident expression, raising his gleaming new weapon. He declared that he would show them the power of his new treasure, the dragon-slaying knife. The leader of the enemies wasn't afraid and mockingly asked what he called his weapon. Was it really the Dragon Slayer? Yi Chuan grinned with a terrifying look and confirmed it. Instead of being frightened, the 3 laughed loudly at the weapon's name. They nearly rolled on the ground, clutching their stomachs from laughter. They repeatedly mocked its name, asking if he thought of himself as some kind of legendary hero. But Yi Chuan only laughed in a strange way. He denied that he was a legendary hero. Suddenly, the air shifted, the red light shone in his eyes, and the blade was engulfed in a dark flaming aura. With a terrifying grin, he revealed his true identity. He was not a dragon slayer, but a pig slayer. While the 2 men continued laughing, the leader's laughter stopped, replaced by fear as he felt the chilling killing intent coming from Yi Chuan. Before the big man could finish his words, Yi Chuan was already in front of him in an instant. With one swift, continuous motion, he slashed the dragon-slaying knife across his neck. The man could only clutch at his wound as life drained from him. Immediately, a blue system notification appeared. He had successfully killed a 2-legged pig, gaining a 5% level increase, 1% bonus damage against the pig clan, and 0.3 free attribute points. As the body fell, the other 2 were stunned. One asked if he was really dead. What just happened? Did the other even see it? Everything was so fast they couldn't follow it. In fear, the third man activated a speed-enhancing skill and fled, abandoning his comrade. The remaining one cursed his cowardly companion angrily. But only moments later, Yi Chuan appeared before him, and with a merciless swing of the gleaming blade, his head was severed. Another system notification appeared, confirming the second kill, with another level increase, bonus damage, and 0.3 free attribute points. Meanwhile, the last one kept running through the forest. He couldn't believe Yi Chuan's speed, thinking it was impossible. He couldn't keep up with his movements. To him, Yi Chuan was on another level, a monster. He tried to steal himself, thinking he was skilled in escape and no one could catch him. But his confidence didn't last long. The dragon-slaying knife struck his back with hair-raising speed and precision, piercing through him and nailing him to a tree. His life ended instantly. Yi Chuan slowly approached the corpse and pulled out his blade. The third system notification appeared, confirming the final kill and added rewards. He knelt down and said that they had started this. Then, he noticed a small scroll on the man's clothes. He immediately took it. Delighted, he said he didn't expect this. When he used it, a new system notification appeared. He had obtained a new movement skill, Phantom Shadow Step. When activated, it increased his agility by 30% for 30 seconds. He gave a vicious grin, pleased with the free skill he had gained. But it wasn't over yet. A massive clawed foot slammed into the ground, signaling the arrival of a giant monster. Yi Chuan immediately sensed its presence and leapt into a tree using his new skill to observe. From there, he watched the enemies he had killed. Suddenly, a monster full of black spikes, with many red eyes and a long tongue, approached one of the corpses. It immediately devoured the head. Seeing this, Yi Chuan wondered what kind of twisted creature it was. More monsters swarmed in and feasted on the corpses. Yi Chuan's expression hardened. With a cold grin, he decided he couldn't let them live since they ate humans. He activated Phantom Shadow Step, with the system confirming his agility boost by 30%. He quickly leapt from the trees and launched a downward attack. From the air, the monster noticed him and immediately unleashed a rain of sharp spikes. Yi Chuan was struck in the arm and body, but he didn't retreat. With overwhelming force, he attacked the monster using the glowing dragon-slaying knife, slicing the creature in half. A system notification appeared. He had successfully killed a spiked pig. He gained a 5% level increase, bonus damage, and 0.3 free attribute points. Only 80% remained before reaching the next realm. Though wounded, his red eyes burned fiercely. Despite the pain, he smiled, saying the wounds felt like nothing more than simple acupuncture. The two monsters sensed that something was strange around them and immediately turned around. They quickly moved in Yi Chuan's direction, their long tongues sticking out and their eyes glowing. The monsters froze when they saw Yi Chuan pretending to be one of them, acting as if he was eating a corpse. They were slightly confused and seemed to glance at each other. Then, they both returned to another corpse. A few moments later, one of the monsters moved to his front. They stared at each other for a moment. For some unknown reason, the monster was startled and frightened, and Yi Chuan used that moment to launch a swift attack. With a quick motion, Yi Chuan used his dragon-slaying knife and slashed the monster in half. The system notification immediately appeared, confirming that he had killed the monster, granting him a 5% level increase, a 1% damage boost, and an additional 0.3 free attribute points. He did not stop and quickly targeted the next monster, which was busy devouring the corpse of another bandit. With full strength, Yi Chuan raised his knife and brought it down, cutting the monster vertically in half. Once again, the system notification appeared, confirming that he had killed the monster, granting him a 5% level increase, a 1% damage boost, and an additional 0.3 free attribute points. After the battle, Yi Chuan tended to his wounds. He grimaced in pain as he pulled out a long thorn from his arm. Another system notification appeared, stating that he was now 70% of the way to the next level of power. With full determination, he stepped deeper into the darker and more terrifying part of the forest, thinking that he needed to reach the next level today. But he suddenly stopped when a gigantic creature burst out from the collapsing trees, a shield-covered rhino with a golden horn and glowing green eyes. Yi Chuan was shocked and remembered his strange thought earlier. He was right, and the monster was indeed a man-eater. The rhino roared loudly and charged at him. Yi Chuan quickly reacted and moved fast, dodging the attack with a perfect leap. As the monster passed beneath him, he swung his dragon-slaying knife in a powerful, glowing arc of energy, cutting the giant creature from below. The system notification immediately appeared, confirming that he had killed the monster, granting him a 5% level increase, a 1% damage boost, and an additional 0.3 free attribute points. While Yi Chuan knelt down to catch his breath, the rhino's corpse fell behind him. But then something strange happened. The huge body began to move, as if being pulled by an invisible force, like unseen threads. Yi Chuan was confused and asked himself what was happening. He thought the creature had turned into a zombie. A moment later, the corpse was dragged down into a large, dark crevice in the ground. Angrily, Yi Chuan shouted that someone was stealing his gold. He refused to let it go, so he jumped down into the crevice, holding his knife and yelling that he would fight for it to the death. When he landed, he found himself in a massive dark cave. To his shock, he saw that the walls were covered with thick, sticky webs, and hanging from them were wrapped bodies of various large monsters. But he stopped looking around when an even greater danger appeared from the darkness, a gigantic spider-like monster with countless glowing red eyes and sharp fangs. Without wasting time, the monster brought down one of its golden, sharp, and heavy legs. Even without looking, Yi Chuan immediately blocked the attack with his knife. His eyes widened in shock. When the dust settled, he saw the monster's full form, a massive spider with a body like steel and gleaming golden legs. His shock turned into greed when he realized that the legs were made of pure gold. A wide, crazed grin appeared on his face as he imagined how rich he would become if he could obtain them. With a loud shout, he declared that he would take those golden legs. Before he could move, the monster swiftly attacked with its 4 sharp golden legs. Expertly, he used his knife, blocking the rapid strikes from the spider's golden limbs. When its physical attacks had no effect, the monster changed tactics. It opened its huge mouth and released a large ball of white web, which immediately wrapped around Yi Chuan in midair and completely trapped him. Bound and unable to move, he watched as the monster stabbed his leg with one sharp golden leg. He instantly felt excruciating pain. He began vomiting dark green liquid as the poison spread through his veins. A blue system notification appeared, analyzing the poison. It was a type of venom that caused confusion and eventual madness in its victim. As Yi Chuan suffered from the poison, the massive spider moved closer, ready to finish him off. But then something strange happened. From within the thick web, his eyes began to shine with a bright blue energy as he tried to break free. With a powerful burst of energy, he shattered the web and escaped. However, the poison's effects were clear. His eyes glowed with a terrifying blue light, and his entire body was engulfed in a savage energy. He had entered a complete berserk state. As his eyes radiated an eerie energy, the spider hesitated to approach because of his strange aura. The poison did not weaken him. Instead, it turned him into a storm of destruction. He swung his knife relentlessly, blocking the simultaneous attacks from the golden legs. Because of the ferocity of his attacks, the monster was forced to retreat and defend itself. In fear, it tried to escape, but it suddenly realized it couldn't move. As it attempted to flee by shooting webs toward the ceiling, Yi Chuan grabbed the sticky thread with his hands, refusing to let his prey go. He used the web to pull the giant monster down. With one final roar, he raised his knife and brought it down with all his strength, slicing the monster from head to abdomen. When the monster finally died, Yi Chuan screamed in pain as the energy of madness consumed his body. The spider's body collapsed, green blood flowing out, and Yi Chuan lost consciousness. The system notification appeared, indicating his victory. He had reached the next level of power, the first rank climbing realm. His main attributes, strength, speed, and spirit, had all reached a perfect 100. An hour passed. Yi Chuan woke up beside a blazing bonfire, where a large piece of spider meat was being roasted. He wondered how he had leveled up and what had happened. When he looked around, he saw the large hole in the ceiling and the spider's golden leg lying nearby. He felt exhausted, but he had no memory of what happened after he was poisoned. Yi Chuan had no idea about his berserk rampage, so he assumed it was a miracle, and that the spider had somehow died on its own nearby. He took a skewer of cooked meat, ready to eat, but before he could take a bite, he heard a seductive voice. From within the cave appeared the demoness who had been following him for a long time. She said that the smell of the roasted meat was delicious and, with a sly smile, asked if she could have a little. The demon woman slightly bowed to Yi Chuan, her voice full of seduction as she commented on how fragrant the roasted meat smelled. She asked if she could have some. As she spoke, her eyes gleamed with a dangerous pink light. In her mind, she activated her charm ability, confident that any man who looked into her eyes would obey her and become like a dog following his master. But it didn't work on Yi Chuan. Without any reaction, he simply continued chewing the meat on his stick and coldly said that if she wanted to eat, she should catch her own food because it was barely enough for him. The demon woman froze, shocked and confused. She couldn't understand why her power wasn't working. From Yi Chuan's point of view, the reason became clear. In his vision, the seductive demon was merely a creature with the face of a pig, large horns, and a snout. He stared at her emotionlessly, wondering why she had horns. The woman changed her tactic and gave a sweet smile. She said it was fine if he didn't want to share, but she just wanted to ask a question. Yi Chuan ignored her, still eating the roasted meat. Annoyed, the woman asked again if he had seen the blood crystal twin flower in the area. She explained that it was a treasure she had cared for over several decades, and angrily said that her pet giant snake had also been killed. She stepped closer, staring sharply at Yi Chuan, and asked if he knew who did it. While chewing, Yi Chuan slowly realized what she meant. Panic hit him when he realized that he was the one who killed the beast and took the flower. Shocked, he choked on the meat. The woman noticed his reaction and directly asked if he was the culprit. Trembling in fear, he quickly shook his head and gave a forced laugh, saying it wasn't him. The woman just stared at him, expression unreadable. Out of fear, Yi Chuan quickly came up with an excuse. He said he knew who did it. A man named Lu Xing, and angrily added that the same man killed her pet snake. He even pretended to be angry at Lu Xing's cruelty. The demon woman smiled, pretending to believe him. She said she would go find Lu Xing, then turned around. But suddenly, she spun back, furious, and attacked with a huge clawed hand. She shouted, asking if Yi Chuan thought she was an idiot. Yi Chuan barely dodged and tried to block the powerful strike. Lightning sparks flashed where they clashed. Her eyes blazed with fury as she said she had known all along that he was the one. She explained that she remembered his scent, which was how she found him. Caught in his lie, Yi Chuan shouted in frustration, asking why she even bothered to ask if she already knew the truth. The woman smirked, amused by his desperation. Then she unleashed her true power. A terrifying red aura burst from her body, wrapping around the area like fire. The energy formed crimson shadows that shot toward Yi Chuan, wrapping around him and lifting him upside down in the air. He screamed in shock as the shadows gripped his legs. The woman glared at him coldly and threatened, "Tell me where the flower is, or I'll kill you right here." On the brink of death, Yi Chuan released his hidden skill, Bloodshadow Butcher. His eyes glowed with a sinister red light. The situation immediately turned. The demon woman was filled with terror when she saw her own eyes glowing red too. She was trapped in a horrifying illusion. In her mind, she saw herself lying on a giant butcher's table, bound, while a monstrous version of Yi Chuan stood before her, eyes burning with hatred, holding a massive cleaver, ready to butcher her. In an instant, the illusion shattered, but the fear lingered. The woman trembled, clutching her arm where a small cut had appeared. Yi Chuan took advantage of the moment, tore through the shadow bindings, and jumped down to the ground. He immediately ran, activating the nether shadow technique to boost his speed. As he fled, he shouted that she could take the meat and legs of the golden spider as payment for the flower. The woman snapped out of her daze and screamed in rage. Her body turned into a streak of crimson light as she chased Yi Chuan through the forest. While running, Yi Chuan realized how fast and powerful she was. He knew he couldn't outrun her. If he couldn't escape, he would have to use his final energy-consuming technique. But before she could catch him, a massive, fur-covered hand with sharp claws suddenly grabbed a tree. Two glowing red eyes shone in the darkness. A gigantic demonic ape emerged, roaring fiercely and blocking his path. Yi Chuan stopped for a moment, dodging the creature's powerful punch while shouting in confusion, asking where the pig-faced ape had come from. After dodging, the furious woman chasing him arrived at the scene. The woman, surrounded by crimson energy, landed and faced the monster. It roared, pounding its chest and releasing waves of energy. She also frowned in confusion, wondering where the beast came from. Enraged, she shouted for it to get out of her way. A violent battle broke out. The ape tried to crush her with its fists, but she was quick, dodging, spinning, and wrapping its head in red shadows. Seizing the opportunity, she stabbed it in the head with her sharp claws. The creature howled in pain, shaking the ground. She stood on its shoulder, ready to strike again, until the beast finally collapsed, defeated. After the fight, the woman's cold gaze turned back to Yi Chuan. She landed in front of him, only to be surprised when she saw he was no longer running. He stood before her, holding a knife, ready to fight. When she noticed his stance, her eyes widened. She recognized that technique. Yi Chuan raised the dragon-slaying knife with both hands. His body was surrounded by a thick purple aura, his face serious and focused. His eyes flashed with a terrifying orange light. In a heavy tone, he spoke the name of the technique his father had taught him, Fallen Star. Terrified and trembling, the demon woman knelt on the ground, unable to believe it was possible. No one used that technique anymore. She wondered if he was just fooling her. She couldn't take the risk. If he truly knew that technique, she was as good as dead. Not far from them, a sexy young woman spoke up, calling out to her uncle Chuan, saying that something was happening ahead. Yi Chuan and the demon woman immediately sensed the approaching group. A muscular man carrying a huge hammer, a beautiful and curvy woman in revealing clothes, and a man with an eye patch were coming their way. The demon woman thought they were Yi Chuan's companions, so she said she didn't expect him to have backup. She asked if he brought her here just to get her caught. She even shouted that he should remember this before quickly flying away. Yi Chuan was stunned, thinking to himself, "You're just finding an excuse, and then you run away." Miss Yang's group arrived behind Yi Chuan while he remained silent. Uncle Chuan couldn't believe what he saw. Lying before him was the massive corpse of the wind-fire ape. He shouted at Miss Zhang, saying that the wind-fire ape that escaped from their team was killed by this kid. Raising his hands, Yi Chuan firmly said it wasn't his fault, that he was just passing by. The sexy Miss Zhang slowly approached him and seriously asked for his name. Yi Chuan didn't answer immediately, thinking they might be planning to frame him. No matter what he said, no one would believe him given the situation. He introduced himself and told them to listen, but the woman cut him off and suddenly grabbed his hand, inviting him to join their Nine Heavens alliance. The man with the eye patch smirked at the sight of her holding Yi Chuan's hand, but in Yi Chuan's eyes, the beautiful woman's hand looked like that of a pig, making him feel uneasy. Yi Chuan recalled that the Nine Heavens alliance was one of the three major powers in Xingcheng, alongside the Thunder Lion alliance and the Sha clan. Uncle Chuan walked closer to the giant ape's corpse. He couldn't believe that this kid could kill a wind-fire ape at the 7th rank of the Climbing Pond realm in just one strike. He must be a hidden genius. Perfect timing too. They were recruiting members, and having him would be a huge gain. Yi Chuan thought about how terrifying that demon woman was, killing a 7th rank Climbing Pond realm beast in an instant. She might even become a problem for him someday. Still, he figured it wouldn't be bad to have some allies. Miss Zhang asked him what he thought. They were planning to face the Flame Blade King and needed powerful teammates. The girl was surprised when Yi Chuan asked who the Flame Blade King was. She thought, isn't he a combat class, but doesn't even know the Flame Blade King. She explained that the levels of professional advancement were as follows: Apprentice Realm, Climbing Pond Realm, Master Realm, and Grandmaster Realm. Each realm was divided into 9 smaller ranks. Once someone surpassed the 9th rank of the Grandmaster Realm, they could be sealed as a king. The Flame Blade King was already a being in the sealed king realm. Yi Chuan asked what one could gain from defeating him. The man with the eye patch scoffed and called him an ignorant kid, explaining that if he could defeat a powerful sealed king realm expert, he could inherit that person's title and rank. But that wasn't the kind of battle just anyone could attempt. Yi Chuan thought, so that means, with just one victory, you reach the top instantly. Of course, he wanted to give it a try. After a moment of thought, he boldly decided to join the Nine Heavens alliance. The girl happily approached him, saying, "Great. We've gained another member for our team, one step closer to success." The man with the eye patch clicked his tongue in annoyance, saying, "How naive. Meanwhile, Uncle Qian took his knife and stabbed it into the beast's body. Yi Chuan saw him struggling and asked if he was skinning it. Miss Zhang confirmed he was right. To approach the Flame Blade King, one needed armor resistant to extreme heat, crafted from the hide of the Windfire Ape. Without it, entering his territory, the Burning Sky Valley, would melt a person instantly. They had planned to skin it after capturing it, but didn't expect it to bite through the metal chains and escape. Yi Chuan volunteered to do the skinning himself, boasting that he was skilled at such tasks. The woman was amazed and couldn't believe he could skin a beast. With a serious look, Yi Chuan declared he was experienced. He jumped onto the corpse, drew his Dragon Slayer knife from his waist, and with swift movements that left blue streaks of light in the air, he began cutting. After just a minute, he had perfectly removed the beast's hide. He placed it on a large cloth and carefully wrapped it up. The two men were left speechless at Yi Chuan's skill, and even Miss Yang's eyes widened in admiration at his surprising talent. Once they were done, they began walking away from the area. Uncle Qian told Miss Zhang that since they had obtained the hide, they could now craft the fire-resistant armor. Everything was ready. This time, they would surely reach the Sealed King inheritance before anyone else. But suddenly, three figures appeared ahead, blocking their path. The man standing in the middle looked at them with a frightening dark blue aura. Miss Zhang immediately recognized them. It was the Thunder Lion Alliance. She wondered why they were there. The three men grinned, and their leader, the one in the middle, called out to Miss Zhang, asking if she could hand over the Windfire Ape's hide to them. With a serious look, Miss Zhang asked the leader if he had known about their plans. Were they lying in wait here? The leader replied, Miss Zhang, sharp as always. He probably knew what would happen if they didn't hand it over. He drew two sharp weapons with a grin fixed on his face. Uncle Qian flared up, shouting that they should dare to act now that they had seen them. His hammer would not show them mercy. Suddenly a comrade behind him spoke. Jia Wan. He said, to be safe, hand the Windfire Ape to me and I'll go fetch reinforcements. Without hesitation he tossed the wrapped ape hide toward him. But Yi Chuan suddenly leapt and clutched the wrapped hide tightly. Jia Wan cried out in surprise, shocked by what happened. He shouted at the protagonist, what are you doing? Give it now. While still holding the bundle, the protagonist said he'd skinned it himself, so of course he would hold it. He'd keep it safer. Jia Wan clenched his teeth in anger and was about to retort, but Miss Zhang cut him off by calling his name. Grinning, the enemy leader said, looks like your Nine Heavens alliance isn't united. Miss Zhang glared at Jia Wan in annoyance. She thought that at a time like this, the first thing he thought about was hiding the Windfire Ape. She realized he was a traitor, a dark red aura flaring as his eyes flashed. She angrily asked Jia Wan if he dared betray the Nine Heavens alliance. He answered loudly, pointing at Yi Chuan, why suspect me rather than that newcomer? That guy doesn't even look like a traitor. Hearing that, the protagonist fell into a brief silence and stared at the girl. Meanwhile, Uncle Qian suddenly moved behind Jia Wan. He raised his huge hammer, his eyes glowing red, and angrily shouted, traitor. But Jia Wan spoke calmly, saying he could not stand the unreasonable actions of young ladies who acted without reason. Uncle Qian slammed his hammer down with great force, leaving a heavy boom in the air. Jia Wan managed to dodge and said every man for himself. The Thunder Lion Alliance had promised him reward many times, and that filthy brat ruined everything. Jia Wan retreated and approached the leader, addressing him as Lord Lei, saying, we almost had it. Now we'll have to go hard. Uncle Qian attacked again, directly facing the two. As he raised his huge hammer, he shouted to Jia Wan that he knew what he did to traitors. Jia Wan taunted him back, calling him, big dummy, and boasting that with his speed Uncle Qian couldn't even touch him. Before Uncle Qian's attack landed, Lord Lei intercepted. With a sweep he sent the massive hammer flying. The force left a gust in the air. Grinning with a dark aura, he ordered, kill that brat and snatch the hide for me. Uncle Qian stood stunned, staring at his massive hammer still vibrating from the impact. His eyes widened in shock as he realized, he's broken through to second stage Master Realm. Smiling and emitting a dark, pale purple energy from his body, Lord Lei said, "We came prepared to deal with the Nine Heavens Alliance. None of you are leaving today." His eyes glowed red as he charged at Uncle Chuan. His twin swords were wrapped in purple light, cutting through the air. Uncle Chuan managed to block the attack but struggled against its power. He tried to counter with his hammer, but Lord Lei leapt swiftly into the air, preparing to strike again. Meanwhile, Jia Wan stared seriously at Yi Chuan while holding the weapon on his back. He sprinted toward Yi Chuan, who still clutched the wrapped hide. But Jia Wan suddenly paused and then leapt upward. Miss Yang's successive attacks came at him, powerful strikes that caused the ground to explode. He was forced back and landed beside Lord Lei's two subordinates. Lord Lei ordered them to stop Miss Zhang. Don't let her move. They looked at each other, then began attacking Miss Zhang. One used fire attacks, another unleashed water. Before they could hit her, she struck back with her musical weapon, intercepting the attacks with sharp blue energy from her gestures. Jia Wan glancingly thought, Yi Chuan is only a first-rank climbing pond realm newcomer. He can't match fifth-rank climbing pond realm Jia Wan. Jia Wan targeted Yi Chuan again. As he rushed forward, he mocked Miss Zhang for recruiting trash as backup, saying she'd pay for her shame. Miss Zhang cried out to Yi Chuan in fear and warned him to be careful. Before Jia Wan could get close, Yi Chuan released a terrifying dark red presence. Jia Wan froze, eyes wide with fear as an image formed in his mind. He saw himself bound to a cross with a pig's face. A system notification popped up saying the Bloodshadow Rhinox had been activated. The Bloodshadow Rhinox reached level 3. Yi Chuan raised his weapon, surrounded by a dark blue aura. With a sweep of his blade, Jia Wan was pushed back in fright. Then Yi Chuan used Nether Shadow Sweep. He vanished from Jia Wan's sight and reappeared behind him. Feeling it, Jia Wan prepared to attack, shouting, "You brat, you want to race me? You're still too green, can you even catch me?" But he was stunned when he saw Yi Chuan block the wrapped hide. He thought, this thing must not be damaged. Then, in an instant, Yi Chuan slashed his thigh. Jia Wan fell in pain while Yi Chuan taunted him as dog scum daring to play dirty. Yi Chuan approached Jia Wan with a frightening smile. Holding his cheek, he said, "Got you." When Miss Zhang saw this, she thought, this kid is extraordinary. Even as a first-rank climbing pond realm, he fights above his grade and kills foes far stronger than himself, unless his profession is a god-tier combat profession. Yi Chuan glanced back at Miss Zhang, who was still engaged in battle. Noticing Yi Chuan had finished Jia Wan, she called for his help, but he ignored her and instead looked toward the continuing fight between Uncle Chuan and Lord Lei. Uncle Chuan managed to block Lord Lei's powerful attack, but Lord Lei's twin swords released purple lightning that flowed through Uncle Chuan's body. He cried out in pain from the lightning's power. Staring at Lord Lei, the protagonist thought, catch the leader first. Right now we must take out the Thunder Lion Alliance leader. Under the power of the purple electricity from Lord Lei's sword, Uncle Chuan was almost on his knees, blood flowing from his mouth. With a dark expression and surrounded by a dark presence, Lord Lei said, the gap of a stage in the Master Realm is like a chasm between heaven and earth. He cannot keep up with it. Inside his Thunder Net domain, his body gradually became numb until he could no longer move. It suggested that he join his companions underground. Suddenly, the protagonist appeared behind Lord Lei, holding his shoulder, which startled him and widened his eyes. The protagonist informed him that he was not dead yet. Curious, he immediately turned to the protagonist. But the protagonist immediately used his Bloodshadow Butcher. His eyes glowed a terrifying red, and so did Lord Lei's. In his consciousness, he was like a wild boar screaming in pain while being tortured by the protagonist using the boar's electricity. He realized it was an imaginary skill, so he immediately bit his tongue. Next, He blocked the protagonist's powerful attack with his sword. Their weapons clashed. Lord Lei thought this child's skill came only from the climbing pond realm, yet he was affected. He believed it was a god-tier skill. This person should not be allowed to live. Uncle Chuan shouted at the protagonist to run because he could not match him. The difference in their realms was too great. Before he could move, Lord Lei smiled and pushed the protagonist's weapon upward, saying that no one could escape now. He kicked the protagonist hard in the stomach, and with such force, he nearly slid across the ground. While the protagonist lay on the ground, Lord Lei asked if he dared to fight him in this trivial realm. The protagonist did not move but slightly smiled and pretended to be dead. Uncle Chuan forced himself to stand while thinking of the protagonist, using his life to give him a moment. He gripped his weapon tightly and leapt into the air above Lord Lei. He would use the opportunity given by the protagonist. He immediately shouted, "Mountain-splitting overload hammer." His hammer grew in size and fell rapidly toward Lord Lei. Before it hit, Lord Lei's sword released red electricity. It flowed from the hammer into Uncle Chuan's body. He was wrapped in red electricity, writhing and screaming in pain. While lying on the ground, Lord Lei approached, his eyes glowing red, and red light radiating from his entire body. Despite the difficulty, Uncle Chuan forced himself to speak. He said, "Doesn't he know Miss Yang's background? He could kill her, but if he touches Miss Zhang, the Nine Heavens Alliance will not let him go." Lord Lei asked what joke he was speaking of regarding the Nine Heavens Alliance. Did they still think they could stand on equal ground with the Thunder Lion Alliance? He said not to worry, they would not kill Miss Zhang. Their brothers there were planning to have fun with Miss Zhang first. Uncle Chuan screamed at what he heard, begging them not to do it. If they had courage, they should come to him. Their conversation was interrupted when a strong energy suddenly appeared behind Lord Lei. He turned in shock. It was almost in his face. He tried to dodge, but he was still hit. The force of the attack made him scream in pain. The protagonist used the skill taught by his father, Falling Star. It left a long mark on the ground and damaged half of Lord Lei's body. Uncle Chuan was stunned by what happened, almost speechless. While holding his injured shoulder and arm, Lord Lei could not believe this child was still alive. He wondered what kind of method the protagonist had used this time. Meanwhile, the protagonist held his body. He thought that even the golden-scaled soft armor had broken from that kick. If not for its protection, he might have truly died earlier. With a frightening gaze, the protagonist said, "He thought I was dead and neglected his guard. That moment became the start of my counterattack." Uncle Chuan was amazed, thinking that one should not be deceived by how foolish he looked. His instincts in combat and awareness were on a level far beyond his realm. What he did was brilliant. By merely pretending to be dead, he tricked Lei Gang into lowering his defenses, allowing an attack to land. Lord Lei realized that a master was here, it was better not to linger. He shouted to the protagonist that he was skilled and that he would remember him. Then he quickly leapt into the trees to escape, saying that they would meet again. Uncle Chuan could not believe he was escaping. Meanwhile, he noticed the protagonist slowly falling while holding his weapon. He immediately caught him, worrying about what was happening. Miss Zhang quickly approached, asking both of them if they were okay. Uncle Chuan replied to Miss Zhang, "At this moment, I truly admire his eyes for talent." He explained that this child saved him in a critical moment and even seriously injured Lei Gang, yet Lei Gang still escaped. While carrying the unconscious protagonist, he said that the child owed his life to him. When they returned to Qingcheng, whether it was a massage, festival, or fine wine, he would serve him properly. Miss Zhang tapped him and told him to stop teaching him bad habits. Watching the unconscious protagonist, Miss Zhang thought she could not understand why. An enemy that even Uncle Chuan could not handle. How did one person from the first-rank climbing pond realm manage it? Not far away, Jia Wan's hand suddenly moved. They felt it, and the three of them looked. His eyes were glowing red. They saw he was still alive and slowly crawling away. Uncle Chuan immediately blocked him with his large hammer. He stood in front of him, emitting a pale red presence and glowing bright red eyes. Jia Wan was terrified of Uncle Chuan, begging for mercy. He knew he had made a mistake. He said he did it only because his wife was pregnant and his mother was sick. He really only needed money. Grinning, Uncle Chuan said to rest peacefully. For the sake of their past friendship, he would take care of his wife, and every night, he would also wipe shampoo from his child. Jia Wan screamed, trying to stop it. But he was mercilessly struck hard on the head, blood scattering around. Tio Chuan told Miss Zhang that he suspected the Thunder Lion Alliance wouldn't let them go that easily. Now that they were wounded, they could be ambushed before they even made it back to the city. But Miss Zhang calmly replied that there was nothing to worry about. She had already sent a signal, and at any moment, the Nine Heaven Alliance's people would arrive to pick them up. From a small box, Miss Zhang took out 2 pills and handed them to Yi Chuan and Tio Chuan. She explained that they were high-grade medicine designed to quickly heal their injuries. Yi Chuan thought to himself that a single pill like that must cost at least 50,000, proving how wealthy and powerful the Nine Heaven Alliance truly was. Without hesitation, he swallowed the pill along with Tio Chuan. Yi Chuan was amazed at how fast it worked. He could feel his strength returning almost instantly. But then he suddenly remembered what happened earlier, when he was kicked by the enemy. He asked Miss Zhang about the sonic attack she had used against the Thunder Lion Alliance and wondered if she could use it against him as well. Miss Zhang immediately understood what Yi Chuan meant. He wanted her to use her sound wave attack so that he could train his movement. Yi Chuan nodded in agreement. He knew that the Nether Shadow Sweep was a scroll-based skill that could only improve through continuous practice. It was also the only movement-type skill he had for now. If he ever faced a real expert and couldn't keep up with their speed, he would be in big trouble. He needed to find a way to upgrade that ability. Miss Zhang smiled and agreed. She said that while Yi Chuan had been a great help earlier, her cultivation realm was still higher than his, and she was worried that if he wasn't careful, he might get hurt. A few moments later, Yi Chuan stood before Miss Zhang, both of them meeting each other's eyes, both ready. Watching them, Tio Chuan thought this was a good chance to see the boy's true strength. He even wondered if the skill Yi Chuan used earlier was actually a god-tier ability. Miss Yang's eyes gleamed as energy filled the air around her. When she began plucking the strings of her musical weapon, it released a powerful shockwave that spread rapidly toward Yi Chuan, who simply stood there silently. Before it could hit him, Yi Chuan activated the Nether Shadow Sweep. His eyes glowed red, and in one swift motion, he dodged the first attack. He shouted, telling her to increase the intensity. He could still go on. Miss Zhang grew annoyed. Her sound wave technique was her specialty. If she couldn't even defeat someone of the second rank, it would be a disgrace. She waved her hands, releasing a series of shockwaves, but Yi Chuan effortlessly dodged each one as if he were merely playing. Seeing this, Miss Zhang decided to use her full power. She pulled all the strings of her instrument, her eyes flashing brightly, and unleashed a storm of sound wave attacks that all struck toward Yi Chuan at once. Tio Chuan, witnessing the scene, realized that Miss Zhang was now serious. He began to worry that she might accidentally kill Yi Chuan, which would be a huge problem. Meanwhile, Yi Chuan released a terrifying crimson aura. His eyes blazed red as he dodged each attack, silently counting his movements. Miss Zhang and Tio Chuan were both stunned. The air around him seemed to swirl with red energy each time he moved. He reached the 19th count, but then froze. A powerful wave of energy was coming at him, one that he knew he couldn't dodge. He quickly drew the dragon-slaying sword and, using all his strength, blocked the incoming attack. The force of the blast pushed him back several steps, but he managed to withstand it. Instead of fear, a smile appeared on his face. "I like this," he whispered. Then a system notification sounded. Nether Shadow Sweep upgraded to level 2. Effect. When activated, the user's speed increases by 40% for 1 minute. Fuming, Miss Zhang said she wanted to go another round, but Tio Qian immediately stepped in. He told her that was enough. It was only a spar, and there was no need to go overboard. While they were talking, the Nine Heaven Alliance's reinforcements finally arrived. Miss Zhang turned when she heard her name being called. 2 men approached, apologizing for arriving late. She closed her eyes and told them it was fine. For now, the Thunder Lion Alliance wouldn't dare cause any more trouble. They decided to head back. Tio Qian started packing up their equipment, and together, they began walking away. As they left, Miss Zhang turned to Yi Chuan and asked if he wasn't coming with them back to the city. Yi Chuan scratched his head and said they should go ahead. He still had something to take care of. Concern filled Miss Yang's voice as she told him to be careful, and that when he returned, he should come to the Nine Heaven Alliance. She would prepare a special gift to thank him. Yi Chuan waved slightly as he watched Miss Yang's group disappear into the distance. Then he hurried into the forest, hoping that the treasures he left behind were still there. When he arrived, he saw the golden legs of the giant spider he had defeated earlier. A mischievous grin appeared on his face. His golden scales armor may have been destroyed, but those golden spider legs were enough to earn him some powerful new equipment. He carefully packed them into a container, wrapped them securely, and slung it over his shoulder. When he returned home, he swung the door open and cheerfully called out, "Mother! Father! I'm home!" But his eyes widened in shock. The house was empty. Everything was in chaos, broken and overturned. He dropped what he was carrying and frantically searched every corner, sweat dripping down his face in panic and fear. He kept shouting, calling for his parents. On the floor, he saw a shattered photo of the 3 of them. Picking it up, a realization struck him. Lu Xing. Rage exploded inside him. His eyes burned crimson, releasing a terrifying aura. Shaking with fury, he screamed, his voice trembling. "Where did you take my family?" Yi Chuan immediately headed to Qingcheng Wealth District, where the private estate of the Lu family was located. When he arrived, even before he could enter the large gate, 2 guards blocked his way. They asked who he was, saying this was Brother Lu's private estate, so trespassing was forbidden. Annoyed and enraged, Yi Chuan shouted at them, telling them to move aside, his eyes blazing with fury. Out of fear, the 2 guards stepped back, sweating heavily. Inside the estate, Lu Xing was relaxing, drinking wine while being served by 2 sexy women. Meanwhile, Lu Jinglong was training with a wooden sword, swinging it repeatedly as he thought about what Yi Chuan had done to him. He muttered that the next time they met, Yi Chuan would surely regret it. His thoughts abruptly stopped when the large gate slammed into him after Yi Chuan kicked it open. Due to its weight, it crushed him, causing him to vomit blood. He couldn't understand what was happening and wondered if it was an explosion. When Lu Xing heard the noise, he shouted in anger, asking who the bastard was who wanted to die and dared to kick his door. In his rage, he nearly crushed his wine glass in one hand. Yi Chuan walked in and stepped on the large door beneath which Lu Jinglong was pinned. His eyes glowed red as he gritted his teeth in fury, slowly walking forward while releasing a dark aura from his entire body. Lu Xing greeted him with a grin, delighted to finally see Yi Chuan, the very person he'd been looking for. His men who were supposed to protect him had died miserably, and he wondered if Yi Chuan was behind it. Yi Chuan didn't answer. Instead, he asked where his parents were. Lu Xing laughed and said that when a child goes astray, it's the father's fault. And the sin Yi Chuan had committed would fall upon his parents. He added that since Yi Chuan was here, he would kill him to avenge his men. Meanwhile, Lu Jinglong remembered how his father had returned earlier, looking terrified. Perhaps that was why he had followed Yi Chuan's parents. Yi Chuan drew his dragon-slaying knife, saying his parents were his reverse scale. If anyone touched it, someone would die. But Lu Xing mockingly replied that if Yi Chuan was worthless, He wasn't even done speaking when Yi Chuan suddenly punched him with immense force in the face. Lu Xing was sent flying and nearly shattered the wall from the impact. Lu Xing couldn't believe it. Yi Chuan's aura had already reached the climbing pond realm in just a few days. Luckily, he had advanced early to the 6th rank climbing pond realm, an absolute level suppression. Lu Xing smirked and said that with such strength, Yi Chuan still dared challenge him. According to him, Yi Chuan was losing his mind. Slowly, a stone shield formed on his body until he was fully covered in rock armor. It reduced agility but greatly increased strength, defense, and provided 40% extra protection against sharp weapons. Still pinned beneath the heavy door, Lu Jinglong shouted at Yi Chuan, saying that forcing his father to use his true power meant death. At that moment, one of Lu Xing's eyes glowed red. He prepared to attack with his fist. When he released the punch, Yi Chuan felt its power and immediately used Nether Shadow Sweep, causing him to vanish from Lu Xing's sight and reappear behind him. He attacked with the dragon-slaying knife, but it barely damaged the rock armor. Lu Xing used this chance to kick Yi Chuan with tremendous force. Yi Chuan was hurled back until he crashed into the wall. Lu Xing slowly walked toward him, saying that Yi Chuan should know there was a gap he could never cross. Boastfully, he said Yi Chuan couldn't break his defense, and with just one touch, he would die. A notice appeared. Damage from pigs has decreased by 65%. Yi Chuan slowly stood up, staring seriously at his opponent, then returned his weapon to his waist. Lu Xing wondered how Yi Chuan was still standing after he had used full force earlier. He couldn't believe it had almost no effect. Clenching his fist, Yi Chuan said that if his sword couldn't break the armor, then he would use his fist. Lu Xing arrogantly invited him to try. Let them see his flesh against the stone armor. Lu Xing was shocked when Yi Chuan suddenly appeared in front of him, preparing to strike. In a flash, Yi Chuan delivered an extremely powerful punch to Lu Xing's stomach, his eye glowing red. A notice appeared. Damage to pigs has increased by 500%. Yi Chuan roared in anger and drove his fist with full force into Lu Xing's body. Lu Xing's eyes widened as his face turned pale. He couldn't believe this boy's punch was like a cannon blast. His rock armor was nearly shattered. Before he could recover, Yi Chuan attacked again, a powerful punch directly to Lu Xing's head. He collapsed, and the armor broke apart. Pieces of the stone shield and even his teeth flew off. Releasing a blood-red aura and with glowing eyes, Yi Chuan grabbed Lu Xing by the hair and used Blood Shadow Butcher. Lu Xing screamed in terror, and in his consciousness, he felt like he had become a bloodied, sweating wild boar. Yi Chuan repeatedly punched various parts of his body, shouting over and over as he demanded to know where his parents were. Meanwhile, Lu Jinglong saw this and panicked. He screamed in his mind for Yi Chuan to stop the fight. He knew that if this continued, his father would die. He wanted to help but couldn't move, especially his legs, because he was terrified he might be next. Helpless, he cried while trembling, saying that Yi Chuan had gone insane and begging him to spare his father. Yi Chuan stood up, eyes glowing and releasing a dark red aura as he stared at Lu Xing. Although Lu Xing was brutally beaten, he struggled to speak, and said that his parents had been taken by someone else. Yi Chuan shouted furiously, demanding who had taken his parents. Lu Xing explained in fear. Yesterday, he really went to their house to collect 1 million. But when he arrived, he saw 3 tall figures dressed in black appear inside their home. When Yi Chuan heard this while preparing his fist, he asked Lu Xing if he dared to lie to him. Lu Xing burst into tears. Trembling in fear, he told Yi Chuan that he was not lying. He explained that his father seemed to be arguing with those people about something. The scene showed Lu Xing going to Yi Chuan's house. While outside the gate, he peeked inside. He saw Yi Chuan's father arguing with the figures wrapped in black cloth. One of them immediately sensed him. Annoyed, it turned to him, followed by its 2 eyes glowing and releasing a strong energy that directly struck Lu Xing. After that, he fell to the ground and lost consciousness. Back to the present, he explained to Yi Chuan that when he woke up again, his parents and the men in black were gone. Still angry, Yi Chuan asked how he could prove what he was saying. Lu Xing immediately moved and took something from his clothes. He told Yi Chuan that after they left, he found something, a letter left by his parents for him. Yi Chuan froze, staring at the letter being handed to him. When he took it, he immediately opened it and slowly unfolded the paper. The letter said that his father once thought he would live as an ordinary butcher, that the three of them would live peacefully and well. Until the day he said he saw all beings as pigs. That was when he realized it was a cruel joke of fate. They could no longer stay by his and his mother's side from now on. He needed to walk his own path. He must always be an understanding son. His father believed he could take care of himself. He must not look for them. He was not yet strong enough. He could not match them. As long as he lived happily and freely, that would be enough for them. Tears flowed endlessly from Yi Chuan's eyes as he recognized that this letter was truly his father's. The scene showed his father preparing the letter to place on the table while telling his wife not to be afraid. Since Yi Chuan had grown up, they should let him walk his own path now. If he wished to climb the highest peak, as his father, he would lay the steps beneath his feet. If he grew tired of killing and only wished to live as an ordinary man, then as his father he would bear that burden for him. If he ever reached the peak, someday, they would meet again. After those words, they left the letter on the table with the note that it was for their beloved son. Back to the present, Yi Chuan left the Lu family's house. He walked quietly away while holding the letter. Lu Xing watched him leave, and at that moment Lu Jinglong came, helping his father stand. In a soft tone, he told his father that he would avenge him. His father angrily replied while crying. How could he avenge him, when even he himself could not withstand it? Holding his swollen cheek, he told his son that Yi Chuan would pay. From the table, he took his phone and began calling his cousin. On the other line, his cousin immediately answered. His cousin turned out to be the boss of the Thunder Lion Alliance, who had just fled from his battle with Yi Chuan. He was sitting on the sofa, his wound being bandaged by two sexy women. While speaking with his cousin, Lu Xing said he needed him to stand up for him because he almost got killed. Lord Lei angrily asked who in Qingcheng dared to trouble him. On the other line, his cousin said it was a butcher named Yi Chuan. Holding his wound, Lord Lei remembered the name Yi Chuan, a butcher. He smirked as his eyes glowed red and released a dark crimson aura around him, mocking Yi Chuan. He told his cousin to settle all old and new debts. The scene shifted inside Yi Chuan's house. He looked at their family photo, which was broken, but he fixed it in its frame. In his mind, he told his father and mother, wherever they were, that he would find them. He once again took the golden spider leg and placed it on his shoulder. With a determined gaze, he began walking out of their house. As he walked, he thought about what Lu Xing said, that just one glance from the men in black was enough to make Lu Xing lose consciousness. Their strength was surely beyond comprehension. He wondered to himself what his father and mother had done to be involved with such people. If he wanted to find them, the only thing he could rely on now was the Nine Heaven Alliance. He walked quietly in the middle of the city until he passed in front of Ironheart Forge. The man who made his dragon-slaying knife called him and seriously asked if the knife was working well. Yi Chuan coldly replied yes, but the man suddenly noticed the figure of a boar he was carrying. He asked what he was carrying on his back. Yi Chuan was about to answer, but the man was suddenly shocked when he saw what it was. He even shouted that it was the leg of a golden venom spider. Yi Chuan asked about the golden venom spider. The man with the boar figure joyfully stroked the golden spider leg. Then he asked Yi Chuan where he got it, because this thing's priceless. He added that with this, he could help enhance Yi Chuan's blade. Yi Chuan was surprised by what Master Tai Shin said about enhancing his weapon. So he asked how it could be enhanced. Master Tai Shin explained that the golden venom spider had the attributes of both gold and poison. He could extract one of these attributes and refine it into the blade, giving the weapon an additional effect. Yi Chuan asked why they couldn't just attach both attributes. Master Tai Shin replied, asking if he was dreaming. He explained that once one attribute was extracted and refined, the other one disappeared. He also told Yi Chuan that he was lucky since he was in a good mood today. He would enhance it for free this time. He then asked Yi Chuan to choose between the attributes, poison or gold. As they entered inside, Yi Chuan answered that he would choose gold, because for him, gold had a higher resale value. Master Tai Shin scolded him, saying he wasn't as stupid as he looked. While holding the golden limbs of the golden venom spider, he placed them one by one into a container to melt them in blazing fire. Master Tai Shin was pleased with what he was doing until it was fully melted, and he slowly dripped it onto Yi Chuan's blade. Then he struck it hard with his hammer, causing an explosion of fire and golden light. After several dozen minutes, the enhancement of Yi Chuan's weapon was completed. It now had glowing golden lines. After handing it to Yi Chuan, he even told him that he really hit the jackpot today. Usually, someone who requested weapon enhancement paid at least 500,000, but Yi Chuan got it for free. Yi Chuan thanked him while looking at his enhanced weapon. He thought it had become heavier. He told Master Tai Shin that it looked great, but asked what the actual effect was. Master Tai Shin explained that enhanced weapons normally activated after a certain number of attacks. For the gold attribute, it would likely be triggered by critical hits. Yi Chuan started thinking about critical hits and realized he had chosen correctly. With his system talents, his critical capability was at the highest level. Holding his dragon-slaying knife glowing with golden light, he began swinging it repeatedly in the air, leaving golden trails. Even after swinging it many times, he felt like nothing was happening yet. After many swings of his dragon-slaying knife, he suddenly stopped and widened his eyes when he saw the golden glow on his weapon intensify. Then a system notification appeared. His pig butchered blade was successfully enhanced. Blessing level 1. Passive skill. Every 9th strike would cause the 10th strike to deal 200% damage. Higher skill levels would increase critical damage and reduce the required activation count. After reading the system message, Yi Chuan thanked Master Tai Shin again. He also said that if Master Tai Shin needed help in the future, he wouldn't refuse. Master Tai Shin told him that this was the only thing he could do for him. Then he waved as Yi Chuan walked out. The scene shifted to Yi Chuan standing at the foot of the mountain where the Nine Heaven Alliance was located. He observed the beautiful scenery and the long staircase leading to the top. As he walked upward, he saw the principal. The principal immediately asked what he was doing there. Yi Chuan didn't answer and instead asked the same question back. The principal scolded him not to repeat what he said. He was there to recommend students from their academy to the Nine Heaven Alliance. He needed to see if their students would be accepted, because it brought great honor to the school. Yi Chuan just stared at him. The principal added that he shouldn't blame him for not being included in the recommendation list. After all, he wasn't from a combat profession. He also said that none of his recommended students were accepted, not even Shu Lingxuan, since the Nine Heaven Alliance standards were extremely high. After he finished speaking, he asked Yi Chuan what he was doing there. Yi Chuan said he was there for intense mountain climbing training. The principal was surprised by what he heard, saying that Yi Chuan must have reached a bottleneck in his growth, but that was normal for a life profession. The principal placed his hand on Yi Chuan's shoulder and advised him to give up the path of combat and focus on proper pig slaughtering. Yi Chuan said he understood and that he would immediately return to pig slaughtering. As Yi Chuan was about to leave, the principal suddenly sensed something from his presence. Before Yi Chuan could get far, he stopped him and asked what realm he was in now. Yi Chuan replied that he was close to the first-rank climbing pond realm. The principal burst out in shock and nearly broke into a sweat at what he heard. In just a few days, Yi Chuan had advanced that far. He thought that it was definitely the aura of the climbing pond realm. Even Shu Lingxuan, the fastest growing student under his guidance, had only just reached the 9-ranked apprentice level. Even though leveling up was easier for life professions in the early stages, it shouldn't be this fast. According to his calculations, Yi Chuan would need to slaughter no less than 100,000 pigs to reach that level. To him, this boy was unbelievable. As the principal was still thinking, Yi Chuan asked if he needed anything else. The principal remained in shock, his mouth still open. Then he suddenly rushed toward Yi Chuan, saliva nearly flying everywhere, saying he wanted to invite Yi Chuan to join the college entrance tournament. Yi Chuan almost closed his eyes to avoid the flying spit. He also asked about the college entrance tournament. Wasn't it only for the top elite combat professions? The principal shouted yes, still spitting as he talked. He explained that life professions usually couldn't qualify. Their original candidates were Lu Jinglong and Shu Lingxuan. But unfortunately, Lu Jinglong had suffered chest injuries yesterday and his spiritual power had been severely damaged. He could no longer compete. Yi Chuan recalled what happened and realized it might have come from the incident he caused. The principal shouted that although Shu Lingxuan would likely take first place due to her strength, the competition was based on team points. If the remaining students couldn't enter the top 10, no matter how strong one person was, they couldn't raise the school's reputation. In the end, the academy would still remain at the bottom of the leaderboard, not even entering the honor list. As Yi Chuan wiped the spit from his face, he asked what that had to do with him. The principal moved closer again and grabbed his shoulders. He told him that as long as he agreed to participate and make it into the top 3, he would give him anything he asked for. Yi Chuan carefully thought about what wish he most needed at the moment. After a brief reflection, he immediately told the principal that what he wanted was 500,000. His voice carried no hesitation, direct and full of determination. The principal replied that as long as he could enter the top 3, that amount would not be a problem. 500,000 was no issue for him. Yet behind his words, the principal thought that a profession not focused on combat, like Yi Chuan's, even if slightly higher in level, seemed impossible to dream of entering the top 3 against the powerful combat teams. For him, it was pure fantasy. If Yi Chuan failed, he would not need to pay any money. But Yi Chuan's request did not end there, for he also said that aside from money, he needed a storage-type spirit weapon. The principal scolded him, saying the boy was thick-skinned. Storage-type spirit weapons were rewards only for the most outstanding student each year. They were extremely valuable and not casually given. Hearing this, Yi Chuan immediately turned away and coldly said, "In that case, forget it." Before Yi Chuan could leave, the principal's tone suddenly changed. He quickly agreed and said Yi Chuan could have his request, but with a condition. He would only get it if he entered the top 3. Without hesitation, Yi Chuan accepted the agreement and said he understood the condition. Afterwards, the principal walked down, almost shaking his head to himself, seemingly puzzled by the courage and audacity of the boy before him. Arriving at the grand gate of the 9-Heaven Alliance, Yi Chuan observed it carefully. The gate was massive, towering, and seemed to radiate power. As he entered, he was immediately met by a muscular guard with a sharp gaze, who asked his purpose there. Without hesitation, Yi Chuan introduced himself and said he was there to see Miss Zhang. The guard laughed mockingly, saying he thought anyone could just meet Miss Zhang. But the guard was shocked when the door suddenly opened and the beautiful, alluring Miss Zhang appeared before them. Smiling, she greeted Yi Chuan, saying at last he had arrived. She had been waiting for him for a long time. She immediately held Yi Chuan's arm and invited him to let her show him the entire 9-Heaven Alliance. The guard was left gaping, unable to believe what he was seeing, and fell silent. Inside, Miss Zhang pointed out the main buildings one by one. The South Tower was for residents. The North Tower was the general section. The East Tower was for dining. The West Tower was for training. She added that the mission reception, reward exchange, and recreation were all located in the North Tower. Yi Chuan was amazed and said the place was remarkable. Afterwards, Miss Zhang again invited Yi Chuan to come with her because he would now be registered, and from then on he was one of them. But before he could leave, someone suddenly grabbed his shoulder. It was Uncle Qian, with a mischievous grin. He said that at last brother Yi Chuan had arrived. He urged him to come to the North Tower Lodge, where the massage girls were the best. But a loud smack resounded, leaving a big lump on Uncle Qian's head. Miss Zhang had struck him and sternly said that Yi Chuan had just joined, so he should stop ruining him. She ordered Uncle Qian to fetch the membership gift she had prepared for Yi Chuan. As he walked away, Uncle Qian sighed and told Miss Zhang she really did not understand men. The scene shifted to the North Tower service zone, where Miss Zhang and Yi Chuan entered. The receptionist was surprised to see Miss Zhang personally arrive. Miss Zhang ordered her to make a black card for Yi Chuan. The receptionist hesitated and said the black card was the highest access pass. It granted free entry to any place in the Nine Heaven Alliance base. Was she sure she wanted to issue a black card to this newcomer? Miss Zhang seriously told her to just do as she said. The receptionist immediately complied and asked Yi Chuan to register his information. After a short while, the receptionist congratulated him while handing over the black card. From now on, he was an advanced member of the Nine Heaven Alliance. Yi Chuan asked as he received the black card. If there were different levels of cards, why was he given a black card? Miss Zhang explained that in the Nine Heaven Alliance, everyone's permissions depended on contribution points. These were earned by completing missions for the Alliance. Only those with more than 100,000 contribution points qualified for a black card. And for Yi Chuan, since she personally recruited him and because he had made a great contribution in the battle against the Thunder Lions Alliance, it was natural that he qualified for the black card. And above all, with a seductive tone and gesture, Miss Zhang said she expected much from Yi Chuan. But in Yi Chuan's eyes, he felt uneasy at her frightening pig-like face. Their conversation was cut short when Uncle Qian suddenly shouted from behind while running. Embarrassed, the two moved apart, realizing something seemed wrong. Uncle Qian quickly handed the rewards to Yi Chuan, saying this was the gift for a newcomer. This reward was specially prepared by Miss Zhang for him, more luxurious than what other newcomers received. Yi Chuan immediately thanked Miss Zhang. Afterwards, she told Uncle Qian he could leave now. She herself would take Yi Chuan to his residence. The scene shifted to where they entered the Nether Demon Spring. Yi Chuan quickly asked Miss Zhang, didn't she say earlier that the residence was in the South Tower? Miss Zhang replied, wasn't he injured in the last battle? This spring, she said, could heal his body. Miss Zhang immediately removed her clothing, revealing her sexy figure in a two-piece, and directly immersed herself in the spring. In a gentle tone, she invited Yi Chuan to join her. Yi Chuan immediately took off his clothes and stepped forward, slowly approaching Miss Zhang. However, before he could fully get close, Miss Zhang noticed something and instead approached Yi Chuan herself. She carefully examined the wound on his chest and said that the injuries were still fresh. She asked whether Yi Chuan had encountered any danger last night. Instead of answering directly, Yi Chuan immediately submerged himself in the stream and lied, saying that he was only injured by an accident and that there was nothing to worry about. Miss Zhang said that she truly should thank him for what happened before. If it were not for Yi Chuan, the Thunder Lion Alliance would have already obtained the Windfire Ape's hide. Meanwhile, as Yi Chuan remained submerged and stirred bubbles in the water, he secretly thought that if Miss Zhang really wanted to thank him, it would be better for her to simply stay away from him. After a short while, Miss Zhang took out two items and pointed at Yi Chuan. She instructed him to open them and take a look, saying that cultivating inside the Nether Demon Spring would be more effective. Yi Chuan immediately took the small box and opened it. Inside was a dark-colored pill. As he examined it, Miss Zhang explained that he should consume it because it would strengthen, speed up, and toughen his body. Hesitant, Yi Chuan asked what the pill actually was. In his mind, he clearly read its name as pig aphrodisiac. Miss Zhang slightly stuck out her tongue in a teasing manner and said that he would only know its effects after eating it. In the end, Yi Chuan swallowed the pill. As he chewed it, he tasted a chocolate-like flavor that was somewhat pleasant. However, only moments later, he suddenly felt a powerful surge of energy that enveloped his entire body. The force was so intense that even Miss Zhang had to close her eyes from the strength of it. Yi Chuan was shocked and stared blankly at what was happening. Meanwhile, Miss Zhang was completely stunned before explaining that what he had consumed was a Vajra pill refined by a high-grade alchemist from the Nine Heaven Alliance. Only one pill could be produced every 6 months, and it could permanently strengthen the physical body of the consumer while simultaneously increasing its 3 main attributes. A system notification immediately appeared, stating that his strength, agility, and spirit had increased significantly. Yi Chuan could hardly believe the sudden rise in his attributes and had not expected a single pill to have such a powerful effect. After that, he picked up the scroll and opened it. His entire body was instantly enveloped in golden light emitted from the scroll. A system notification appeared, stating that it was a high-grade passive skill called Golden Bell Shield. It could remain active at all times and was capable of blocking a fatal blow. Once broken, however, it could not be reactivated for 12 hours. Another system notification appeared, indicating that the Golden Bell Shield had been activated, and the golden light gradually shaped itself around his body into golden markings. Miss Zhang explained that Yi Chuan's previous golden shield of armor had shattered in the last battle, so he should treat this scroll as compensation from the Nine Heaven Alliance. Yi Chuan expressed his thanks and said that he did not know how he could repay such great kindness. With a slightly seductive posture, Miss Zhang said that it would take 1 month to complete the fire-resistant armor made from the Windfire ape's hide. After 1 month, Yi Chuan would join them to challenge the Flame Blade King, and she hoped that he would play his part. Yi Chuan scratched his head and asked how many people they had and how high the chances of success were. In a calm tone, Miss Zhang said that the success rate was less than 10%. Yi Chuan's mind reeled, and he said that if that was the case, it would be like heading straight to their deaths. He also wondered why the daughter of the Nine Heaven Alliance's leader had to personally face such danger. Miss Zhang explained that because she was the Alliance head's daughter, it was her duty to go in person. She did not want to live her entire life in her father's shadow, as if her hands and feet were bound. She needed to prove herself, and if she could not do that, then it would be better for her to die. She also recalled the rumors that although her father, the Alliance head, was extremely capable, he had only produced a daughter, something that some people regarded as a disgrace. Yi Chuan also remembered what the traitor who had once accompanied them said, that he could not endure the young woman's unreasonable methods. Yi Chuan realized that even in a place filled with experts, Miss Zhang was still not safe from suspicion. Miss Zhang noticed Yi Chuan's silence and asked whether he was afraid. Yi Chuan scratched his head again and shyly said that his father and mother had taught him that when there was a duty, he had to fulfill it. Miss Zhang became even more pleased by what she heard and, in a teasing tone, said that he truly was a good child. Then she jokingly said that she would bet that he was still a virgin. Was that right? She suddenly hugged Yi Chuan and pressed her body against his, saying that they might die in one of the upcoming raids. If she had any regrets, she was willing to fulfill them for him. Yi Chuan immediately pushed Miss Zhang away as if shoving off a pig, seriously apologized, and said that he could not die there because he still had something important to finish. After saying that, he walked out of the room. Miss Zhang was left stunned and unable to believe what had happened, quietly watching Yi Chuan leave. However, when the door opened, she saw Uncle Chuan standing there as if he had been listening. When Miss Zhang saw him, she immediately asked what he was doing there. Uncle Chuan scratched his head and laughed, saying that he had only come to treat his injuries and did not know they were inside. He was about to leave when Yi Chuan stopped him and asked for a favor, requesting that Uncle Chuan become his sparring partner. Uncle Qian immediately agreed and said that Yi Chuan was a good child. He understood Yi Chuan's eagerness to grow stronger, but there was a large gap in strength between them, and sparring with him would cause great hardship. Miss Zhang happily watched the two of them and said that it seemed her judgment was correct, because this child had endless potential. The next morning, at the West Tower training ground, Yi Chuan and Uncle Qian were already preparing for their training. Yi Chuan quietly thought that only by becoming stronger would he be able to see his parents again, and he prayed in his heart that they could endure a little longer because he would come to take them as soon as possible. He drew his dragon-slaying knife, which glowed with golden light, and told Uncle Qian not to hold back. Uncle Qian was delighted and shouted that in that case, he would also get serious. Before their training even began, Yi Chuan once again firmly affirmed in his mind that he needed to become stronger. After 9 days at the West Tower training ground, Miss Zhang arrived carrying a lunch bag. As she walked toward the gathered crowd, she could not help but think that those two men, Yi Chuan and Uncle Qian, were clearly a bit crazy. Aside from eating and sleeping, the two of them came here every single day just to spar, as if possessed by some insane obsession. Even so, despite her complaints, Miss Zhang had to admit that the two of them gave her a strong sense of security and reliability. In the middle of the training session, Yi Chuan counted each attack he released, while Uncle Qian continuously blocked them. Because Yi Chuan's movements were slightly slow, Uncle Qian shouted at him to speed up. In response, Yi Chuan's movements became even faster. When the 9th consecutive attack was launched, Uncle Qian finally saw a brief opening in Yi Chuan's defense. He did not miss the opportunity and immediately raised his massive hammer to strike. However, while still in midair, Yi Chuan gathered powerful golden energy throughout his entire body. His eyes began to glow as he prepared his counterattack, and he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Blessed falling star." Since Uncle Qian had prepared first, his hammer struck first. A terrifying blow landed on Yi Chuan, who was wrapped in thick golden energy that formed something like a sacred barrier. Uncle Qian's heart skipped. Why didn't the boy dodge? A heavy sense of panic surged through him as he wondered if he had crushed Yi Chuan to death. Suddenly, the golden barrier shattered. Fragments scattered through the air as Yi Chuan rapidly descended. His eyes shone with golden light, and even his weapon glimmered with the same energy, a sight that shocked Uncle Qian. Yi Chuan's attack fell like a massive golden lightning bolt crashing down from the heavens. Uncle Qian blocked it immediately, but he could not stop himself from cursing at its overwhelming force. At that moment, he fully realized, Yi Chuan was serious. The power of Yi Chuan's sword caused cracks to spread across Uncle Qian's weapon. Golden energy burst outward, exploding into the surroundings and forcing the spectators to shield their faces. They could hardly believe what they were seeing. Some called the two of them monsters, while others pointed out that Yi Chuan was merely a newcomer. Yet after only a few days of training, he was already able to stand on equal footing with Uncle Qian. After the fierce exchange, Uncle Qian remained standing. Behind him, the platform was almost completely destroyed. A few moments later, his expression changed as he noticed his weapon. Slowly, it broke apart piece by piece before collapsing entirely. He shouted in anger and frustration, then told Yi Chuan to stop the fight. If they continued, Yi Chuan would have to compensate him with a new weapon. Yi Chuan scratched his head apologetically and joked that his pockets were cleaner than his face. He had no money to pay. Their conversation was interrupted when Miss Zhang, standing behind the crowd, suddenly called out to them, telling them to stop and eat. The spectators immediately made way, silently watching her. Meanwhile, Uncle Qian stood dazed, still unable to believe that Yi Chuan's final strike had completely destroyed what he once called his strongest spirit weapon. The fearsome extent of Yi Chuan's power became even clearer in his mind. When Miss Zhang approached, Yi Chuan immediately asked what delicious food she had brought today. At that moment, a system notification appeared before him. His level had risen to the 3rd rank, climbing Pond Realm. His strength, agility, and spirit power had all reached 140. His blessing had been upgraded to level 2, and his passive skill, where the 8th and 9th strikes deal 220% damage, had been strengthened. As the skill level increased, the critical damage increased as well, while the number of strikes required to trigger it decreased. His Nether Shadow Sweep had been upgraded to level 3, granting a 50% speed increase for 70 seconds when activated. His Blood Shadow Butcher had also reached level 3. Uncle Chuan sadly told Miss Zhang that he had lost a top-tier spirit weapon in nothing more than a simple sparring match with Yi Chuan. What was he supposed to do now? Miss Zhang smiled and said that later, she would take him to the spirit weapon storage so he could choose another suitable one. She then urged both of them to hurry and eat first. When Yi Chuan and Uncle Chuan arrived at the table, their eyes widened at the sight of so many delicious dishes. They immediately began eating. While they were eating, Miss Zhang said that Yi Chuan had clearly grown much stronger. Perhaps they now had hope of facing the Flame Blade King. As Yi Chuan devoured a chicken leg, he suddenly remembered that he needed to leave the next day. He informed Miss Zhang. Both of them were shocked. Miss Zhang asked where he was going. Yi Chuan could not answer immediately. He nearly choked and repeatedly pounded his chest. After swallowing, he told them not to worry. He had only made a promise to Principal Zhao to return for an examination, and he would be back again in a few days. Hearing this, Uncle Chuan immediately grabbed Yi Chuan's hand and honestly admitted that after sparring with him for the past few days, he had grown extremely fond of him. Couldn't he stay a little longer? Couldn't they continue training tomorrow? A loud sound suddenly echoed, and a bump instantly formed on Uncle Chuan's head. Miss Zhang had smacked him and scolded him for being a nuisance, telling him not to put Yi Chuan in a difficult position. She then approached Yi Chuan and reminded him to be careful on his journey. They would wait for his return. The next day, at the gates of the Nine Heaven Alliance, Miss Zhang and Uncle Chuan waved as Yi Chuan departed. As they watched him leave, Uncle Chuan said that he truly liked that boy. His strength was worthy of recognition. If they brought him to that place, what do you think would happen? Miss Zhang replied seriously. If they could return alive from Shutian Valley, that would prove Yi Chuan's strength was worthy of reaching that place. The scene shifted to the school gate. Yi Chuan stood quietly, leaning against a pillar, while groups of students gathered in the distance. Moments later, someone shouted that Shu Lingxuan had arrived. She appeared with a serious expression, and her gaze darkened even further when she noticed Yi Chuan sitting quietly off to the side. She asked herself why that man was here. Meanwhile, the woman behind her also spotted Yi Chuan and immediately shouted, demanding to know why he was here. Did he have some scheme to get close to Shu Lingxuan again? Yi Chuan suddenly threw a powerful punch into the wall. A sharp sound rang out as cracks spread across the surface. He turned toward the woman with a grin and coldly told her to leave. The woman stumbled backward in fear at the strength he displayed, yet despite trembling and sweating, she still did not stop. She called Yi Chuan a clown seeking attention, truly laughable. Yi Chuan punched the wall with all his strength once again. The sound echoed loudly, and the hard stone nearly shattered, causing the surrounding students to turn their heads. Some stopped what they were doing, while others stepped back in fear. The woman who had been relentlessly mocking Yi Chuan earlier suddenly turned pale. Trembling, she ran toward Shu Lingxuan to seek help. With tears in her eyes, she complained that she wanted Yi Chuan driven away, claiming that she was being bullied by him. Shu Lingxuan approached Yi Chuan with his hands on his hips. His gaze was cold as he repeatedly lectured Yi Chuan, deliberately calling out his name as if mocking him. He said that showing off in front of him was completely pointless. After that, he swung his sword through the air. The stones beside Yi Chuan cracked apart, and even the wall Yi Chuan had just punched was cleanly sliced through, leaving behind a shattered sword mark. Yi Chuan replied calmly. He explained that Principal Zhao himself had invited him to participate in the college entrance tournament, and that he had no intention of arguing with anyone. Shu Lingxuan froze when he heard this. He could not help but wonder whether Principal Zhao had really invited this man. Everyone knew that Yi Chuan was supposedly useless at present. He even questioned whether the principal had lost his sanity. He firmly declared that it was impossible, then compared Yi Chuan to a firefly daring to compete with the bright moon. At that very moment, someone suddenly stood behind him. Principal Zhao spoke with a smile, confirming Yi Chuan's words. He was indeed the one who had invited Yi Chuan to join the tournament. From now on, they were teammates. Personal grudges had to be set aside so they could fight for the honor of the school. Shu Lingxuan cried out in shock upon hearing this. He could not believe that Yi Chuan was being treated as an ally. He immediately asked the principal how Yi Chuan was qualified. Principal Zhao smiled, bowed slightly, and softly whispered to him. Without this fool as cover, how could his true strength be brought out? Did that not make sense? Shu Lingxuan let out a sigh and closed his eyes briefly before finally admitting that the principal had a point. He then glanced slightly toward Yi Chuan and spoke coldly. If Lu Jinglong had not been injured, Yi Chuan would never have been chosen to fight. He warned Yi Chuan not to embarrass him. Yi Chuan merely picked at his ear, as if annoyed by the words. He did not reply. Shu Lingxuan turned his back on him and quietly walked away. Principal Zhao then approached Yi Chuan and reminded him not to forget their agreement. Yi Chuan nodded in acknowledgement. After that, the two of them walked together toward the large arena where the tournament would be held. As they walked, the principal explained that the preliminary round was about to begin. Their information had already been entered into the arena system. Not far away, two men were glaring angrily at Principal Zhao and Shu Lingxuan. Their gazes were malicious, but Shu Lingxuan seemed completely unconcerned. Principal Zhao explained the rules. Each participant would draw a number and fight the opponent with the corresponding number. If they won, they would remain on the stage and challenge the next opponent. In the end, everyone would be ranked based on the number of victories. The last four remaining in the four arenas would advance to the final round. He pointed to the four arenas in the center of the stage, surrounded by a massive crowd of spectators. He also gave a reminder. Students from the same school would not face each other in the preliminaries. Because of this, the two students standing behind him secretly felt delighted. This meant they would not encounter Shu Lingxuan right away. If that happened, they believed he would definitely be eliminated immediately. The principal added that those who lost in the preliminary round would have one more chance to step onto another arena to challenge others. However, if they lost again, they would be completely eliminated. The woman who had been crying earlier immediately smiled and said that the principal need not worry. Since Sister Shu Lingxuan was here, first place would surely belong to them. Meanwhile, Shu Lingxuan cast a slight glance at Yi Chuan. In his mind, he thought it would be entertaining to watch Yi Chuan in the arena, a clown with a life profession making a fool of himself on the stage. Moments later, the red flag was waved. The crowd erupted into cheers as the large screen above the arena lit up. Cameras were already in position to capture the upcoming battles. Powerful lights focused on the four arenas were switched on, causing the cheers of the spectators to grow even louder. From the center of the stage, the female announcer enthusiastically delivered a welcome to the college entrance tournament. She introduced the participating schools one by one this year: Qingcheng High School, Lingyun High School, Yingkai High School, and Qingyan High School. She also announced that all contestants must prepare their minds and physical condition, as their performance would directly affect their future. In the spectator stands, teachers from Skyvo Academy, Zhengwu Academy, and Taichu Academy observed quietly. They were watching every student with potential. Shu Lingxuan thought with firm determination that he had already been chosen by Skyvo Academy, and in his mind, it was as if he were telling the teachers there to watch him. He would not disappoint them. The announcer shouted loudly that the first round was about to begin. The matchups for Arena 4 appeared on the big screen. The first battle was from Yingkai High School. Lu Kai, an advanced Thunder Shadow Spear cultivator, versus Kenshin High School, Yi Chuan, whose profession was pig butcher. Yi Chuan froze when he saw his name. The arena exploded with noise. The spectators could not believe it. A pig butcher was about to fight on the stage. An elderly woman nearly clutched her head in shock, sweating as she asked whether all of this was some kind of joke. In her mind, everyone seemed to have gone mad. Principal Zhao glanced slightly at Yi Chuan. Yi Chuan immediately stood up and walked toward the arena. In the spectator stands, the male teacher, Instructor Chin, commented that among all the cities he had recruited from, this was the first time he had seen a contestant with a life profession. It was truly something else, and it seemed that Qinshan High School was already desperate. The female teacher beside him asked how he could say that, since she had recently recruited a promising talent from there. Instructor Chin smiled and replied that Qinshan High School was truly a mixed bag. There were fish and there were dragons, far inferior to Yingkai High School, which consisted entirely of elites. In Arena 4, Yi Chuan and his opponent came face to face. Lu Kai immediately stepped forward, reached out to shake Yi Chuan's hand, and thanked him, saying he had not expected to be given a free win. He even put an arm around Yi Chuan's shoulders and promised to treat him to a meal after the match. In Yi Chuan's eyes, that arm around him felt like a pig hanging onto his body. He replied with a grin, saying that Lu Kai was truly very kind. The referee raised his hand and announced that in Arena 4, the first match was about to begin. Among the row of principals, one principal could not help but ask Principal Zhao just how severe the manpower shortage at Qingcheng High School had become. With a mocking tone, he commented on whether Qingcheng had really reached the point of being forced to send a pig butcher onto the competition stage itself. He added that if they were already that desperate, Principal Zhao should have simply asked for help directly, since they could lend a few students from Yingkai High School. Amid the brief silence, Principal Xia Zhan of Lingyun High School spoke up. According to his personal view, that child possessed a peculiar aura, an unusual presence not found in ordinary people. This observation was echoed by Principal Wen Chongwei of Qingyang High School, though his agreement carried a hint of sarcasm. He said that was indeed correct, that the child was truly different, because among all those with combat professions, he was the only one with a life profession, a pig butcher. After saying that, he even let out a soft laugh, as if further emphasizing his mockery. Principal Zhao remained silent. He did not say a single word. Instead, he only kept sweating as he repeatedly wiped his forehead. In his mind, there was only one thought, that Yi Chuan must not disappoint him. Meanwhile, at the center of the stage, Yi Chuan's opponent confidently displayed his spear. He executed a swift and clean sweep, leaving behind a trace of blue light in the air. After that, he stood upright with a faint smile on his lips. In his mind, as an 8th-level apprentice realm cultivator facing merely a life profession, he believed a single move would be enough to bring Yi Chuan down. Lu Kai hardly even deserved the right to boast. He planned to show off a little first before completely crushing his opponent. Yi Chuan applauded the displayed move and voiced his praise, saying that the spear technique was excellent. However, before anything else could happen, the referee suddenly walked up to Lu Kai and grabbed him by the shoulder, asking what he was actually doing. Was he just showing off? He was told to stop the performance and start the match immediately. Because of this, Lu Kai immediately prepared himself. He took a proper stance, slightly bent forward, and gripped his spear tightly. In an arrogant tone, he warned Yi Chuan not to blame him for whatever might happen. As he leapt forward, he even shouted that if Yi Chuan had anyone to blame, it should be the fact that he was nothing more than a pig butcher. The spear shot toward Yi Chuan at high speed, but he dodged it effortlessly. Immediately afterward, Yi Chuan drew back his fist and punched Lu Kai without hesitation. At the very moment of impact, Lu Kai's teeth were nearly shattered as blood sprayed from his mouth. Due to the tremendous force of the punch, he was violently flung away and crashed onto the ground, his eyes rolling back, clear evidence that he had already lost consciousness. The referee immediately raised his voice and announced the result. The winner was Yi Chuan of Qingcheng High School. All of the principals were utterly shocked by what they had witnessed. Principal Zhao immediately shouted out, his voice tinged with pride, asking whether they still dared to look down on a pig butcher. With great pride, he declared that their student was a god-tier pig butcher. He might not be the typical top-tier powerhouse that many people sought, but this level of god-tier talent was more than enough to crush ordinary people. The principals broke into a sweat at the sight before them. Principal Sha Zan expressed his admiration, saying that Yi Chuan's performance was truly impressive, and reminded them that he had already mentioned earlier that this was no ordinary student. Among the judges, Teacher Qin could not hide his shock. He knew that Yi Chuan's profession was merely that of a pig butcher, and he could not help but feel regret. If it were a combat profession, he would have been an outstanding seedling. Nevertheless, he clearly noticed that Yi Chuan's movements were fast and smooth, like flowing water. That punch seemed to have used not even a tenth of his true strength, yet it was enough to bring down a high-ranked combat profession. At that moment, he fully realized that Yi Chuan's strength should not be underestimated. The female teacher beside him suddenly recalled what Shu Lingxuan had mentioned before, about a useless man who constantly pestered her, and she realized that it was Yi Chuan. Afterward, she told Teacher Qin that throughout human history, many had attempted to defy fate using life professions, but not a single one had succeeded. She added that, in her view, Yi Chuan was nothing more than an arrogant fool and no longer worth paying attention to. Because of his victory in the first match, Yi Chuan's next opponent was immediately announced. From Qingyang High School, Xiao Jiji would fight, an intermediate fire cloud mage. Before he even fully stepped onto the stage, Xiao Jiji released flames, facing Yi Chuan seriously as fire blazed in his hands. But Yi Chuan suddenly walked up to him and, with a frightening gaze and a cold tone, asked whether Xiao Jiji did not get tired having his hands on fire all day long. Instead of being afraid, Xiao Jiji shouted angrily and told Yi Chuan not to speak to him. Yi Chuan would soon find out just how hot his flames were. In Yi Chuan's eyes, Xiao Jiji looked like a furious wild boar, constantly screaming without pause. In an arrogant tone, Principal Wen Chongwei said that he and Principal Zhao should put an end to this farce. He boasted that his student had already reached the 9th level of the apprentice realm in just 3 months and was close to breaking through to the climbing pond realm. Principal Zhao replied calmly, saying that their student, Yi Chuan, had already reached the 3rd level of the climbing pond realm. Principal Wen Chongwei was utterly shocked and could not believe what he had heard. He asked whether Principal Zhao was joking and whether it was really true that he had reached the 3rd level. Principal Zhao did not reply. Their conversation was cut short when the referee's announcement suddenly rang out. The winner was once again Yi Chuan of Qingcheng High School. Principal Wen Chongwei broke into a cold sweat, as Yi Chuan had defeated his student with ease. He could not understand how a student who had only awakened his profession this year could accomplish such a feat. From Arena 1, the referee announced that Shu Lingxuan of Qingyan High School was the winner, after defeating her opponent with overwhelming freezing power. As Principal Zhao watched this, he thought that if things continued in this manner, it was possible that 2 of the top 3 spots would go to Qingcheng High School. From the center of the stage, Shu Lingxuan told Yi Chuan that he was lucky they had not been matched in the first round. If that had happened, she would certainly have been the winner. Principal Sha Zan reminded Principal Zhao not to celebrate too early. Still from Arena 1, the monitor displayed Shu Lingxuan's next opponent, Lu Wanner, a rare berserker. She climbed up from behind the stage, and when the two faced each other, she calmly asked Shu Lingxuan to go easy on her. However, with a cold gaze and tone, Shu Lingxuan clearly stated that there was no need to make friends and no restraint would be shown, even if the opponent was younger. When Principal Zhao saw this, he wondered why they had sent such a small girl onto the stage and doubted whether she was really 18 years old. Principal Sha Zan shouted back in response, saying of course she was, and added eagerly that she should not be underestimated, because Lu Wanner was one of Lingyun High School's seed contestants. The long-awaited duel finally began in the center of the arena, where Shu Lingxuan now stood face to face with the young Lu Wanner. From the elevated judges' seats, the instructor of Skyvo Academy watched Shu Lingxuan closely. His gaze was cold and serious as he issued a strict warning, telling Shu Lingxuan not to disappoint him in this match. At the same moment, Shu Lingxuan released an overwhelming surge of energy while gripping his sword tightly. In an instant, the entire arena seemed to freeze. The temperature dropped sharply, and snow began to fall from the sky. Lu Wanner was surprised by the sudden cold. She raised her palm to catch the falling snowflakes and asked in confusion why snow was appearing in the middle of their fight. However, Shu Lingxuan did not give her time to recover. He charged forward at once and unleashed a powerful technique. Glowing lines and sharp slashes filled the arena, and under the relentless barrage, Lu Wanner seemed unable to move. Pieces of her red clothing were torn apart and swept away by the intense pressure of Shu Lingxuan's attack. After the devastating opening assault, Shu Lingxuan turned his back confidently, as if victory were already decided. Arrogantly, he said the child was not even worth injuring and claimed she was even more useless than Yi Chuan. Principal Zhao could not help but comment that the fight had ended too easily, feeling embarrassed that it looked like they were bullying a child. Meanwhile, Principal Sha Zhan simply smiled and repeatedly said that it was coming. Principal Zhao froze in confusion, beads of sweat forming as he stared at Principal Sha Zhan. At the same time, Shu Lingxuan frowned when he noticed that the referee had not announced his victory and was instead signaling that the fight was not over. He immediately looked toward Lu Wanner's position and was shocked to see a red aura slowly emerging from her body. In an instant, Lu Wanner's appearance changed. A blazing aura enveloped her as she shouted that it was now her turn to attack. She activated her secret technique, Berserk Blood Warrior. Her body expanded rapidly, her muscles swelling as she transformed into a massive warrior. Shu Lingxuan was stunned as the enormous shadow of Lu Wanner slowly approached him. Lu Wanner fixed him with a sharp stare, and with terrifying speed and weight, she charged forward. The arena floor cracked with every step she took. As she closed in, Lu Wanner threw a lightning-fast and extremely powerful punch. Shu Lingxuan barely managed to defend himself and was struck head-on. The sheer force sent him flying, crashing into the ground as blood flowed from his body. In his mind, he could not stop wondering what kind of monster possessed such terrifying strength. Before he could recover or stand up, Lu Wanner attacked again. She leapt high into the air and came crashing down with a knee strike aimed at Shu Lingxuan. He narrowly dodged at the last moment, causing the attack to slam directly into the ground and trigger massive destruction. The explosion of debris sent Shu Lingxuan flying once more. Shu Lingxuan's eyes widened as he saw the huge crater in the floor and realized that if he had taken that hit directly, he would likely be dead. Before he could regain his composure, he noticed that Lu Wanner had lifted an enormous chunk of stone. In the next instant, she hurled it toward him with incredible speed and force. Shu Lingxuan reacted immediately. He sprang to his feet and unleashed a series of rapid sword slashes. Each strike left behind trails of glowing blue energy as the stone was cut apart, and even his eyes shone with a blue light after the attack. He then shouted the name of his technique, Snow Phantom. Shu Lingxuan surrounded Lu Wanner with multiple afterimages of himself created from his power. These figures moved swiftly, dancing around Lu Wanner's muscular body, ready to strike at any moment. Lu Wanner attempted to stop them with a powerful punch that released a violent burst of energy, successfully destroying several illusions. In the next instant, Shu Lingxuan's sword appeared, slicing through the air toward Lu Wanner. Lu Wanner failed to dodge, and the blade pierced her shoulder. Blood immediately flowed as she grimaced in pain. Shu Lingxuan stared at her coldly and pushed the sword in deeper, releasing an intense freezing aura. A bitter smile appeared on his face as he declared that it was all over for her. Ice slowly spread across Lu Wanner's wounded body, and Shu Lingxuan explained that within moments, the snowflakes would completely immobilize her. Suddenly, Lu Wanner grabbed Shu Lingxuan's hand. She revealed the true power of a rare berserk blood warrior as her muscular body grew even larger, despite her arms being covered in thick ice. Shu Lingxuan was shocked to see that Lu Wanner could still move despite the severe wound to her shoulder. Lu Wanner tightened her grip on Shu Lingxuan's arm, causing her to cry out in shock. Shu Lingxuan could not believe that Lu Wanner was melting the ice surrounding her body using only the heat of her own blood. In the next instant, Lu Wanner unleashed a devastating punch that struck Shu Lingxuan directly in the face, sending blood spraying. Shu Lingxuan screamed in pain and fear, overwhelmed by Lu Wanner's strength, a power he could no longer block or escape. Among the spectators, Principal Zhao was filled with anxiety, wondering if Shu Lingxuan was about to lose the match. At the same time, Principal Sha Zan shouted angrily, ordering Lu Wanner to take revenge and beat her opponent even more brutally. After enduring the brutal beating, Shu Lingxuan finally broke down in tears and begged for help. In the final moment, she looked toward Yi Chuan, her face covered in blood and tears streaming down. On the other side, Yi Chuan remained calm, clapping his hands as he praised Lu Wanner's powerful attacks against Shu Lingxuan. The silence of the Skyvo Academy instructor was suddenly shattered when he witnessed what had happened to Shu Lingxuan. In his mind, he kept repeating the same thought: Shu Lingxuan should have counterattacked already. He should have unleashed his ultimate move. But before that could happen, Lu Wanner launched another attack from below the arena. She raised her fist, power surging wildly through her body. Her face darkened, her eyes ignited with a crimson glow, and a terrifying smile spread across her lips. The overwhelming pressure alone nearly forced Shu Lingxuan to step back in fear. He shouted instinctively and raised both arms to defend himself. Yet at the moment Lu Wanner's punch landed, something unexpected happened. Her fist suddenly shrank. Instead of a devastating blow, it left only a shallow strike across Shu Lingxuan's face. Blood trickled down his cheek as confusion filled his eyes. In front of him, Lu Wanner's massive form rapidly shrank, returning to her small, original body. She froze for a moment, then scratched her head in realization. Her berserk mode had completely worn off. She admitted it openly, then even stuck out her tongue at Shu Lingxuan in a teasing manner, as if mocking him. That sight ignited Shu Lingxuan's fury. He shouted that it was his turn now, swearing that Lu Wanner would pay for her arrogance. Rage and vengeance surged through him as he prepared to strike. But before he could move, Lu Wanner suddenly sprinted toward the referee and loudly declared her surrender. Shu Lingxuan was stunned. He shouted angrily, demanding to know who allowed her to surrender and insisting the fight continue. But the referee ignored him, raised his hand, and announced loudly that Qingcheng High School had won, and that Shu Lingxuan was the victor. Shu Lingxuan shouted in disbelief, questioning the call. Meanwhile, Lu Wanner stood at the edge of the arena, still sticking out her tongue playfully. Behind her, her principal Sha Zan smiled and gave her a thumbs up in praise. On the opposite side, Principal Zhao spoke calmly. He admitted that although Shu Lingxuan had won, the outcome might have been different if the fight had continued. Still, he acknowledged Lingyun High School's strength. Clearly, they had even stronger students yet to appear. Shu Lingxuan had no choice but to accept the result. Standing at the center of the arena, he took a slow breath, still unable to fully come to terms with what had happened. He frowned slightly, wondering why Yi Chuan hadn't been eliminated yet. To him, it felt unfair. His opponents were all terrifyingly strong, while Yi Chuan seemed to be facing easier matches. He clenched his fist tightly. Originally, he planned to conserve his strength for the finals. But now, it seemed he would have to reveal his true power much earlier. From that moment on, he told himself, he would fight seriously. From the principal's seating area, Principal Sha Zan stood up and openly declared that all of Lingyun High School's seed contestants had been eliminated. It seemed unlikely they would enter the top 3 this year. He bowed politely and prepared to leave. Before departing, he leaned toward Principal Zhao and whispered that compared to Shu Lingxuan, he was far more optimistic about Yi Chuan. After Sha Zan left, Principal Wen Chongwei spoke up. Based on the strength shown by Lingyun High School's star student, he believed the student would certainly reach the semifinals. There was even a chance their school would face Lu Chen in the finals. At Arena 3, the referee announced the victory of Yingkai High School. Lu Chen stood victorious. The replay showed how he defeated his opponent using a massive sword blazing with golden energy. He stood quietly beside the giant blade, his presence heavy and oppressive. In a cold voice, he said that if someone hadn't stopped him, his opponent would have died long ago. The defeated fighter lay sprawled on the ground, blood at the corner of his mouth, crying out in pain. Lu Chen slowly raised his hand and formed a precise two-finger seal. Energy resonated through the air as the massive sword began to shrink, shimmering as it returned to the sheath on his back. When the sheath finally closed, several girls screamed in admiration, openly praising Lu Chen's looks. Watching this, Principal Zhao's expression darkened. He knew it was impossible for Shu Lingxuan to take first place against someone like Lu Chen. Yet at the same time, relying solely on Yi Chuan also seemed uncertain. From Arena 2, another victory was announced, Qingyan High School, with Sha Nanan as the winner. She jumped excitedly, smiling brightly as she raised both hands in triumph. Her opponent knelt in defeat, quietly admitting loss. But in his heart, his fear was even greater, the possible punishment from the Sha family for losing to their eldest daughter. In the end, he chose to surrender the ranking without resistance. Sha Nanan suddenly turned her head when she saw Yi Chuan kick his opponent in the stomach on the neighboring stage. Once she confirmed his victory, she ran toward him, almost bouncing with joy as she called his name, saying it had been a long time since they last met. Yi Chuan looked confused and asked why she was there too. Instead of answering, Sha Nanan grabbed his arm and accused him of being a liar. Why hadn't he looked for her to hang out? Startled, Yi Chuan explained quietly that his family hadn't allowed him to. Hearing that, Sha Nanan was shocked and asked who had said such a thing. Yi Chuan scratched his head awkwardly and said maybe they were afraid he'd pester her. At that word, pester, Sha Nanan lowered her head, confusion and unease flashing across her face. She suspected someone might be interfering with her plans. Possibly her uncle. As they talked, Shu Lingxuan shot an angry glare toward the stage, recognizing the Sha family girl beside Yi Chuan once again. Soon, the giant screen announced the next match. Qingyan High School's Wang Moqi, an awakening elemental mage, versus Qingcheng High School's Shu Lingxuan, the legendary Snow Soul Sword Immortal. At the center of the arena, Wang Moqi stood with purple and black energy swirling around his hands. He smirked arrogantly and mocked Shu Lingxuan, saying the so-called genius was nothing but a famous name. Hearing this, Shu Lingxuan stepped forward silently, gripping his sword tightly. A cold blue aura slowly enveloped him, his eyes calm and focused. The referee raised his hand and announced the start of the match. Almost instantly, Wang Moqi lifted his energy-filled hand and sneered, telling Shu Lingxuan to call him Big Brother. Maybe then his defeat would be gentler. But in the very next instant, fear replaced arrogance. Wang Moqi broke into a cold sweat as an overwhelming pressure exploded from Shu Lingxuan. In a flash, Shu Lingxuan moved, leaving behind a shining sphere of power inside Wang Moqi's body before appearing behind him. Seconds later, Wang Moqi's eyes widened. His clothes tore apart as pain and shock racked his body. Trembling, he screamed and asked if that was Shu Lingxuan's true strength. Shu Lingxuan didn't answer. His cold gaze alone was enough to reveal the vast gap between them. Then, he turned his eyes toward Yi Chuan and Sha Nanan, a single thought echoing in his mind. They must never meet in the finals. The female announcer officially declared that the preliminary round had come to an end. Her voice rang clearly across the arena as she announced the names of the top 4 competitors. From Arena 1, representing Qingcheng High School, Shu Lingxuan. From Arena 2, representing Qingyan High School, Sha Nanan. From Arena 3, representing Yingkai High School, Lu Chen. And from Arena 4, once again from Qingcheng High School, Yi Chuan. At the edge of the stage, Principal Zhao could barely hide his excitement. He hadn't expected such a result. Yi Chuan and Shu Lingxuan were classmates, and as long as either of them placed third or fourth, Qingcheng High School was guaranteed first place in total points this year. The audience erupted into noise. From the crowd, Sha Nanan's uncle stood up with his group, cheering loudly and repeatedly shouting her name, proudly calling her the best. Meanwhile, Sha Nanan clung tightly to Yi Chuan's arm. Yi Chuan couldn't help asking when she had become this strong. Sha Nanan smiled confidently and replied that she had always been strong, and on top of that, she still had a secret weapon. Up on the judges' platform, a female instructor frowned slightly. She hadn't expected Yi Chuan to actually make it into the top 4, apparently only because of Shu Lingxuan. She couldn't decide whether to call him hardworking, or simply a lucky clown. The announcer spoke again, declaring that the next stage would be the 2-on-2 semifinal round. She pressed a control button firmly. Machinery roared as the platforms shook, slowly merging together into a much larger and wider arena. She explained that anyone who reached the semifinals was already among the strongest competitors this year and deserved to fight on a grander stage. Matchups would still be decided by system lottery, and all 4 arenas had now fully merged into one. Those who weren't drawn would step down and wait. When the lottery results appeared on the giant screen, murmurs spread across the entire venue. From Qingyan High School, Sha Nanan, an advanced alchemy user, would face Shu Lingxuan, the legendary Snow Soul Sword Immortal. Shu Lingxuan smiled faintly. In a cold voice, he said he would show everyone how he dealt with that woman. Below the stage, Lu Chen sat beside Yi Chuan and spoke first, saying it would be an honor to fight him. Yi Chuan replied casually that Lu Chen's sword looked impressive. Lu Chen proudly explained that it was a mid-tier spirit weapon, forged by Di Erkson, a disciple of Yi Xin, the finest weapon refiner in Qingcheng. As they talked, Sha Nanan stepped onto the stage, hands on her hips and a confident smile on her face. She looked straight at Shu Lingxuan and said she still remembered him. Then she coldly warned him to stop harassing Yi Chuan, or she would slap him again. Shu Lingxuan exploded in anger. He shouted back, demanding to know what harassment she was talking about and accused her of twisting the truth. Before the tension could boil over, the referee announced the start of the match. Shu Lingxuan stared coldly at Sha Nanan. In his mind, Skyvo Academy stood behind him. Even if he taught her a lesson, the Sha family wouldn't dare retaliate, especially in such a high-profile entrance tournament. As he slowly drew his icy sword, he addressed her as the eldest daughter of the Sha family. He said he hadn't forgotten the slap from before, and now he would return it tenfold. He moved instantly, summoning his snow phantom. His eyes glowed with blue energy as he charged forward, 2 spectral replicas forming at his sides. Sha Nanan, however, calmly pulled out 2 beads from behind her and hurled them without warning. When they struck Shu Lingxuan's position, thick pink smoke exploded outward, completely obscuring his vision. Shu Lingxuan mocked her, asking if she planned to play hide and seek. She didn't answer. Instead, she swallowed a red pill, announcing that her speed was now boosted to 100%. Then a blue pill for another speed boost, also 100%. Finally, a white pill for full defense enhancement. Seeing this, Yi Chuan cursed under his breath. Only then did he realize, Sha Nanan was a drug-enhanced fighter. Lu Chen was equally shocked and asked if Yi Chuan could even see what was happening inside the thick smoke. Suddenly, Sha Nanan appeared above Shu Lingxuan, launching a powerful strike. Shu Lingxuan blocked it with his sword and sneered that in terms of speed, she didn't even compare to Lu Wanner. They separated instantly. But Shu Lingxuan's eyes widened when he saw Sha Nanan pull out 2 more pills, and swallow them at the same time. Dark red energy erupted from her body, her eyes glowing crimson. Her realm forcibly rose to the 2nd rank climbing pond realm. Her uncle shouted in panic, warning her that she couldn't take any more pills. Enhancement drugs were too damaging. If something went wrong, there would be no fixing it. Shu Lingxuan answered with a surge of his own power, shouting that no matter how wealthy the Sha family was, they couldn't afford to waste resources like this. He charged again, mocking her reliance on alchemy and declaring arrogantly that she could never defeat him. Before he reached her, Sha Nanan threw out 2 more red pills. A massive explosion shook the entire arena. From above, Sha Nanan dove down with a devastating kick. Shu Lingxuan barely dodged in time. The kick smashed into the floor, shattering it, but hit nothing. Moments later, Sha Nanan felt an intense cold spread through her legs. Behind her, Shu Lingxuan's frozen sword had already appeared. In a cold voice, he said she wasn't even worth forcing him to use a killing move. For Shu Lingxuan, the fight was already over. Shu Lingxuan unleashed a devastating slash toward Sha Nanan. The blade tore through the air, carrying an icy presence that seemed to freeze the space itself. Even though the strike only grazed her arm, it was enough to make blood spray out violently. Almost instantly, freezing energy spread from the wound, crawling across her flesh until her entire arm stiffened and went numb. Sha Nanan cursed under her breath, fury flashing across her face. She could no longer feel the arm that had been hit, and worse, she knew the effects of the enhancement pills she had taken were rapidly wearing off. As blood continued to drip, her strength drained away with it. But Shu Lingxuan had no intention of stopping. He attacked again. Slowly raising his sword, he smiled coldly and said that this was far from over. Sha Nanan's eyes widened in shock as Shu Lingxuan suddenly released a flurry of slashes. Each swing left behind a thin streak of light in the air. Before she could even react, Shu Lingxuan had already passed behind her, his eyes glowing an intense blue. Her body could no longer support itself. Sha Nanan collapsed onto the floor, completely unable to rise. Shu Lingxuan looked down at her without the slightest hint of emotion. In an icy voice, he said she would repay everything tenfold. He had said it before, and he always kept his word. This, he declared, was the price of provoking him. The referee raised his hand, ready to announce the winner. Yet despite the overwhelming pain, Sha Nanan forced herself to stand. Clutching her chest, her body trembling uncontrollably, she shouted for the referee to stop. The match wasn't over. In her mind, only one thought remained clear: Yi Chuan was watching her. She couldn't give up like this. From the audience, her uncle suddenly stood up and shouted desperately for her to concede. Before she could regain her footing, Shu Lingxuan closed in. Coldly, he remarked that it seemed she still wanted to suffer more. Without any warning, he swung his sword straight toward her face. Yi Chuan shouted in panic, instinctively trying to warn her to dodge. At that exact moment, a stone flew through the air and struck Shu Lingxuan's sword, knocking the attack aside. It was Sha Nanan's uncle. He stepped forward, his voice icy as he asked Shu Lingxuan whether he held some deep personal grudge against his young lady, because the killing intent he felt was unmistakable. Shu Lingxuan responded just as coldly. If Sha Nanan chose to participate in the competition, she should have been prepared to get injured. Even the Sha family had no right to interfere. The uncle did not argue further. He lifted Sha Nanan into his arms and turned away, warning Shu Lingxuan that young people who acted recklessly would eventually suffer the consequences themselves. Once they were off the stage, the referee officially announced the result. The winner was Shu Lingxuan of Qingcheng High School. Yi Chuan immediately ran to Sha Nanan's side, anxiously asking if she was all right. Instead of answering directly, Sha Nanan smiled faintly and asked whether she had fought well. Yi Chuan nodded without hesitation, telling her she had been amazing. Then Sha Nanan made a quiet request. She asked Yi Chuan to defeat Shu Lingxuan for her and take first place. Yi Chuan smiled and nodded, telling her to leave it to him. Her uncle immediately objected, saying there was no need for such talk. Treating her injuries was the priority now, and Yi Chuan should focus on his own match. Moments later, the next matchup appeared on the massive screen. From Yingkai High School came Lu Chen, a professional epic tier fighter known as the Frostmoon Sword Saint. His opponent was Yi Chuan of Qingcheng High School, whose registered profession was pig butcher. As soon as they stepped onto the stage, Lu Chen spoke first. He called Yi Chuan brother, and said their relationship wasn't bad. He claimed he wouldn't embarrass Yi Chuan too much and even suggested that Yi Chuan surrender early for his own safety. Yi Chuan refused. With a serious expression, he said that he was taking this fight seriously, and asked Lu Chen to do the same. He drew his butcher's blade and casually swung it through the air 9 times. Lu Chen frowned and asked what he was doing. Yi Chuan answered calmly, warming up. But the blazing red light in Yi Chuan's eyes was impossible to miss. As a golden pressure spread from his body, a system notification appeared. His next attack would trigger a blessing. Soon after, the referee announced the start of the match. Lu Chen immediately poured violet energy into his sword and declared that he would get serious. His weapon began to expand, growing larger and larger until it towered over both people and buildings alike. Without hesitation, he brought it crashing down in a massive downward slash aimed straight at Yi Chuan. Principal Zhao jumped to his feet in horror, while the principal beside him muttered that if Yi Chuan didn't dodge, he would die for sure. The sheer pressure of the descending blade crushed the air and weighed heavily on the entire stage. But Yi Chuan remained calm. He didn't move at all, as if he had been waiting for this moment. Principal Zhao shouted desperately for him to dodge. Off to the side, Shu Lingxuan crossed his arms and sneered, calling Yi Chuan an idiot. He said this was what happened when someone faced a truly powerful opponent, they only humiliated themselves. Just before Lu Chen's attack could land, Yi Chuan shouted the falling star. His eyes erupted with golden light. With a single precise swing of his blade, Lu Chen's massive sword split apart, shattering into countless fragments that disintegrated in midair. Immediately, a system notification appeared. That strike had triggered a 17 times critical hit.
Lu Chen stared in absolute horror at the shattered remains of his greatsword. The sight seemed to drain the very strength from his body, leaving him trembling on the floor of the stage. He hovered over the broken shards, weeping openly and shouting for someone to pay for his weapon, despondent over the loss of such a valuable mid-tier spirit tool. Seeing Lu Chen's state, the referee approached and asked if he intended to continue the match. Through his tears, Lu Chen choked out that he could no longer fight without his sword. With the admission of defeat, the referee raised a hand and clearly announced Yi Chuan of Qingcheng High School as the victor. As Lu Chen continued to gaze at the fragments of his blade, a chilling realization washed over him. He realized just how close he had come to a gruesome end. Had that final attack connected with his body instead of his sword, there wouldn't have been enough of him left to bury. He stole a glance at Yi Chuan, who was still radiating a terrifying pressure, and understood then that there was something profoundly different about this boy. In his mind, surrendering was a small price to pay for his life. In the stands, Shu Lingxuan was paralyzed with shock. She couldn't wrap her head around how Yi Chuan had pulled off such a feat. Recalling their conversation before the match, suspicion began to cloud her judgment. She wondered if Yi Chuan had somehow bribed Lu Chen to throw the fight. To her, the idea was disgraceful, and she broke into a nervous sweat, wondering just how far Yi Chuan would go simply to face her in the finals. Meanwhile, Principal Zhao was nearly jumping out of his seat with joy. He cheered loudly, boasting that Qingcheng Academy now held both spots in the top 2. He took full credit for the success, loudly proclaiming that this victory was the direct result of his tireless guidance. Principal Wen Xiongwei couldn't hide his annoyance, muttering about Zhao's arrogance. He convinced himself that Lu Chen had only lost because he had underestimated a mere butcher. Among the visiting faculty, Teacher Qin noted that while he had high expectations for Yingkai Academy, they had been humiliated by a life-type professional. A female teacher nearby dismissed Yi Chuan's success as a fluke, arguing that the truth would come out in the finals. However, Teacher Qin wasn't so sure. He admitted that, despite the odds, he was actually starting to like the boy. From the center of the stage, the announcer's voice boomed, signaling the start of the most anticipated event, the final match between Shu Lingxuan and Yi Chuan, both representing Qingcheng Academy. The crowd erupted in applause as Yi Chuan made his way up to the stage. The announcer turned to Shu Lingxuan, asking if she had any words for her opponent. He added a bit of gossip, mentioning he'd heard the two were childhood sweethearts. The crowd began to murmur in excitement, surprised by the romantic history between the two. However, one man in the crowd spoke up to set the record straight. He explained that Shu Lingxuan had abandoned Yi Chuan the moment her powers awakened. He told the surrounding spectators how Yi Chuan, despite possessing only a life-type profession, had trained relentlessly just to catch up to her. In the back row, another man was moved to tears. Feeling the weight of Yi Chuan's struggle to elevate a low-class profession, he sobbed quietly, unable to imagine the sheer sacrifice the boy had made in the name of love. The atmosphere in the arena reached a fever pitch as the personal drama between the two competitors unfolded in front of the crowd. A woman in the audience shouted that the entire situation was a joke, calling Yi Chuan a pathetic loser who was dreaming of reaching someone far above his station. She expressed her disgust at how he was clinging to his past in front of everyone, a sentiment echoed by several others behind her. Yu Lingxuan took the microphone, her voice cold and unwavering. She told Yi Chuan once again that they would never be together. Yi Chuan simply raised a hand, signaling for her to stop the talk and just start the match. However, Shu Lingxuan pointed a finger at him, insisting that these stunts wouldn't win her attention. She claimed his actions only made her loathe him more and suggested he just give up. Yi Chuan didn't argue. Instead, he rubbed his face, looking visibly irritated by her words. Suddenly, a wave of support erupted from a group of students shouting Yi Chuan's name, cheering him on. Shu Lingxuan glanced at them and sighed, calling them clowns and weaklings. She declared that she would prove her point through action. Feeling the heat of the moment, Yi Chuan braced his body and asked the referee if they could begin. The referee nodded, raised his hand, and formally announced the start of the final match. Shu Lingxuan locked eyes with Yi Chuan, her voice dripping with disdain. She accused him of using despicable tricks to win his previous matches just so he could stand on the same stage as her. She asked if he had truly exhausted everything just for this moment. Yi Chuan didn't waste another second. In an instant, his eyes flared a predatory red as he lunged forward. The move was so sudden and explosive that Shu Lingxuan had no time to react. A thunderous slap connected squarely with her cheek, the sound echoing through the entire arena. The force was so immense that she was sent spinning, sliding across the floor before coming to a stop face down. The audience gasped and surged to their feet, unable to believe what they had just seen. Yi Chuan had actually slapped Shu Lingxuan hard enough to send her flying. Shu Lingxuan struggled to stand, her nose bleeding and her cheek swelling rapidly. Trembling with a mix of rage and humiliation, she screamed at Yi Chuan, asking how he dared to lay a hand on her in front of everyone. Yi Chuan didn't answer immediately. He casually shook out his hand as if shaking off the impact. Finally, he looked at her coldly and asked if that helped clear her head. Her fury only intensified. She forced herself upright and claimed that Yi Chuan's unrequited love had clearly turned into hatred. Yi Chuan placed a hand over his face again, looking genuinely exhausted by her delusions. He calmly asked her if she was actually mentally unstable. Shu Lingxuan didn't respond. She drew her sword and leveled it at him, telling him to stop pretending. She admitted he had made some slight progress, but insisted that this was as far as he would go. Gripping her hilt with both hands, a terrifying, icy energy began to coat the blade. Her eyes glowed with a chilling light as she announced she was being forced to use her ultimate trump card against him. An explosion of frost erupted around her, the temperature on stage plummeting as the pressure rose. She screamed the name of her technique, Sword Cry Frost Dragon. As Shu Lingxuan launched her final assault, a ragged scream tore from her throat. She blamed Yi Chuan for pushing her to this desperate edge. Along with her cry, a terrifying explosion of energy manifested as a massive dragon made of pure, jagged ice. The frost dragon let out a bone-chilling roar, exhaling a lethal mist as it lunged toward Yi Chuan to crush him. High in the stands, Teacher Lu of Skyvo Academy bolted upright, her face pale. She recognized the technique and knew that summoning the frost dragon demanded a toll so high it could permanently damage Shu Lingxuan's body. Despite the looming titan of ice, Yi Chuan remained eerily still. Just as the dragon was about to make impact, he coiled his strength and leapt high into the air, narrowly dodging the initial strike. However, the beast seemed to possess a mind of its own. It twisted mid-air, tracking his movement with predatory speed. In an instant, its massive jaws unhinged, ready to swallow him whole. On the ground, Shu Lingxuan gritted her teeth, her vision blurring as blood began to trickle from her nose. Her hands shook violently under the strain of maintaining the spell. In her mind, she offered a silent apology to Teacher Lu for using such a forbidden move, but her obsession with winning at any cost overrode her fear. At that critical moment, just before the frost dragon's teeth could snap shut, Yi Chuan's hand flew to his waist. This subtle movement didn't escape the sharp eyes of Teacher Qin, who realized the boy was finally getting serious and preparing a counter-strike. Near the officials' table, Principal Zhao was a nervous wreck. He feared that Shu Lingxuan's reckless power would result in Yi Chuan's death. Yet, a darker thought crossed his mind. If the boy died here, he wouldn't have to pay out the massive reward he had promised him. The frost dragon pivoted for a second lunging strike. This time, Yi Chuan allowed a dark, mysterious energy to coil around his body, his grip tightening on his blade. In a low, resonant voice, he whispered the name of his technique, Nether Shadow Sweep. He moved with a speed that defied the human eye, becoming a blur of shadow that slipped through the dragon's defenses. What followed was a relentless, surgical barrage of slashes. Each strike hissed through the air, shearing through the frozen hide of the beast. Within seconds, the once mighty frost dragon shattered into thousands of jagged shards, raining down onto the stage like broken glass. Xu Lingxuan screamed in disbelief, staring at the glittering remains of her ultimate trump card. Before she could process the shock, Yi Chuan walked toward her, his boots crunching the fragments of her pride into the floor. With a dry, mocking tone, he remarked that her performance was nothing more than a flashy parlor trick, admitting he had expected something actually impressive. Her temper flared white-hot at the insult. Blinded by the sting of defeat, she shrieked at him, accusing him of cheating because she couldn't fathom how her power had been so easily dismantled. At that accusation, Yi Chuan's aura shifted. His face darkened, and his eyes ignited with a predatory red glow, releasing a heavy, suffocating pressure that seemed to suck the air out of the arena. He coldly declared that the fight was over and that she had lost. But Xu Lingxuan remained stubborn, refusing to yield. She screamed again, forcing her sword up in a desperate belief that she still had a chance. But before she could even make a move, a heavy slap from Yi Chuan landed squarely on her cheek. The force was so immense she nearly coughed up blood. As she clutched her swelling face, Yi Chuan struck her again, even harder this time, repeatedly driving home the point that the fight was over. Watching from the sidelines, Teacher Qin realized that the match had become painfully one-sided. It looked less like a duel and more like Yi Chuan simply dominating a much weaker opponent. Yi Chuan raised his weapon, leveling the tip at Xu Lingxuan. She stood there trembling with fear, both her cheeks bruised and swollen. Yi Chuan issued a chilling warning: if she ever dared to challenge him again, it wouldn't be for a trophy, it would be a duel to the death. Terrified, Xu Lingxuan backed away and finally screamed her surrender. The referee made it official. The winner of the final round was Yi Chuan of Qingcheng High School. The arena erupted in a deafening roar. Many were in disbelief that a lowly, pig butcher, had emerged as the champion. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Some noted that Yi Chuan looked as if he had truly intended to take her life. Others recalled their shared history, wondering how a former couple could end up like this. A voice in the crowd remarked that perhaps their old love had curdled into pure hatred. In the judges section, Teacher Qin turned to Teacher Lu and questioned if they had made a mistake in their initial assessment. It was now obvious that Qingcheng High School held a far greater talent, so why had they chosen Xu Lingxuan in the first place? Teacher Lu responded coldly, asking if Qin actually intended to recruit Yi Chuan now. Another teacher with long white hair interjected, stating that if Yi Chuan's profession were purely combat-oriented, he would offer a slot immediately, but they all knew that wasn't the case. Teacher Qin smiled and admitted that if the others wouldn't take him, he wouldn't either. Despite admiring the boy's skill, he didn't want to stain the reputation of Shinwo Academy by associating it with a mere butcher. Teacher Lu added that because Yi Chuan had publicly humiliated her student, a deep feud now officially existed between them. From the stage, Teacher Lu signaled to another one of her students. A young man leapt into the center of the arena and approached the weakened Xu Lingxuan. He offered his hand, telling her that winning and losing were just part of the game and not to take it to heart. Xu Lingxuan accepted his help as he introduced himself as Lin Yu, a second year at Sky Vault Academy and her future senior. Overcome with shame, she could barely look at him. Through her tears, she sobbed that she couldn't accept the way Yi Chuan had treated her, turning their past into malice and daring to slap her in front of the entire world. Lin Yu glanced toward Yi Chuan with a piercing stare. He declared that he would show him the true consequences of insulting a member of Sky Vault Academy. Lin Yu asked the referee if the official match was concluded. Once the referee confirmed it was over, Lin Yu gave a meaningful smile. He stated that in that case, they had a personal matter to settle. He slowly turned to face Yi Chuan, and as the tension in the arena spiked once more, it became clear that an even more intense confrontation was about to begin. Lin Yu confronted Yi Chuan, mocking him by saying that despite his recent victory, he remained nothing more than a lowly pig butcher with no future. Yi Chuan remained unfazed, calmly asking where this pig-faced man had come from. Infuriated by the insult, Lin Yu questioned how Yi Chuan dared to call him such a name and warned him not to be surprised when he finally decided to teach him a lesson. Meanwhile, Xu Lingxuan smirked, telling Yi Chuan that he had finally bitten off more than he could chew. He boasted about having the full backing of Skyvo Academy and promised that Yi Chuan would soon pay for all the humiliation he had caused. When Yi Chuan asked if they were proposing a fair one-on-one fight, Lin Yu simply laughed. He explained that Yi Chuan was mistaken to think he even deserved a proper duel. Instead, Lin Yu described the coming encounter not as a fight, but as a one-sided slaughter. With a menacing smile and an intimidating presence, he lunged forward, intent on making Yi Chuan regret his defiance. However, before he could reach his target, three figures suddenly moved to intercept him. Uncle Zhao Men blocked Lin Yu's heavy punch with ease and coldly reminded him that winning and losing were natural parts of a fight. He pointed out how pathetic it was for Lin Yu to interfere just because Xu Lingxuan couldn't accept his own defeat. It was then that Lin Yu realized his path was being blocked by members of the powerful Xia family. Yi Chuan asked Uncle Zhao why they were still there instead of taking Xia Nanan for medical treatment. Uncle Zhao reassured him that she was doing well and explained that she had sent him back specifically to watch over Yi Chuan out of concern. Confused and angry, Lin Yu demanded to know what business the Xia family had interfering with his business. Uncle Zhao shouted back that it was very much their business, as Yi Chuan had previously saved their young miss's life. He declared that any attack on Yi Chuan would be treated as an act of war against the Xia family. This revelation left Principal Zhao stunned, as he had no idea Yi Chuan had such deep ties to such an influential family. The tension rose even further when teacher Lu Jingye leapt onto the center of the stage. She immediately confronted Uncle Zhao, accusing the Xia family of bullying their students and questioning whether they had any respect left for Skyvo Academy. Uncle Qian noted that Lu Jingye was a senior instructor and a renowned expert in the King-sealed realm. He realized that while the Xia family was influential, they were still slightly outmatched by the prestige of an academy that produced world-class elites. He sensed that the situation was about to turn ugly. Seeing the Xia family momentarily silenced, Xu Lingxuan laughed and grew even bolder. He told them to deliver a message to their young miss, reminding her of the slap she had once given him and vowing to return the favor tenfold in the future. This threat caused Uncle Zhao to release a dark, murderous aura, daring Xu Lingxuan to try and lay a finger on her if he actually had the courage. Watching the chaos unfold, the surrounding students began to curse in frustration. They wondered why so many powerful figures were suddenly at each other's throats because of Yi Chuan. Realizing the danger, some students decided it was time to leave, fearing they would be caught in the crossfire once these giants actually started fighting. Teacher Lu Jingye stepped forward, her eyes glowing as she began to radiate a brilliant, shimmering energy. She made it clear that once someone entered Skyvo Academy, they became her responsibility. She argued that if she couldn't protect her own student, the academy would lose its standing in the world. As she spoke, she unleashed a powerful pressure that weighed down on the center of the stage. However, the situation shifted instantly when two new figures landed in front of Yi Chuan to shield him. Miss Zhang addressed the crowd with a smile, daring anyone to try and bully a member of their Nine Heaven Alliance. Yi Chuan was surprised to recognize the newcomers as Uncle Qian and Miss Zhang. When he asked why they had come, Uncle Qian explained that Miss Zhang had insisted on joining him because she was worried about Yi Chuan's safety. As teacher Lu Jingye's aura turned a fierce crimson, she demanded to know if the Nine Heaven Alliance intended to involve themselves in this mess. Miss Zhang remained composed, confirming that Yi Chuan had already joined their alliance. She then advised teacher Lu Jingye to stop making things difficult for him. The watching students were in disbelief. They whispered among themselves, shocked that someone like Yi Chuan had managed to secure a spot in the prestigious Nine Heaven Alliance. Even Principal Zhao was stunned, wondering if he was dreaming, as he recalled that not a single person from the graduating class had been accepted into the alliance, except, apparently, for Yi Chuan. Xu Lingxuan's frustration boiled over at the news. He couldn't wrap his head around how Yi Chuan had achieved something that even the top students could not. Sensing the change in the air, teacher Lu Jingye slowly retracted her intense pressure. She forced a smile and suggested they move past the incident, noting that since she and Miss Yang's father were old friends, she would let the matter slide for his sake. Miss Zhang thanked the teacher on her father's behalf and immediately turned to Yi Chuan, urging him to leave with them. Before they could depart, Xu Lingxuan approached teacher Lu Jingye to apologize for the embarrassment the situation had caused her. However, the teacher remained serious. She asked him why someone with his talent would obsess over a temporary loss. She compared him to a tiger, explaining that even if a tiger cub is bitten by a house dog, it doesn't give up. Eventually, the tiger grows to rule the mountains, while the dog remains nothing more than a guard. Encouraged by her words, Xu Lingxuan bowed in gratitude, claiming he finally understood. He suddenly drew his sword and pointed it toward Yi Chuan. He shouted that while he may have lost today, it wasn't because of Yi Chuan's strength, but because of his own arrogance. He vowed to return to Qincheng in 1 year to find him and demanded a rematch. He challenged Yi Chuan directly, asking if he had the courage to accept. Uncle Qian and Miss Zhang watched Yi Chuan closely, noting his calm expression. Slowly, Yi Chuan turned back toward Shu Lingxuan. With a chilling smile and a look that sent a shiver through the air, he told Shu Lingxuan that if that was what he wanted, he accepted the challenge.
Walking away from the arena, Yi Chuan felt a sense of relief wash over him. Once they were a safe distance away, he turned to Miss Zhang and gave her a respectful bow, thanking her sincerely for the help she had provided inside. Miss Zhang, however, seemed preoccupied with something else. She looked at him directly and asked if he actually had feelings for that girl, Shu Lingxuan. Yi Chuan didn't hesitate. He smiled and denied it instantly, remarking that he had no interest in pigs. This left Miss Zhang confused. She wondered if he meant that Shu Lingxuan was fat, but then a different thought crossed her mind. She worried that perhaps Yi Chuan didn't like women with curves at all, leading her to wonder if she suddenly needed to go on a diet. While Miss Zhang was lost in her thoughts, Yi Chuan's mind was elsewhere. He was reflecting on the aura teacher Lu Jingya had released back in the arena. It wasn't an ordinary presence. He had a gut feeling that if they ever faced her in a real fight, she wouldn't be an easy opponent to overcome. His train of thought was interrupted by a voice calling out to him from behind. When they turned around, they saw Principal Zhao Ming rushing toward them, looking completely out of breath. As soon as the principal caught up, he acknowledged Miss Zhang and Uncle Qian as members of the Nine Heaven Alliance. He then threw an arm around Yi Chuan's shoulder, eagerly asking if it was true that he had joined the alliance and how long he had been a member. Yi Chuan confirmed it, noting that he had only joined a few days ago. A wide grin spread across Principal Zhao Ming's face. He claimed loudly that he always knew Yi Chuan had immense talent and that he had believed in the boy's potential from the very beginning. To prove his point, the principal produced a small box. He declared that he was a man of his word and was here to deliver the storage spirit weapon he had promised. He opened the box to reveal a glowing realm wristband. Uncle Qian raised an eyebrow, surprised by the principal's sudden generosity. He asked since when the principal had become willing to part with such a high-quality item. The principal simply smiled, stating that since Yi Chuan was a talent he personally helped nurture, it was only natural to treat his star student well. Yi Chuan immediately put on the wristband to test it. As he linked his mind to the device, an inventory space appeared in his vision. Inside the storage, he noticed 2 heavy money bags. Principal Zhao Ming explained that the wristband had a vast internal space. He could store any object inside and retrieve it instantly whenever he wished. Yi Chuan tested it out, tapping on one of the bags in his mental inventory. In a flash, it appeared in his hand. With another thought, he sent it back into the storage. The principal added that the 2 bags contained the 500,000 reward money he had promised. Yi Chuan thanked him once more for the gift. Principal Zhao Ming waved off the thanks, telling him not to mention it. For him, having a student from the Qingcheng Academy join the Nine Heaven Alliance was the greatest honor the school could receive. Principal Zhao Ming then spoke softly to Miss Zhang and Uncle Qian, formally entrusting Yi Chuan to their care. He added that he would continue to nurture more talented students in the hopes of sending them to the Nine Heaven Alliance in the future. Miss Zhang thanked the principal, but noted that they were in a hurry and had to take their leave. As they walked away, Principal Zhao Ming's voice rang out from behind them one last time. Yi Chuan, he shouted. When you meet the Alliance Master, don't forget to say a few good words about me. It wasn't long before the group arrived at the imposing headquarters of the Nine Heaven Alliance. Once inside, Miss Zhang informed Yi Chuan that they had 3 weeks before they were scheduled to set out and defeat the Flame Blade King. She asked him how he planned to spend the remaining time. Yi Chuan replied that he wanted to take on some missions to earn contribution points. Hearing this, Uncle Qian's face lit up with approval. He praised the boy's initiative, noting how impressive it was that he was already thinking about his standing within the alliance. He immediately offered to tag along so they could tackle some high-difficulty missions together. However, Yi Chuan quickly turned him down. He explained that he wanted to do this alone. He wanted to level up as a solo player. Watching the exchange, Miss Zhang was slightly surprised. She had assumed Yi Chuan would want to stick close to them for protection, but it was clear the boy had the heart of a lone wolf. She didn't mind, though. Completing missions solo was an essential trial for anyone truly seeking to become powerful. She stepped toward Yi Chuan and gave her permission. You can go on your own, she said, but make sure you stay safe. Yi Chuan nodded in agreement and made his way to the mission center. He stood before a massive digital screen, scanning the various tasks available. After narrowing down 3 options, he finally settled on a 2-star mission.
Hunt a giant armored crocodile lion and return its carcass fully intact. The reward was a substantial 900 contribution points. As soon as he selected it, a system notification confirmed his acceptance and pinpointed the target's exact location on his map. Before heading out, he used his glowing realm wristband to stock up on food and supplies. He couldn't help but marvel again at how convenient the device was for a traveler. By nightfall, he began his journey toward the mission site. As he walked, he grumbled to himself about how much of a tongue twister the name, Giant Armored Crocodile Lion, was. Despite the complaint, a confident smirk played on his lips. A dark purple aura flickered around him as he whispered to the shadows, "I'm coming for you." However, he wasn't as alone as he thought. From the dense brush behind him, two figures watched his every move. They sent a quick report to Lord Lei, informing him that Yi Chuan had finally left the protection of the Nine Heaven Alliance and was heading out of the city alone. Upon receiving the news, Lord Lei's lips curled into a cold smile. "That's the boy I've been waiting for," he muttered. "He's finally shown himself." Deep in the woods, the fatigue of the day began to catch up with Yi Chuan. He let out a long yawn, his eyes heavy with sleep. But his senses sharpened when he heard a sudden, thunderous snoring sound echoing through the trees. Following the noise, he stumbled upon a massive goblin fast asleep in a clearing. "So you're the one making all that noise," Yi Chuan whispered, another yawn stretching his face. The sight of the sleeping creature only made his own bed seem more enticing. Half jokingly, he lay down right next to the goblin. "Mind if I crash here for a bit?" he mumbled as he drifted off.
The two men secretly tailing Yi Chuan were both bewildered by his actions. Instead of avoiding danger, they watched as he quietly lay down and fell fast asleep right next to a massive goblin. They couldn't wrap their heads around the situation, with one asking if Yi Chuan had truly fallen asleep in such a predicament. The other man suspected they might have been discovered, but his companion quickly dismissed the idea. He argued it was impossible given how well they were hidden. However, despite his denial, the anxiety on his face was obvious. He added that this might be their best chance to strike. But the first man spoke again, his voice trembling with fear. He explained that the giant goblin beside Yi Chuan was a monster equivalent to the 5th rank of the climbing pond realm. One mistake would lead to their certain doom. Eventually, they speculated that Yi Chuan had indeed spotted them and deliberately stayed by the goblin's side to use it as a shield. They realized then that the boy was not to be underestimated. At that moment, the giant goblin stirred, waking up as it felt someone touching its body. It was struck with shock to find Yi Chuan hugging it in his sleep. Simultaneously, Yi Chuan yawned and slowly woke up. Upon opening his eyes, he too was startled, immediately recoiling before leaping away to a safe distance. The goblin began looking around as if searching for something. Noticing this, Yi Chuan asked if it was looking for its spiked club. He explained that he had hidden it momentarily because he was afraid of getting hurt while he slept. Hearing this, the goblin slowly turned toward him, its eyes glowing with rage as it released a heavy, oppressive presence. In an instant, it charged. Without hesitation, Yi Chuan took off running, shouting back that they had just slept side by side and there was no need for the goblin to be so angry. On the other side of the clearing, the two watching men were horrified to see Yi Chuan sprinting toward them, with the monster in hot pursuit. They immediately turned to flee. However, Yi Chuan was much faster, quickly catching up to and even overtaking the two. As he passed them, he casually asked who they were. The two didn't answer. Instead, one of them screamed at him in anger, telling him to get lost. He accused Yi Chuan of trying to kill them using the Goblin King while pretending to be innocent. Yi Chuan was puzzled by their words and asked what they meant, but before he could explain, the other man suddenly kicked him. Yi Chuan was sent flying and crashed hard onto the ground. While sprawled on the dirt, he asked why they were attacking him when he had no quarrel with them. Just then, the Goblin King arrived. To Yi Chuan, it looked like a furious wild boar, emitting a thick, dark aura. It roared, demanding the return of its weapon. Instead of returning it, Yi Chuan drew his own weapon and calmly asked if the goblin was really forcing him to fight. He repeated that they had shared a bed, so to speak, and things shouldn't have escalated this far. But the goblin ignored him and unleashed a powerful punch. Yi Chuan quickly dodged, leaping into the air. While airborne, he remarked that the goblin was far too hot-headed to think straight. The monster attacked again, trying to bite him, but Yi Chuan evaded it using the nether shadow sweep. He landed gracefully, his eyes beginning to glow with a crimson hue. He then activated the blood shadow butcher. The goblin's eyes widened in terror. In that moment, Yi Chuan's form shifted in the Goblin King's vision, he appeared as a gargantuan, terrifying goblin ready to strike. Overwhelmed by fear, the creature suddenly fell to its knees, trembling and unable to speak. Yi Chuan did not waste the opportunity. He closed the distance instantly and, with a swift swing of his weapon, decapitated the Goblin King. Immediately, a system notification appeared. Due to his use of the pig butcher knife, his level rose to the 4th rank of the climbing pond realm. His strength, ability, and spirit stats climbed to 145, and his pig slayer extra damage increased to 610. After the battle, Yi Chuan approached the goblin's carcass, wondering if he should skin it. He drove his weapon into the body, but before he could begin, he sensed something behind him. A female goblin had appeared. He turned quickly and asked who she was, wondering if she was the Goblin King's daughter. The female didn't answer right away. Instead, she walked to the head of the Goblin King and began to weep. Feeling a pang of guilt, Yi Chuan apologized, explaining that he simply had a conflict with her father. But as she cried, the female goblin slowly turned her gaze toward Yi Chuan. Her aura shifted, becoming heavy and terrifying. In a cold, sharp voice, she declared that Yi Chuan was the human who killed her husband, and she would curse him. In that instant, a green symbol manifested at Yi Chuan's feet. The surroundings began to glow intensely, and he slowly vanished from where he stood, leaving his weapon still embedded in the Goblin King's body. A few moments later, he crashed down into a place filled with skeletons. Standing up, he scratched his head and wondered where he had ended up. He looked around, seeing nothing but piles of bones. In the distance, he spotted a tunnel emitting a faint light. Since it was the only visible path, he decided to head toward it, wanting to see what lay at the end. As he emerged from the tunnel, he was greeted by a vast space containing a glowing lake. He was even more shocked to see a creature in the center of the water, a monster with the body of a crocodile and the head of a lion. At that moment, the system notification chimed. Mission target discovered, giant armor crocodile lion. Instead of being intimidated by what he saw, Yi Chuan felt a surge of relief, realizing that the goblin woman from earlier had actually led him straight to his target. He made a mental note to thank her properly once he made it out of this place. He hadn't expected such a stroke of luck in the middle of a dangerous zone. He carefully analyzed the beast before him, noting the thick, rock-hard armor covering its body. Creeping closer, he weighed his options. He knew that if this creature woke up, it would be a nightmare to handle. He decided his best shot was a single, decisive strike to take it down before it even realized he was there. As he closed the distance, he muttered a mock apology to the creature. He joked that in its next life, it should just pick being a lion or a crocodile rather than mixing the two, as this hybrid form made it an easy target. It was a dark bit of humor in a tense moment, but his focus remained absolute. Yi Chuan reached behind him to unsheath his weapon, but his hand hit empty air. His eyes widened as he realized his knife was still buried in the corpse of the goblin he had killed earlier. Cursing his luck, he decided to retreat and wait for a better opportunity. But at that exact moment, the beast stirred. Its heavy eyelids slid open, and its pupils locked onto him with predatory intensity. Suddenly, a glowing arrow whistled through the air, striking the monster's head, only to bounce harmlessly off its reinforced scales. Two figures emerged from a nearby tunnel. One was an advanced archer named Wang Yuan, who shouted in triumph that they had finally tracked the beast down. Beside him was Yu Zhaowan, an intermediate blesser, who immediately noticed that someone else was already in the clearing. The monster, now fully enraged, began to lash out. Yi Chuan felt a spike of adrenaline and scrambled backward. As the creature roared, he winced, nearly gagging at the overwhelming stench of its breath. Trying to de-escalate the situation with the beast, Yi Chuan shouted that he wasn't the one who shot it, pointing frantically at the two newcomers behind him. In a flash, Wang Yuan and Yu Zhaowan leapt forward, taking positions right next to him. Wang Yuan shot him a sidelong glance and asked if he would mind stepping aside and leaving the giant armored crocodile lion to them. Yi Chuan, taken aback, asked why he should do that. Wang Yuan explained that judging by Yi Chuan's appearance, he didn't look like a combat-type class. He then asked for the young man's name. Without hesitation, Yi Chuan introduced himself, stating simply that he was a pig butcher. The pair shared a look of pure shock, followed by a loud, mocking laugh from Wang Yuan. He bragged that they were professional hunters and that taking down mutated beasts like this was no job for a life-type profession like butchery. Yi Chuan didn't take the insult lightly. He barked back, asking why they were interfering and insisting that whoever kills the beast earns the right to the loot. The two hunters looked at each other in confusion before Wang Yuan asked if he was joking. He scoffed, asking if Yi Chuan even had the slightest clue how powerful the monster in front of them actually was. The monster seemed to grow irritated by the fact that it was being ignored. With a sudden, deafening roar, it lunged at the group, forcing all three of them to scatter to avoid the initial strike. While midair, Wang Yuan quickly notched 3 arrows. In a blur of motion, he released them, but just like before, the projectiles simply bounced off the beast's rugged hide. Seeing the danger, he shouted at Yi Chuan to get back, warning that he wouldn't be able to protect him if he stayed too close. Wang Yuan then shifted his focus back to the creature, his voice dripping with confidence. He remarked that the beast seemed far too smug, as if it thought he was helpless. He drew a fresh arrow and slowly settled it against his bowstring, muttering that the monster clearly had no idea how much effort they had spent tracking it down. As the beast charged again, Wang Yuan signaled Yu Zhaowan, shouting that it was time. The woman stood her ground, her body beginning to radiate an intense blue energy. The power swirled around her until she activated Light Moon Blessing, a skill designed to drastically amplify her ally's offensive power. The moment the skill took effect, Wang Yuan's entire body began to glow. His eyes sparked with light as lightning-like energy enveloped him, flowing directly into his arrow. Feeling the massive surge in strength, he released the shot just as the monster reached them. However, right before the arrow could pierce its face, the creature reflexively raised its clawed hand to block. Even so, the sheer force of the energy tore through its hand and slammed into its head. The monster was thrown back, shock visible in its eyes as it reeled from the impact. Wang Yuan clicked his tongue in frustration. He boasted that if the beast hadn't blocked at the last second, that single arrow would have finished the job. From the sidelines, Yi Chuan gave a slight clap and calmly praised their teamwork. Wang Yuan's tone remained arrogant as he asked Yi Chuan if he finally realized the true gap between a life type class and a professional combatant. Yi Chuan didn't get a chance to answer, as the crocodile lion let out another thunderous roar. In an instant, the beast whipped its massive tail around in a sweeping strike. Reacting quickly, Wang Yuan clapped his hands together to activate Flash Blessing, a skill that boosted his movement speed by 100% for 1 minute. Thanks to the sudden burst of speed, they managed to leap away just as the tail smashed into the ground where they had been standing seconds before. As the tension mounted, Wang Yuan shouted to Yu Zhaowan, asking how long until she could cast Light Moon Blessing again. She replied that she needed roughly 1 more minute for the cooldown. Wang Yuan's brow furrowed. He wondered aloud if they could actually hold out that long. The crocodile lion was closing in again, and he could feel the lethal threat behind every step it took. He explained that without the Light Moon Blessing, it was nearly impossible for their standard attacks to penetrate the monster's thick armor. It was clear that the battle was about to get much grimmer while they waited for her support skill to reset. In the middle of the rough and jagged rocks, Yu Zhaowan suddenly tripped. She lost her balance and let out a sharp cry before hitting the ground. Wang Yuan, instantly gripped by worry, rushed to her side to ask if she was all right. Instead of answering, Yu Zhaowan urged him to leave her behind and run. At that exact moment, the monster lunged again, swinging its massive tail. Wang Yuan shouted at her to get moving immediately. Facing the incoming danger, he quickly drew an arrow and prepared to meet the beast head-on. As he did, he shouted to Yu Zhaowan that there was something he had wanted to tell her for a long time. He added that if he didn't say it now, he feared he would never get another chance. He released his attack, but just like before, the arrow simply bounced off the monster's iron-like scales. In that split second, Yu Zhaowan suddenly threw her arms around him. In a soft but steady voice, she told him he didn't need to say it because she already knew. Wang Yuan yelled back, calling her a fool. He warned that if they stayed like this, they would both die together. Despite the looming shadow of death, the emotional tension between them remained thick. The scene became so overly dramatic that Yi Chuan suddenly stepped in front of them. Without missing a beat, he told the two to hold on for a second, remarking that what they were doing was so cliched, he couldn't stand to watch it anymore. Right then, the monster brought its heavy attack down. Yi Chuan blocked it instantly using his golden bell shield. The defense successfully halted the beast's strike, but the skill expired immediately after, triggering a 12-hour cooldown before it could be used again. Stunned by what he had just seen, Wang Yuan frantically asked Yi Chuan if he was okay. Yi Chuan replied calmly, as if nothing had happened, asking why he wouldn't be. Wang Yuan was left even more baffled by his nonchalant reaction. It wasn't long before the crocodile lion roared again and charged for another strike. Yi Chuan noticed the movement and noted that the monster was coming back for more. Before it could reach them, he tapped his bracelet, muttering that it was a good thing he still had something left to use. He mentioned that the weapon was a bit large, though still lighter than the pig butchering knife his father used. From his bracelet, he pulled out the weapon he had looted from the great goblin. Simultaneously, a system notification appeared. He had activated the Slaughter God Edge. A new weapon was identified, the Pig Slaughter Club, a mid-tier spirit weapon. According to the notice, every kill made with this weapon would grant a 0.2 attribute bonus. From behind him, Wang Yuan thanked Yi Chuan for saving them. However, he pointed out that as someone with a life-type profession, it was far too dangerous for Yi Chuan to face such a powerful monster. He advised him not to engage the beast directly and suggested they should all retreat instead. But Yi Chuan was undeterred. Instead, he leapt into the air, gripping the massive weapon tightly. While midair, he shouted at the top of his lungs not to underestimate a life-type profession. He delivered a relentless barrage of strikes, battering the crocodile lion across its body. With every heavy impact, the monster's thick scales began to shatter and fly off, unable to withstand the sheer weight and force of Yi Chuan's attacks. The two of them stood in stunned silence, unable to believe their eyes as Yi Chuan continued his relentless beatdown of the monster. In the midst of her shock, Yu Zhaowan suddenly connected the dots. The man standing before them was the famous pig butcher, Yi Chuan, the winner of the college entrance tournament. Meanwhile, the crocodile lion was practically screaming in agony. Its body was a mess of lumps and bruises from the heavy impacts of Yi Chuan's strikes. Realizing it couldn't withstand the assault much longer, the beast attempted to turn tail and flee. Seeing this, Wang Yuan shouted out, telling Yi Chuan not to let it escape. He lunged forward while Yu Zhaowan immediately cast Lunar Light Blessing to back him up. With that support, Wang Yuan prepared an arrow glowing with intense blue energy. "Don't even think about running," he yelled at the crocodile lion before releasing his shot. This time, the arrow pierced straight through the monster's hide, dealing a devastating blow. Yi Chuan watched the display, slightly impressed by the power of the attack. He figured that if he hadn't stepped in when he did, the beast might have actually gotten away. He hopped onto the crocodile lion's carcass and joked that they probably wouldn't even need to skin it anymore. The two approached him, bowing in apology. They asked if he really was the Yi Chuan, the pig butcher who had won the tournament just yesterday. Instead of a direct answer, Yi Chuan just asked how they knew who he was. Yu Zhaowan explained that the fight was broadcast live and that his name was currently plastered across every headline. Yi Chuan just scratched his head, muttering that fame always brings trouble and isn't always what it's cracked up to be. Both of them offered their heartfelt thanks for the rescue. Wang Yuan admitted he hadn't recognized Yi Chuan's skills at first and asked for forgiveness. He added that from that day forward, they would view Yi Chuan as their savior and would follow him through fire or water without hesitation. Yi Chuan calmly told them it was fine, but he pointedly asked if they were planning on splitting the monster's carcass with him. Wang Yuan immediately shouted that the carcass didn't matter. To them, Yi Chuan was their savior, and he would even give up his own life if Yi Chuan asked for it. He added that Yu Zhaowan was the most important person to him, and he wouldn't be happy without her. He tried to get close to Yu Zhaowan again, but she scolded him, telling him to stop being so foolish. Still, Wang Yuan stood his ground, vowing that no matter what happened, he would never leave her side. Watching the emotional drama unfold, Yi Chuan felt a wave of secondhand embarrassment. He briefly wondered if he should have even saved them at all. Shaking off the thought, he tapped his bracelet and stored the crocodile lion's body inside. A notification popped up. High-grade giant armor crocodile lion corpse successfully added. To Yi Chuan, this was a valuable and useful haul. But in that exact moment, the ground began to shake, and a strange sound echoed from behind them. Yi Chuan spun around. Behind them, a massive door was slowly creaking open, emitting a fierce, crimson light. They all stared at the phenomenon, faces etched with shock. Wang Yuan was the first to realize the significance, whispering that they were likely witnessing the appearance of a secret realm that had just manifested right before their eyes. As the massive doors groaned open and cast a deep crimson glow over them, Yi Chuan turned to Wang Yuan and asked what exactly a secret realm was. Wang Yuan began to explain that these realms were actually pathways left behind by the ancient celestial race, serving as bridges to other dimensions. He noted that about 40 of these hidden locations had been discovered globally so far, though most were already under the control of powerful families or prestigious academies. Despite that, many more remained undiscovered, scattered across the unknown corners of the world. Yu Zhaowan then noticed the flowing light boundary bracelet on Yi Chuan's wrist and remarked that likely obtained such an item from a secret realm. This prompted Yi Chuan to ask if these places were always filled with such valuable treasures. Wang Yuan clarified that great rewards always come with equal risks, and the locations holding the most precious items were invariably the most dangerous. Yi Chuan understood the logic, but he had another question: what exactly was the celestial race? Wang Yuan seemed a bit disappointed, surprised that someone as strong as Yi Chuan was ignorant of such history. However, Yu Zhaowan quickly intervened and reminded Wang Yuan that Yi Chuan belonged to a life-type profession. She pointed out that such specialized knowledge wasn't typically taught to those in his field, as most people with life-type roles would never even have the chance to step inside a secret realm in their entire lives. Rubbing the back of his head, Wang Yuan offered a quick apology before continuing his explanation. He described how their world was inhabited by more than just humans, featuring a variety of groups like the monster race, goblins, beast race, and demons. Among all of them, history recorded the celestial race as the absolute strongest, though they had mysteriously vanished from existence long ago. The information left Yi Chuan feeling slightly uneasy. In his mind, he couldn't help but feel that all these different races looked more or less the same, and he often struggled to tell them apart because of their similar appearances as pigheads. Wang Yuan added that they were incredibly lucky this time. Their original plan was simply to hunt a giant armored crocodile lion for profit, but stumbling upon a secret realm changed everything. He began to warn that entering without caution could be fatal, but before he could finish his sentence, Yi Chuan was already on the move. Without a hint of hesitation, Yi Chuan stepped through the glowing doorway and asked Wang Yuan what he was so afraid of. To him, the choice was simple: they either moved forward or went home, and at that moment, it was time to take the gamble. Deep in the forest, the two men who had been tracking Yi Chuan returned with their leader, Boss Lei. They revisited the clearing where Yi Chuan had previously slain the massive goblin. As Boss Lei inspected the corpse, he immediately noticed that the creature had been taken down with a single, decisive strike. It was clear to him that the boy was growing stronger at an alarming rate, and he muttered that they couldn't afford to let his power keep increasing. One of his subordinates suddenly called out, claiming he had found Yi Chuan's knife. The man tried to wrench the blade from the goblin's body but found it wouldn't budge no matter how hard he pulled. Frustrated by their incompetence, Boss Lei coldly told them to move aside. He stepped forward to retrieve the weapon himself, but as he gripped the handle and pulled, his hand began to tremble. He struggled against a strange, overwhelming weight, finding it nearly impossible to dislodge the blade as if some unseen force was holding it in place. It was in that moment Boss Lei realized Yi Chuan's weapon was far from ordinary. If his instincts were correct, that butcher knife was of a remarkably high rank, perhaps even surpassing his own blade. Gritting his teeth, he poured every ounce of his strength into a final tug, successfully wrenching it from the goblin's corpse. He examined the tool closely, wondering why someone like Yi Chuan would ever abandon such a valuable asset. One of his men suggested that perhaps the giant goblin had managed to eat the boy, or that other goblins had dragged him away after the kill. Boss Lei considered the possibility, but before he could decide on their next move, the female goblin, the widow of the fallen beast, emerged from the shadows. Seeing her husband's lifeless body surrounded by humans, she let out a piercing cry of grief and rage. She accused them of not only killing her mate but also desecrating his remains. In response, Boss Lei released a crushing aura and slowly drew his sword, coldly demanding to know what she was babbling about. But before he could strike, the female goblin moved with startling speed. In an instant, she manifested a glowing symbol beneath their feet. Boss Lei's face went pale as he realized the danger. It was a teleportation circle, meaning this goblin was a practitioner of magic. Muttering an incantation in a tongue they couldn't grasp, she cursed the three men, screaming that they would end up as nothing more than crocodile dung. A surge of violet energy erupted from the seal, and in a flash, they were vanished from the clearing. When the world stopped spinning, Boss Lei looked around and realized that Yi Chuan must have been brought to this same location by the same magical means. To him, the logic finally clicked into place. It didn't take long for them to find a massive, open doorway emitting an intense crimson glow. Boss Lei's eyes widened in shock before a slow, sinister grin spread across his face. He began to chuckle softly, realizing they had stumbled upon a massive opportunity. Discovering an untouched secret realm was a feat that would guarantee his promotion within the Thunder Lions Alliance. His two subordinates immediately began to flatter him, but Boss Lei's focus remained on the prize. He noted that Yi Chuan had clearly been here, likely defeating the guardian beast to gain entry. One of his men grew uneasy, pointing out that if the boy had taken down a guardian alone, he was a serious threat who might be lying in wait to ambush them. With a cold, terrifying smile, Boss Lei told them there was nothing to fear. As far as he was concerned, Yi Chuan was just a butcher who was now unarmed and defenseless without his primary weapon. Meanwhile, deep within the secret realm, Yi Chuan, Wang Yuan, and Yu Zhaowan were navigating a long, dim corridor. Wang Yuan kept a protective stance, telling Yu Zhaowan to stay close behind him and promising that he would keep her safe. As they pressed on, Yi Chuan squinted at the darkness ahead. A shadowy figure was slowly beginning to take shape. Trembling, Yu Zhaowan whispered that she thought someone was standing in their path. Wang Yuan immediately stepped to the front, shouting into the gloom to demand who was there. As the figure came into focus, they were met with a horrifying sight, a towering skeletal warrior clad in heavy protective gear, gripping a massive greatsword. A thick, violet aura radiated from its bones, casting a heavy, suffocating tension over the entire hallway. Yu Zhaowan let out a terrified scream, and in that instant, Wang Yuan realized they were indeed facing an undead knight. He immediately barked an order for Yi Chuan to focus on protecting Yu Zhaowan, declaring that he would take charge of neutralizing the skeletal warrior himself. The undead knight moved with frightening speed. Raising its massive blade, it spoke in a chilling, hollow voice, warning them that there would be no escape. It swung its weapon at Wang Yuan in a wide, lethal arc, but Wang Yuan's reflexes were sharp. He dodged the strike and leapt high into the air to avoid the follow-up. While airborne, he taunted the creature, mocking its slow movements before launching a counterattack. His arrow struck the skeleton's head with such precision and force that the skull was instantly severed from its neck. For a brief moment, Wang Yuan believed the battle was over. However, even with its head rolling on the floor, the undead knight's eyes suddenly flared with an eerie green light. Despite the decapitation, the body surged forward and continued its relentless assault. Wang Yuan managed to parry the blow, but the sheer weight of the impact forced him backward. As he regained his footing, he watched in disbelief as the severed head slowly levitated and reattached itself to the knight's neck. Realizing that this was no ordinary foe, Wang Yuan identified it as the true guardian of the secret realm. He immediately called out to Yu Zhaowan for support. Without missing a beat, she invoked her lunar light blessing, surging Wang Yuan's strength with divine energy. Empowered by the spell, he fired an arrow coated in a shimmering violet glow. The projectile hit the undead knight squarely in the chest, shattering its entire frame into hundreds of pieces. Breathing a sigh of relief, Wang Yuan wiped the sweat from his brow and suggested they move on. But before they could take a single step, Yi Chuan spoke up, stopping them in their tracks and pointing out that the fight wasn't over. Right before their eyes, the crushed remnants of the skeleton began to knit themselves back together. As its form solidified, the creature proclaimed that it was an immortal knight. Yi Chuan didn't wait for it to finish. He drew his massive weapon and coldly told the undead knight that he didn't care whether it could die or not, so long as it stayed out of their way. Without hesitation, he began to rain down a series of crushing blows with his heavy weapon. Each strike was devastating, effectively pulverizing the knight's armor and bones. Wang Yuan and Yu Zhaowan watched in stunned silence, overwhelmed by the raw power Yi Chuan was displaying. Within moments, the undead knight lay in a heap of dust and debris once again. Yi Chuan expected this total destruction to be the end of it, but he was soon surprised to see the fragments starting to vibrate and reform for a third time. Sensing the futility of the struggle, Yu Zhaowan suggested they retreat for the moment. She explained that this immortal undead knight was likely a guardian left behind by the celestial race, fueled by ancient magic. Unless they could find a way to break the underlying spell, it would continue to resurrect indefinitely. She warned that the creature would simply grind them down until they were too exhausted to fight back, making their eventual death only a matter of time. Wang Yuan agreed immediately, insisting that it was time to leave. He reasoned that if the mere gatekeeper was this formidable, whatever lay deeper inside would surely be even more terrifying. However, amidst the mounting pressure, a strange idea crossed Yi Chuan's mind. Instead of fear, he felt a sense of amusement, thinking how entertaining it would be to have an immortal pet of his own. Both Wang Yuan and Yu Zhaowan were visibly disturbed, asking him if he was really in the mood for jokes given their situation. Yi Chuan didn't offer an answer. Instead, he walked straight toward the severed head of the undead knight and spoke to it in a calm, steady voice. He pointed out that while the knight couldn't die, it certainly seemed to feel every ounce of pain inflicted upon its body each time they tore it apart. Yi Chuan picked up the skull, and the knight immediately hissed back, demanding to be released and claiming it didn't care for his threats. With a slight smile, Yi Chuan asked how the creature would feel about becoming his pet, promising that if it agreed to come with him, he would take it out of that desolate place. The undead knight became frantic, shouting that the joke had gone far enough. It explained that while it had been granted immortality, it was also a curse, it was magically bound to the realm and could never leave. Despite this warning, Yi Chuan remained unfazed, a chilling smile playing on his lips as he told the creature to simply trust him. He stared intensely at the knight until the skeletal warrior seemed to shrink back in genuine fear. Moments later, Yi Chuan shoved the head into his storage bracelet, followed quickly by the rest of the bones. In an instant, the undead knight was successfully stored within his inventory. From inside the storage space, the knight continued to wail, demanding to know where it was and pleading for freedom. Wang Yuan and Yu Zhaowan stood frozen in shock, unable to believe that Yi Chuan had actually managed to pack away a living curse. Rather than explaining himself, Yi Chuan simply gestured for them to follow, noting that the problem had been handled. They continued down the long corridor until they reached a shimmering boundary of light. Stepping through the portal, they all came to a sudden halt at the sight before them. Spread out in front of the group was a breathtaking view of a vast, magnificent palace. Flanking the entrance were two towering statues of winged figures, resembling angels standing eternal watch over the grounds. Wang Yuan remarked that there were surely treasures of immense value hidden within those walls. Yi Chuan, however, gestured toward one of the statues and asked if that was the likeness of the legendary celestial race. Wang Yuan nodded, confirming his suspicion. This revelation caused Yi Chuan to sink into deep thought. He recalled what Lu Xing had told him about the mysterious figures in black robes seen near his home. A suspicion began to take root in his mind, that those individuals might be linked to his parents' disappearance, and that everything might somehow lead back to the celestial race. But just as he was contemplating his next move, the undead knight's voice erupted from his inventory once more, screaming a desperate warning for Yi Chuan to stay away from the palace at all costs. Yi Chuan was puzzled by the undead knight's warning and immediately asked why they were forbidden from entering. He demanded an explanation convincing enough to change their minds, promising that they would listen as long as the reason carried weight. In a harsh, booming voice, the undead knight declared the area a sacred lake where the celestial race once meditated. He claimed that their presence would only defile the holy waters. Despite this warning, Yi Chuan simply turned to Wang Yuan and Yu Zhaowan with a knowing smile. To him, such a restriction only confirmed that a valuable treasure pool lay inside, likely free from any immediate danger. With that realization, he invited his two companions to step inside and see for themselves. Losing his temper, the undead knight cursed and screamed at Yi Chuan to release him, threatening to kill them all. Yi Chuan remained unfazed, pointing out that the knight had spent an eternity guarding this place. He calmly asked if such a hollow existence was truly worth it. The knight insisted it was his mission, but Yi Chuan countered by telling him he was being used as nothing more than a tool. Upon hearing those words, the undead knight fell into a heavy silence, seemingly struck by the truth in Yi Chuan's statement. Shortly after, the group began their ascent. As they climbed the stairs and stepped into the inner chamber, they were instantly frozen in place. Shock was written all over Wang Yuan's face as he cried out that they had found the five-colored origin pool. Before them lay a shimmering lake glowing within the confines of the room. Wang Yuan could not hide his excitement, exclaiming that they had truly hit the jackpot. Curious, Yi Chuan asked if he knew anything specific about the pool. Beaming with joy, Wang Yuan explained that he had read about it in an ancient text from another secret realm. He leaned in toward Yi Chuan, describing how the ancient celestial race used these waters to bolster their cultivation and mend their wounds. He added that the water was infused with an incredibly potent energy. Yu Zhaowan then joined in, sharing that years ago, the Nine Heaven Alliance and the Thunder Alliance fought a brutal war over a small fragment of a five-colored origin pool. When the Thunder Alliance faced defeat, they poisoned the water until it turned black. Yet even then, the pool retained its powerful strengthening effects. A memory suddenly clicked for Yi Chuan. He recalled the time he and Miss Zhang bathed in the hot springs of the Nine Heaven Alliance, finally realizing that those waters must have originated from a pool exactly like this one. Wang Yuan excitedly pointed out that the lake before them was not only pure and untainted but also massive in scale. He eagerly suggested that they give it a try. However, in that very moment, a dagger suddenly whistled through the air toward them. It was wreathed in purple lightning and tore straight through Wang Yuan's body. The sudden attack left Yi Chuan and Yu Zhaowan paralyzed with shock. Terror gripped Yu Zhaowan as she rushed to Wang Yuan's side, screaming his name and asking if he was alright. The damage was so severe, however, that Wang Yuan could barely manage a word. Seconds later, the dagger dislodged itself from his body and flew back to its owner. It was only then that they noticed three figures already standing within the chamber. It was Boss Lei and his crew from the Thunder Alliance. In a cold, detached voice, Boss Lei declared that the lake now belonged to them. Yi Chuan was stunned as he recognized the newcomers. He shouted out, identifying the man he had crossed paths with before. Without a second thought, he moved to block their path, commanding his companions to get Wang Yuan into the water immediately so he could begin to heal. Boss Lei's group suddenly lunged forward, their leader's voice booming with a cruel warning that they shouldn't worry about their blood defiling the sacred lake. In a flash, Boss Lei cut off Yi Chuan's path, while his two henchmen moved to intercept Wang Yuan and Yu Zhaowan. In a chilling tone, Boss Lei told Yi Chuan that he hadn't expected their paths to cross again in such a place. A terrifying smile spread across his face as a surge of overwhelming energy radiated from his body. He added that he had been waiting a very long time for this day to come. At that exact moment, Wang Yuan's condition took a turn for the worse as he began coughing up blood. His body grew limp, his strength fading rapidly. Terrified and trembling, Yu Zhaowan wept as she pleaded with Yi Chuan for help. Yi Chuan's expression turned deathly serious. With a voice like ice, he ordered his opponents to step aside immediately. He warned them that if they refused to move, he would no longer hold anything back. Boss Lei only mocked him further, calling him a mere pig butcher who had lost his knife yet still dared to speak so boldly. Yi Chuan's heart sank when he realized that Boss Lei was actually holding his own blade. He demanded to know how the man had managed to get his hands on it. Boss Lei offered no explanation. Instead, he pointed out that the Nine Heaven Alliance wasn't there to back Yi Chuan up this time. He claimed that killing him now would be as effortless as crushing an ant. Without warning, Boss Lei struck. Wielding two daggers crackling with purple lightning, he launched a direct assault. Yi Chuan reacted instantly, pulling a massive club from his storage bracelet to meet the attack. Seeing the weapon, Boss Lei laughed in derision. He asked since when did a butcher start using a club, mockingly questioning if he intended to make hand-beaten pork meatballs with it. On the other side of the room, Boss Lei's subordinates laughed as they drew their knives. They leered at Yu Zhaowan, asking if she wanted to play with them for a bit before her life came to an end. Despite his waning strength, Wang Yuan managed to force out a command for them to get lost, but the effort was too much. Moments later, he drifted into unconsciousness. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from Yi Chuan. His eyes glowed with an intense light as he activated the blood shadow butcher technique. In Boss Lei's eyes, Image herself shifted, taking on the terrifying form of a monstrous wild boar. Yi Chuan vanished and reappeared behind his enemy, bringing his massive club down with bone-shattering force. The impact echoed through the chamber, but Yi Chuan was horrified to see that the strike had seemingly done no damage at all. Boss Lei slowly turned his head, asking Yi Chuan if he really thought the same trick would work on him twice. It was then that Yi Chuan realized the man was wearing hidden armor beneath his clothes, rendering the physical blow useless. Boss Lei charged again, shouting that Yi Chuan himself was the one who had taught him this very move. His speed was blinding, and he delivered a violent blow that connected squarely with Yi Chuan's body. The lightning-infused weapon took its toll immediately, sending a shock through Yi Chuan that made his movements sluggish and heavy. He cursed silently, his body trembling as he stared at the fresh blood staining his hands. He doubled over, coughing up blood as he realized the damage wasn't just on the surface, his internal organs had been severely injured. Meanwhile, Boss Lei began gathering energy into his daggers once more. In a cold, final voice, he told Yi Chuan that he should be grateful for helping them locate this new secret realm. As a reward, he promised to make Yi Chuan's death as painless as possible.
The chapter ends here. Watch out for our upcoming uploads. Don't forget to like, share, subscribe, and click the notification bell so you'll always be updated on our future videos.